I just hit 1,000 days in my Create world, and in that time we've created a valley crammed with small but functional buildings, built a small train line, and an epic automated tree farm. But now it's time to spread our wings a little further and extend our train line over 4,000 blocks to a brand new location, which is way out to the west over here. And that new area is going to be our industrial mining town, crammed full of factories churning out everything from cobble, sand, gravel to iron, gold, quartz, and a whole lot more. It's gonna be awesome. But before we can do awesome things, we must build this mega train line so we have easy access to it. And first things first, we should probably actually survey the route and plot a course. I mean, it's not exactly a short journey. We're probably going to have to carve through some mountains, try and follow some valleys where we can. It's going to be quite the challenge. But for surveying this route, I think what we're going to do is just grab ourselves some of this cherry wood. It's bright pink, it should stand out, and I don't think we're going to be using it for anything else. But to be honest, I kind of want to see the nice bright pink insides of these logs. So let's quickly strip a whole bunch and get plotting our course. Well, I've got a whole bunch of these pink blocks, and let's work out what's going to happen. Hey, look at that, there goes a train. So the trains are obviously going to be coming down here, but it's from here that we need to work out where to go. So we need to basically go across and down. But I do quite like the idea of maybe running down some of these valleys as well. So maybe we just go through this first mountain and then kind of curve around and then get down into this valley maybe. And then we can just sort of cut across some stuff. Look, we've got a pillager tower there, we'll go past that. And if I remember this bit correctly, this is like a weird little mound. So we might be able to put a diagonal tunnel through there and then just sort of carry on this way, pretty much in a straight line. Maybe go around the back of this village and just dig through some mountains again. And then once we get here, we can probably just swoop into the valley in front of this village, which is currently exactly where I want to build. So yeah, we'll be removing that at some point. Those poor villagers. Right, let's just start placing some blocks so we can see exactly where we're going to be going. And we've made it. I think I've just about got a route planned out, and if we quickly fly up here, I'll show you where we're actually building to. Nice mountainous area, as you can see. But if we look from up here, you can see how that village is just perfectly situated. It's just a shame that it's actually there, because I'm going to have to tear down the entire thing, but this is where we're going to build our sort of industrial mining town surrounded by mountains. I think it just makes sense. And in regards to the track, I think we've got quite a good route laid out. It is pretty much what we guesstimated it would be. We've kind of gone through this mountain here, we've gone around the back of this village, down this valley, through the mountain there, then back into this valley, and then we basically just kind of cut through most of this mountain, then get to this valley and loop back up and connect onto our rail. I guess the only thing to do now is to fly home and begin construction on this thing, but I do have a little bit of a plan to hopefully make my life a little bit easier. And I think my jetpack's just run out. I don't know why I made so much of this stripped cherry wood. Definitely didn't need anywhere near that much. Right, so I have a plan. In fact, that plan is going to start with me going to bed. Now, about that plan, first thing we need to do is head over to our storage area here, and we're going to build ourselves a contraption, a train that is going to help us, essentially. And my hope is we can make it drill holes and lay track, and then we can sort of go back through and do other things that we need to do with other trains. But this first one is just going to be about drilling tunnels and laying some track. So I need to grab myself a few things to get started, including a station to build at. Now, let's see what we can do. I have a picture in my head of how this is going to look and work, but let's see what we can actually pull off. Let's just get this tiny train out of the way. So I think we're going to go with a triple axle for this one because it's going to have lots of weight on it, so I think that kind of makes sense. And maybe 3 bogies I think will be enough. Although we're going to have to make sure that we don't actually attach too many of them together. Because I think we can only actually attach 2 for a carriage, so we're going to have to do some weird sort of jiggery-pokery here, but I'm sure we can get away with it. So the first thing we're going to do is actually move the signal box. It's kind of in the way. Let's just put that forward a bit. So what we're going to need is a big old wall of drills for the sort of tunnel digging part of it. Although I think what I want to do is make sure that these are actually sort of stuck on something. We're going to have to remove some of the rail here for now. Maybe just to make it a bit more interesting, we can give it some shape here. Maybe something like that. That will make a big enough tunnel. Although, you know me, the question is, can I put in a window? And I reckon we can probably get away with doing what we did on the one we made for the nether. Though thinking about it, we're also going to need a deployer. So I guess that's going to have to go in front of this thing. Look at that thing. It's a monster. Jeez. Right, so deployer. We'll set that to just deploy rail. We will get some glass for the window there, but let's focus on everything else we need to sort before we start making it look nice. So we should also get some train controls in and a seat. I'd say that's going to be a fairly good view. So I'm just thinking, this is all well and good to build this, but when we try and drive it, it's going to destroy everything, like literally everything. So I wonder, is there a way we can fold stuff down? Can you still fold stuff down on a moving contraption? I don't even know. Let's experiment a little bit here. So if we make ourselves a mechanical bearing and put that there, set it to only place near initial angle, so in theory, when it's not at this angle, it should just not be placed and not be a thing, which means hopefully it won't drill through tunnels and things. I don't know. There's only one way to find out. But I need myself a valve, and I don't think I've got any. We also need some super glue. And to make valves, I need andesite alloy, and we don't have any of that either. So let's get some of that mixed up. Oh, there's already some in there. Amazing. Either way, mix up some more for next time. Sometimes past beardy is actually helpful. So let's try this out. We'll put that on there. And then we'll stick everything together, basically. I think we need to stick everything to this block here. This is going to be interesting. We might have to move the train controls back a bit. So, this is going to be weird, isn't it? Right, for now, I'm actually just going to remove some of this, just for testing purposes. So I need to know if when the train's active, what happens with it. I just need to test. I need to test. Right, let's glue everything together. Right, and now in theory, if I turn this handle... Oh! Okay. Not quite what we wanted to do, so if I crouch click and go back this way... Ah, we dug a hole. So, I guess that's because we're turning this one here, we're attached to the bogie, so that's not going to work there. So yeah, I don't think this is going to work, because as soon as we attach things, everything's going to move. So, I guess we'll just put that back how it was. I mean, it was a nice idea, but it's just not going to work like that, and my brain's clearly too small to think of another solution. So if you do know a way I can kind of deactivate the drills, but not have to remove them, then do let me know. That'll be marvellous. But with the knowledge, what I'm most likely going to have to do is actually remove all of the drills before we set off and then put them back on when we get to location. I'm going to need to know exactly where the drills are going, so I should build up some kind of a framework behind here. And what better thing to use than girders? That actually looks quite cool, but that combined with what we've got going on here means we can see exactly where we need to stick the drills. Preferably the right way around. So that should do the trick in regards to that. This thing looks so ugly, doesn't it? Jeez. But it's okay, we'll make it work. So what we want, I guess, is kind of this to be the dividing line. So we'll stick all of this part of the train together, like so. And then we'll stick this part of the train to this second carriage. And in theory, it should treat this independently of this, but it'll look like one thing when it's on the move. At least that's the hope. So this thing's going to be digging out a whole lot of stuff. And with that in mind, let's just stick a full-size vault on the back of it. Something like that. And maybe we can just try using some pipes down the bottom here. We should probably get some storage interfaces on this thing as well, actually, shouldn't we, while I think of it? And we'll stick one there and one there. And let's maybe decorate this thing up a little bit. So it doesn't need too much. Maybe some stairs at the back there. Do we have any shafts? We do. So let's get some of these in for a bit of detail. A couple of barrels to put all the rail in. And let's just get these attached. Maybe we should use some of these brackets down here as well. Yeah, that looks cool. I like that. Can we get more of them in? Wow, those brackets really do make a difference. Thing is so ugly. It's fine, as long as it does the job. Let's jump up on top here and give this thing a bit of a roof. Well, it's an ugly monstrosity, but I think we're just about good to go. I just need to put some windows in, and what we want to do is put an angle in like that, and put some glass in. Wonderful. So let's assemble this train. What's happening? Train controls? You do have train controls, they're right there. Well, I moved it back a square and it seems to work. Let's just try this. So, what do we call this? Tunnel train. Look at me go with my naming. I'm clearly exceptionally good at this. So, first things first. No, the front is not attached. And that would be why my train controls weren't attached. Let's adjust the situation here. Well, it assembled this time. That's a good sign. Let's try that again. Let's go backwards. I left a little bit of my train behind. Not too bad. Could have been worse. Right, let's try that again. Right, we have the whole train with us this time. That's good. If we go backwards, the drills don't fire. That's interesting. So I guess the question is, if we put train controls facing the other way, we go this way. Aha! So we can just drive it that way. That solves our drill problem. And then when we actually want to drill, we can face this way. Amazing. The problem has been solved. So I guess all we need to do now is load up this barrel with a whole bunch of track and then go on our way. And I've had this thing running absolutely loads. Yeah, look at that. 22.9k rail. That is a lot of rail. Should keep us going for a while. And then let's set off to build this railroad. That's gonna be weird driving this backwards. At least it's not gonna destroy everything along the way though. Let's make sure we're following these train signals. Oh no, what's it doing to my rail? What have you done, you crazy drill? Wait a minute, I know exactly what that is. Yeah, look, it's placed loads of rail. Let's get rid of that for now. At least we discovered that problem early. Now, hopefully it'll be safe to carry on. Right, so I think I've got the train roughly where we need it to be starting. We just want to, essentially, for the start bit, just drive off in that direction and hope it all works. Jeez, right, let's see what happens. Not very confident. Make sure we keep it running slowly. We don't want to go too fast. But in theory, that should just be creating a floating track. Excellent. And then we can come along and build bridges underneath all these bits afterwards. But this is good. This is doing what we expected, which is unusual, but good for us. Very good for us. So as long as we keep the train fairly slow, it should be able to keep up. Yep, look at that. Doing its thing. And this should make us a perfect train-sized tunnel. We seem to be getting a bit of a build-up of resources here, so I do wonder, are you actually doing anything? It doesn't appear so, because I seem to have everything on me, so... Does this vault not actually collect stuff from the... sadness. So I do need to replace this vault with a whole bunch of chests. For this first stint, though, I might as well just keep picking it up myself. What a pain in the bum. Right, well, we've made it out the other side of this particular mountain and made a right mess. And then what we want to do is bring the rail over here somewhere. I think that's going to work quite well, corner-wise, actually. This is so cool. I love this machine, even though it's not actually storing everything in the vault, but that's fine, we can fix that later. Well, we've made a good start, but I will say I want to go and fix this thing, because, yeah, a vault isn't working, I don't want to have loads and loads of stuff going on, and we've got a lot of digging ahead of us. So I think it makes sense to go back and fix this thing. Although, thinking about it, if I just bought a station out here, that'd be much easier, won't it? Right, so let's clean all this up first. I think for now, I'm just going to stick down a big old pile of barrels because, well, it'll do the job for now. We can make this look nicer when we're somewhere a bit more appropriate. For now, I just want it working. Look at that, all the barrels, that should do the trick. Doesn't actually look too bad, to be honest. But that should already be super glued. That means we can crack on with this railroad building. We've got a long way to go. I've lost track of all time. It's been at least 4 hours, probably longer. But we have made it to the new location. We have a double track that goes all the way there and back. And if we look on our map, we can see the route that we've taken where we go into the mountains and into another one here. And then there's like another one here. And then it just loops all the way back to our base. So yeah, very big track. I think I also worked out what the problem was with the vault. And that probably would have worked if I'd built the train properly. I think I just needed to have it all as one carriage, which I now do. And now everything gets stored in the barrels. So I probably could have gotten away with a vault after all, but to be honest, I quite like the barrels now they're there. So although we do have a rail connected all the way up, we do need to make sure we build a station here, which is, I think, going to be one of our next tasks, but also a lot of the rail is just floating like this. There's a lot of places where that's happening. And most of it's only by a couple of blocks, so we can just build an embankment with those rollers and that'll be absolutely fine. But in a few places, we do need to add some more bridges. But that's something we'll just tackle gradually over the coming weeks. For now, let's get this turned around. We'll drive it all the way home because there's always a few blocks that get missed, especially on the corners. Mainly because I drive too fast. And back at storage here, we can just get all that offloaded. And I have had a couple of really good suggestions for this train here of how we can actually make it look and fit in with this area a little bit, but I'm still playing around with some designs at the moment, so hopefully we can upgrade these little trains soon, the same with the one over at the timber yard. But yeah, until I figure out something that's small and compact enough, but also looks good, we're just going to stick with those. And it looks like this has just finished offloading, so let's get this thing out of the way for now so our log train can get back in. And I just need to offload my inventory. I've got so much rubbish in here. Now that's all cleared up, what we're going to do is head back to the mining town and prepare the area for putting down a station. That means I need a whole lot of grass and a whole lot of dirt. And we're going to take our tiny little train all the way over there and clear the landscape ready for our new station, which basically means we're going to have to destroy one of the villager houses. They're probably not going to be too pleased with that. And let's do a quick time lapse of the journey there as well so you can see the mess that I still need to clear up. Apparently I've hit a dead end here. And we were so close as well, it's right there. Stupid bit of track ruining my time lapse. Where is it? This one here. That's what it was. Well, at least we got most of the time lapse, I suppose. And this bit here, this is where we're going to be pulling into a station that currently doesn't exist. So I want to cover up this hole down the bottom here. We're just going to get lots of grass and dirt in at this level, and we're going to completely remove this building here. What is this building here? Seems to have some kind of huge waiting room. Ooh, turtle eggs. Start puzzle. There's a puzzle? Oh, it's parkour. I should probably take off my jetpack if I'm going to do this properly. And is this the end of it? Was there 4 gold ingots? And look, I'm going to look forward to destroying this building. I'm stealing your bell. Right, let's trash this thing. Well, I've very nearly cleared away the building, but my axe is basically dead, so I'm going to have to go all the way back and heal it up, and then we'll get all the grass in down here. But on the plus side, I get to ride my track again. Stop, 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 stop! Ah, dang it. Well, we haven't died in a while, so we probably deserved that, to be honest. Driving around recklessly, ignoring all the signals, it's entirely my own fault. Oh dear, that does look like quite the accident, doesn't it? Oh dear. Let's just get everything back on the rails. So we actually just came here to hit our axe. Let's get this done. And it looks like our shovel can do with a bit of love as well. Right, let's head back and lay some grass. Now that is looking much better. We've got a lovely area to work with, and I don't have my jetpack on. Yep, classic. Okay, let's jump into free cam then. So if we have a look at this area here, we've got plenty of space to put in a station of some sort. Although what I do need to do is work out logistically how this is going to work, because we also need to make sure we have a sort of pickup point for the resources this town is producing, as well as a passenger station. So I might do a bit of jiggery-pokery with the track down here before we actually start building the station. I think we're probably actually going to need 3 lanes here. Essentially, one for pickup, one for the passenger station, and one that's pretty much just a through route. That might be the best option here. But either way, we need to head back. We need to grab some resources. I think I want to use limestone again for this station, which means we also need to find a way to get some limestone. So the obvious way for us to get limestone is, of course, to go digging, but I believe there's a way we can actually produce it. Because I'm fairly sure if you mix honey and lava, although it probably needs to be liquid honey, then that does actually produce limestone in the same way that water and lava produce cobble. Can I turn a block of honey into liquid honey? Okay, that looks like the easiest option for us. So if we use this, we're probably going to have to empty the iron out of it, but in theory, we should just be able to chuck that in there, do a bit of the old heaty. And yeah, look at that, liquid honey. So let's just do a quick test here to make sure it's going to work. We'll build it the same as a normal cobble generator. So honey there, going down, and lava there. Is this going to produce? It is! Amazing. Limestone. So let's quickly grab a few bits to knock up a quick limestone generator for ourselves. Doesn't need to be anything fancy, but if it saves us going digging, I'm all for it. I really need to build a power plant over here. I think we're getting to that stage, but for now, what I might do is just kind of leech some power off of our workshop down here. Although we're probably going to have to turn off both these machines just to make sure we've got enough power. So it only needs to be a temporary thing. Where can we put this? But we don't have a lot of space, do we? Maybe I could quickly knock something up here. So we need a couple of chutes, put some temporary blocks there. We're going to need a couple of drills. I'm hoping we can just sort of dump the lava on top and then it's going to go where it needs to, but we'll see. And I would imagine the honey is going to make a right mess as well. So let's make sure that that can't leak out. Then we'll stick a couple of encased chain drives there. That should spin the drills. And I think I'm actually going to replace these blocks with glass just so I can actually see what's going on. I'd like to know if it's working. And I guess the question is, can we honey log the drills? No, that's fine. It just means I'm going to have the honey coming in from the side here. And then next question, does putting lava on top of honey also create limestone? It does. So I reckon if we were to stick in just another bit of honey on this side and a couple of buckets of lava on top, we should be able to get a decent amount of limestone going. But yeah, this is definitely going to have to be a temporary thing. What a mess. Think I've gathered together pretty much everything we're going to need to build this station, and if I've forgotten stuff, it's a 4,000 journey back, so hopefully I've been quite thorough. I'm just going to wait for a little bit more limestone. We've got about 10 stacks or so, which is probably enough, but I want to make sure. And then we can go crack on with this station build. Well, I think we're ready to go, and what I'm actually going to do is to steal the flying beardsman. We're actually going to take the big train over, the passenger train, just so we can make sure we're actually making the station big enough this time, because, well, we didn't really do that over here, did we? Let's be honest. Here it is. Good stuff. Oh, there's a nasty man sitting in my train. Get out of it. Jeez, he set me on fire as well. Right, I need to boot the driver out. You've done well, sir, but you may now leave. Right, let's steal this train. And exciting stuff. This is the first real train to go through these tunnels. Let's see if they are actually big enough. And I have a feeling the time may have actually come to add coal carts, like proper coal carts, ones we actually fill up to speed up these trains, because this journey is going to be quite slow if we don't speed them up. And I need to find a way to make those flywheels spin, especially without the front one spinning, if possible, because they just look so weird. And there we go, we've arrived safe and sound. Now, before I can start building platforms, I need to do a little bit of planning. So I'm going to potter around a little bit and work out exactly how we're going to do this, and I'll bring you back in once we've got a layout worked out. Now, how are we going to do this? Well, I've spent about half an hour laying tracks in different combinations, trying to work out how this is going to go, and I've come to one conclusion. There's just not really enough space down here for a storage yard. So what I'm actually going to do is just have a normal two-way station, because the way these tracks are going to work, one's going to be going northbound, one's going to be going southbound, or east and west, I should say. So what we're going to do is just have a station on each side, one for picking up passengers going this way, and one for picking up passengers going that way. And then when it comes to actually collecting everything and stuff like that, well, that's a problem for future Beardy, isn't it? I'm going to regret that. There we go, back to where we were half an hour ago. I'm also going to need to put in some kind of a turning circle, but I'll probably just put in a temporary loop for now that's going to look absolutely atrocious until we figure out what's happening with the rest of this rail. Once again, another problem for future Beardy, so let's build this station. And the first thing I need is walls, and I didn't actually bring the walls with me. This is not a good start. Right, fine, let's quickly head home then, and we'll try this again. Dang it. I'm having a lot of fun driving these trains around, though. I feel like a kid again. Mission success, I now have walls. Let's build a station. And we're going to follow pretty much the same format we did in the previous stations. But this time, we're going to have a ticket office. I mean, this is going to be our biggest station yet, I guess. Well, I'm making some good progress. I think I've got a lot of this worked out now, but I've run out of the things that I need. Primarily, girders. I need lots of girders to get these signs up. But the plan here is to have the main sort of station entrance around here somewhere. I might actually make that 5 blocks wide instead of 3. Then we're going to have a ticket office on one side, a sheltered waiting area on another, and then we've just got the normal sort of outdoor seating. We'll put some more over this side as well. We'll also have a display board on each platform to say what trains are coming and going, and of course more seating on this side as well. But I need to head home, I need to grab some more bits and bobs, and hopefully when I get back, we can get this finished.
You finished?
Yep, I think we're just about done, and that was quite the mission. I may have got a little bit carried away. Look, you can see a lake behind me. So I actually decided to have a bit of a chill day yesterday, and I just laid lots and lots of rail type things. So yeah, the rail line, if we look at the map, is actually fairly well built up. Pretty much all the way back home. I've been sitting on that machine for about 8 hours. But we'll get to the machine in a minute. First off, I'll show you what we've actually got going on over here. So on the way into the station, I've just added in this lake because there was a bit of a weird hole that I didn't particularly like, and with a couple of waterfalls, I think that just looks nice. And then we've got this huge station down the bottom here. And it appears there's actually a villager waiting for the train. Look at that. But because we're in the savannah, I have decided to stick with the orange roofs. I think that works really well for this station entrance here. And we've also got a small florist shop here. Obviously, you know the drill. You can give me a name for that. I did try to think of a funny train-related pun, but yeah, I just couldn't. I couldn't. So if you've got ideas for a name, do let me know in the comments. And for now, I've called this place Stone Valley Peaks, which I quite like the name of. It's not my worst effort. But yes, if you do have any better ideas, do let me know in the the comments. At the end here, I've just put in a very small turning circle for now and somewhere to park my own little locomotive, but that will eventually extend on and go elsewhere, so this isn't a permanent fixture. So if we take a quick ride out on this track here, I will show you how the other little machine thing I built works. So I've actually got it as a minecart contraption currently, so what I actually do is I place it down. Oh, this isn't going to work. We need to be on a straight. This is not a straight. This is a complete diagonal. And it's getting dark. Jeez, let's start this again. So if we ride out on our track here, we'll find a nice place to show this machine. This is definitely the first take. So what I can do is put down a bit of rail and put down the machine. We've got this sort of minecart contraption, and as long as I have a redstone torch? There we go. So as long as I put the cart contraption on it and then power it. Right, I've locked rotation this time so it stays on the track. But once we do that, we can disable this redstone torch and get rid of this. And if I just plonk down a station here, I can assemble that into a train and we can just dump that down anywhere. But basically, this has just got lots and lots of rollers on it. In fact, if I put the station back down, I can actually show you how that's set, if I can get it in the right place. So the first thing we're doing is placing a row of dirt just on one level directly below the rail. And then underneath that, we're piling up lots and lots of cobbled deep slates just so we don't end up with sort of mob spawners everywhere. We're then placing an extra bit of dirt on the side here, and then we have more cobbled deep slate, which kind of goes down into a sort of slope, basically. So it creates these slopes that we have going around the edge. And then slightly behind that and offset again, we have dirt going down the slopes. So essentially, we're filling it all up with deep slate, and only the top layer is using up our grass and dirt. And then lastly, what we're doing is we're replacing this top layer with gravel. And the reason we're sort of putting down dirt and then replacing it with gravel is because if we don't put down dirt first, we just get so much cobbled deep slate at the top here. It really slows it down. But this way, you can just dig up the dirt and replace that with gravel instead. And then when I'm done with it, I can just do this again, make sure that I disassemble it and turn it back into a contraption and pick it up. So that's been very, very handy for me. But despite all the janky terrain, I do really like the view as you pull back into this station. I think it's looking pretty good. But yeah, we've got a lot of work to do up here. Pretty much starting with the destruction of an entire village. But we'll save all that for future episodes, because sadly, that's all we've got time for today. I hope you've enjoyed it, and I'll see you on the next one. Bye-bye now. Last episode, I built a huge railway line out to the west with a cute little station in preparation for our next big project, an industrial mining town. Today, I built a portable workshop complete with basic create machines, a power source, and all the workbenches I could ever need to make things a little bit more accessible for future builds. But before we get to that, however, I do need to clear something up. And no, I don't mean this village, yet. But it seems quite a few of you were a bit upset that I was just going to completely destroy this village and not integrate it into what we're doing here. But basically, it's the wrong style. We're not going to be making all the villagers homeless. I mean, that's just mean. But removing this village is the only way that I can replace it with a thriving industrial town, give them all some lovely new houses, and of course, give the villagers some employment. The problem is, of course, in order to do that, well, we must destroy the old to make way for the new. Meaning all the villagers over here will need to be temporarily relocated and then brought back in the future. So don't panic, Johnny. Also, last episode we made this, and I was struggling with a way to turn off the drills. And it turns out there's a very simple solution. And what I actually need to do is just make myself some contraption controls. So if we have a quick look at this and see how they work. So basically it looks like we can use them to actually toggle on and off different things. Look, so whatever it's attached to, it would seem. And we can also put filters on so we can control the different things. Although we've only got drills, so that should be absolutely fine. And that's going to do exactly what we want without having to drive the train backwards everywhere. So let's quickly do that before we get started with anything else today. I think just there will be absolutely fine. So if we have that powered, in theory, it shouldn't lay rail and it shouldn't spin our drills. So if we move forward still, yeah, look at that. Perfect. Although I did break a bit of the track here. Let's fix that. But yeah, that's exactly what we want. Amazing. While I think of it, we're also going to name this train, and we had a really good suggestion from that guy 7669, and it's just that boring train, which I think is fantastic because it is, of course, just a big boring machine. Boring as in tunnel digging. Okay, I'm not going to explain. But that's good. That feels a little bit more complete now. So let's crack on. The first thing we actually need to do is to make ourselves a bit more food. I've only got 25 hamburgers left, and I don't have much of anything else. So what can we rustle up? So, I have a problem. Not a big problem, but definitely a problem. When we were building the timber yard, we had to keep coming back here to use our different sort of just the small machines that we've got in here, and also to use the workbenches we've got in the basement down there. And there was a lot of going back and forth, and that's going to be quite annoying to do, especially when our next project is 4,000 blocks away. So to solve that, we're going to make ourselves a portable workshop of sorts. It's going to have power, it's going to have some of the basic machines, a bit like the starter house does, and of course it will have the workbenches we need, and even a little bit of storage too. So I got to thinking what would tie in nicely with this world as some kind of a portable workshop. And I got to thinking, and I came to the perfect conclusion. And that conclusion is, of course, we will build our workshop on an airship. So you thought I was going to say train, didn't you? But no, we're not going to build a train workshop. We're actually going to build one on an airship and attach it to a contraption so we can sort of move it around and take it where we need to go. And that means we can use it for building things where rail lines don't actually exist. Big brain beardy. So as cool as it would be to have a workshop on a train, it's just not really going to work for us. So yeah, I guess I've said it now, we're going to have to build an airship. But before we build the airship, I feel like we should build some kind of a platform type thing, something that can be used as a building platform, because we're going to be making contraptions throughout this series. And I think having a nice little platform here where we can actually build them and, you know, something with purpose is going to help fill out this area and also just keep things looking a bit tidier. So we'll keep this nice and simple. I think what I'll do is just put down a girder frame, and then we'll just set some iron blocks on the inside here, get some stairs in, and then we'll just fill out the platform with some tuff. Well, I think that works quite well. It's simple but effective, and it gives us somewhere to build our contraptions. Now, how to airship. So I have built airships before. I built this one on Truly Bedrock Season 3, and then I built the exact same one again on my Hardcore series, but turned it into a Guardian farm that time. This time, however, we're actually going to do something different. I don't wish to repeat that build ever again. Making that balloon at the top was just an absolute nightmare. And although I could make a schematic of it and bring it into the world, that's just a bit boring. That's not what we want to do. So instead, we're going to wing it, which is probably a terrible idea, but we're going to do it anyway. And the first part of winging any build is sorting out your inventory. So I need to dump off all the stuff that I've currently got, which should be easy enough. And there we go, it's gone. And now I need to select a block palette for this build. And to be honest, I am leaning towards the mangrove up here. Although, maybe I should go get myself some warped wood. I mean, dark oak and warped wood is an amazing combination, and I think that would look really good on an airship. But yeah, we don't have any warped wood. We just have a space for it. So that means we're going to have to go to the nether first off. Yay. Thankfully, we have our jetpack these days, so it shouldn't be too dangerous. Okay, so we need warped, and I believe there is actually warped not too far this way. In fact, there it is right there. Look at that. So I think the best thing for me to do is going to be just to grab a little bit of warped wood while we're here, but then we'll also take some stuff back so we can grow our own at home. Oh, this is a chonky tree. That was a nice harmless trip to the nether. Easy peasy. So let's just get ourselves a bunch of this wood. I've got a nice variety of the warped planks here, and I've got my dark oak, and I think I'm ready to start building this airship. And for now, we're just going to build it a few blocks above our little platform here, because once we attach it to a contraption, we can sort of move it higher up and then put a ladder on and so on, and do all the things we need to do. But for now, let's just build it here. So we'll start with a frame for the bottom bits. So if we just extend out the front here a few blocks, go up a little bit, and we'll just make a rough sort of bow shape here. And then we'll have the sticky outy bit at the front. I'm sure there's a technical term for it, but it's fine. We don't need to know that. Is it a bowsprit? Is that what it's called? Or did I just make that up? I don't know. I think that sort of shape should be fine for the profile. Now let's try and get the rest of the framework in. I think that's looking all right. Now we just need to connect it all up. Okay, progress. I think what we need to do now is sort of raise up the back bit here. That's really starting to take shape, actually. I like that. But to get a proper feel for it, I need to get myself some stairs and slabs and actually shape off all the edges here. Plus, we need to actually fill in all of the warped bits, which are pretty much just going to be going along here like this. And filling in all of these gaps. Oh, the jetpack is proving to be exceptionally handy here. Yeah, that's going to work really well, especially once we get it all textured up and we get the detail in. We get rid of some of these blocky edges with some stairs. In fact, maybe that's what I'll do now. And there should be plenty of space inside as well, which is good. Well, I've got some texture in on the boat. It's certainly coming together. I think this is going to work nicely. But what I should do now is probably get a deck on here. And I'll tell you what, I'm not too happy about how flat that front bit is there. So I'm wondering if maybe what we can do is kind of raise it up at the front here. So we've got a slightly higher bow. And then what I think I want to do is actually lower this bit here a little bit too. How does that profile look now? Yeah, that's looking much better. For the deck, I think we're going to use different varieties of spruce. I think that's going to work best for us. A few minutes later, and I've managed to get the deck down. It sort of tears up as you go along, and I have actually messed around with the outside here again as well. Turns out I didn't like it when it was thin, so we've actually got sort of two different types of half slabs here, and it just sort of gradually slopes up, and personally, I think that works a lot better, and I also got rid of the beam that was there. We still need some windows on this thing, though, and I think that's going to be the perfect spot for some there, but either way, we'll sort that out in a little while. For now, I've just been working out the interior, and as I say, getting all these floors down. And it turns out we have loads of space in here, much more than I was expecting. I wasn't supposed to make it quite this big, but we can work with it. Now we've got the basic shape down, I think I'm going to work on the propeller on the back, which is actually going to be create powered. This is where we're actually going to generate our power. We'll have a spinning propeller, and then we're going to have to work out the balloon. But yeah, we'll figure that out later. Does it show that I'm mildly concerned about the balloon? So the propeller, I think it should probably go around about there somewhere. Let's go get some windmill bearings and cogs and shafts and all those things that we're going to need. So the plan is to have a windmill bearing on the back here with a slab, and then if we attach sails to this, just like that, and then we're going to use the framed ones on the back. And then we'll build up some big propellers on the back here, but what I want to do is essentially have the propellers like that, and then have frames going around the back here, so we can generate lots of power, but it doesn't look like that, basically. I don't know if this is going to work, but I'm living in hope. Well, the good news is we can make it turn. That is very good news, in fact, because now it means we can just build this thing up, and it should work. Well, that feels like a good sail shape. I think that's what we're going to go with. But let's just mix in some of this grey concrete powder first, give it a little bit of texture, and I'm going to make sure we glue it as we go along as well, because I really don't trust myself not to. So I think I've glued all that bit together. Let's just test it out. Well, we haven't left anything behind. That's a good sign. Now we've just got to do that 3 more times. And a fairly short while later, we've got our blades on. They're spinning. They're even going in the right direction this time, unlike when we first built the windmill. But with all those frames on there, plus the wool we've got on there as well, because they also act as sails, that should spin nicely and produce lots and lots of energy for us. In fact, we can have a look. Look at that, 7,680. That sounds pretty good to me. So we will, of course, use that to put in the contraptions down here that we need, but for now, oh, I need to do the balloon. And apart from deciding that I think I'm going to make it out of limestone like that, oh yeah, you may notice I've also stuck the boat together. It's all sticky and gluey, which is nice, but a slight distraction. So yeah, I need to make a nice big balloon up here. I'm going to use the limestone, and I'm going to hope for the best. Really? That's pretty much all I can do. That's been quite painful so far, but it is coming along. I think it's looking pretty good, but could look a bit better. I mean, for a start, we need to get some texture into this balloon here, maybe get some in the wood. We need to get some extra details on, and I did try using some rope as well, which did also look quite cool. But then I glued everything together because I wanted to see if this would work as a contraption. And you'll be pleased to know that if I do this, and then pick it up, it disappears completely.
Who are you, who are so wise in the ways of science?
So it definitely works as a contraption, but the problem I do have is that for some reason ropes just don't superglue. You can't seem to superglue the ropes to anything, so although they looked cool, I didn't get to keep them, which is a shame because I quite wanted them, if I'm honest. I've also had to actually make the boat a little bit bigger because if we hop outside here, when I built the balloon, it was a little bit too far forward. So I had to do a little bit of jiggery-pokery and essentially just make the boat about 3 blocks bigger. And I don't know, it still looks a little bit weird, but not as weird as it did, which is good. So we now have a massive boat that we can kit out. We've got plenty of space down here for all the workshops and machines and things like that. But not only that, we do, of course, have a massive balloon. And if we go up here, look at all the space in here. This is incredible. But although there is a lot of space in here, we're probably going to try and avoid using it if we can, because, well, it is a contraption after all. We don't want to go overkill. I mean, we might have already done that, but we don't want to go any more overkill. And I'm also hoping that the way that I've glued all this together, anything else we add down here should already be in a sticky box. So we should just be able to place things and, yeah, we can see the green marks coming out. So that's good. So we should just be able to crack on, and anything we put down will just become part of the contraption. This is awesome, and I love it. But one thing I do want to do is raise its height off the ground now, because it's kind of actually hard to see exactly what it looks like because there's so much else going on around here. So I want to raise it right up in the sky so we can get a proper look. There we go. Now we can see it properly, and it definitely looks better when it's away from all the clutter from down there. But it also needs a lot of detail, it needs some lights, and it needs a whole bunch of machines. So I guess I should probably go craft all the things we're going to need for the next step. Well, I've got the basics, let's see if we can work out a layout. And the first thing I want to do is get in a speed controller, because I want to make sure that we've got full control over what's going on over here. And if we do it like this, then we can make sure we've always got access down here. So we have the mixer and the slicer that are going to be running on cogs. In fact, we've also got the millstone, which is going to run on cogs as well. So I do wonder, maybe what we can do if we bust a hole in the floor here. So for loading up the millstone, we should probably put a barrel in the floor there. Although that's not actually going to work, because what I need to do is put in a chute before we put in the barrel. And if I just move that doorway to the other side, that will hide that nicely as well. Then we need another chute below that and a barrel. We need a deployer for that one, and we need a basin for the mixer. Where's the mixer gone? There it is. Okay, good stuff. Now to get these powered, so if we put a vertical gearbox there, to be honest, to keep this cheap, I'm just going to use a bunch of cogs. And a shaft there. We'll crank the speed up to 256. We'll see how far we get with that. But yeah, I imagine we're going to have to turn that down at some point. And then what we'll do is just something like this. I'm going to need a gearbox there and a gearbox there as well. We want that like that. And if we put the depots down here, we should be able to get a mechanical press there, which is powered, and a deployer there. Look at that, and they're all running at full speed. And the last thing I want to get in here is a washer, but this one's going to be a bit more interesting because I need to make sure I've actually got space to be able to put in things. How are we going to do this? So that area there is where the water or lava is going to go, and we're also going to have to make sure we don't actually leave it when we dismantle the contraption, because the water and the lava, well, they won't get stuck. That will just get left behind. So we'll have this in here, but we'll have to be very, very careful with it. So if we go up here, where does that sit? Oof, it sits in a really awkward place as well. Yeah, to get that powered, it's just not really going to work, is it? I wonder. Maybe we can try putting it over the other side here? No, I don't think that's going to work either. We might have to do a horizontal one. So in theory, just something as simple as that should work. So I think that's all the machines we're going to need. Right, well, I've got a bunch of workshops. The question is, how do we fit them in? I suppose, how many do I have? 7? That's just awkward. So I think I have a plan for these workbenches, and what I might do is just some kind of a tiered system here. So we'll put the ones we're more likely to use near the front, and the ones we're less likely to use towards the back. Something like that. I mean, it's a little bit cramped, but at least they're all in. And then that means we can use this entire wall here for storage, which is good, because, yeah, we're probably going to want a reasonable amount of storage here. And although I doubt we'll use them, I've got the furnaces and smokers and things in as well. And we just need some lighting, so we'll stick one in the window there. I'd one in the corner up there as well, that's fine. And we'll stick one there. And, yeah, we've still got plenty to sort out up on the deck, but I think the lower deck is looking pretty good. Back here on the outside, however, I want to sort out the bottom of this boat. It's way too flat. So what I'm thinking is we'll use some of these half slabs here, and then we'll just apply warped wood here. In fact, we need to replace some of these ones here with dark oak. We're just going to bring this out one more row. And now, in theory, we should actually be able to improve the headroom in here. All right, looking pretty good. I think we're there on this floor. We've got all of our little basic storage. We've got all of our workbenches. And we've got the basic machines we're going to need. This is good. I still need somewhere to sleep, however, so we might put a bed in here, sort of disguised as a chair, probably. And then we just need to clutter the deck up here with a whole bunch of barrels and storage, get a bit of extra lighting in, and I've got a lot of detailing to do as well because, well, we need to sort out this. This just looks horrible at the moment. What with it being all one colour the way that it is right now. But not only that, I want to make this look a lot more steampunky than it currently is, and I should probably spawn-proof the roof as well with a bit of wool. But I want to stick a bunch of stuff to the outside here. We'll get some spinning moving bits, we'll get some lights hanging down, we'll probably get some ropes hanging down from here as well, although we're gonna have to use fences, what with the ropes not actually sticking. So basically, I've just got to run around and decorate this thing and make it look awesome. But before I do any of that, I want to make sure that the things I've put in there, I should have actually had my jetpack on for that, but I want to make sure the things I've put in there are stuck to it, and hopefully they should be. Oh, something's been left behind. What's that? Okay, just a few entities that I had floating around. But this is good. We've managed to clear up the whole airship. And if we re-solidify it, everything's looking wonderful. Excellent. Right, well, I guess it's time to crank on some funky music and get this thing looking good. Well, I think I'm just about done over here, and I am loving how that's come out. We jump into free cam here so we can have a proper look. I've used lots of fences to have sort of dangling ropes. We've also got some shroom lamps here with jungle trapdoors, which just add some nice lighting to it. And we've also got some sort of dangly lights hovering around the outside too. I also managed to get a bit of texture in the top there. We've just got some cut limestone. That's all it really needed. I did try to mix in some other blocks, but it just sort of stood out too much. But I think that works nicely. Up on the deck here, I've just put in lots and lots of barrels. We've got a few plant pots and things like that as well, so we can use this as a dumping ground if we need. But to be honest, it's mainly just for looks and to keep the deck looking a little bit more cluttered. I also got rid of the central mast as it's not really needed on an airship, and it did look a bit weird, to be honest. It made it look too rigid. But that also gave us space to be able to hang some lights, which looks pretty cool. Up the top here, I've used a water wheel as a steering wheel. I did try with a flywheel, but it was just too big, really, which was a bit of a shame. And in here, we've just got a few bookshelves, my bed, and the storage just carries on all the way down. Although one thing I do need to do is get a storage controller in, so let's quickly go get one of them sorted. So we'll just get that in here, and hopefully that's going to lock all of our drawers. They should all be attached. Excellent. So look at that, we have ourselves a tiny portable base. How awesome is this? What I should probably do, though, is check that I actually stuck everything down. I think I did. I tried to be quite careful with it, but I guess we only really know by trying. Oh, amazing. First time. Woo! That makes me incredibly happy. I mean, it's taken me 2 real-life days to do this, but it's going to save me so much travel time in future. And if we decide we want a fleet of them, we can just use the schematic cannon. I saw ya. Fogging at me. Let's just ignore them, shall we? And I've completely lost my train of thought now as well. So let's just skip ahead to the next bit, because I can't remember what I was saying. Oh yes, that was it. There's still one thing missing from this. We need ourselves a mascot. And if I remember correctly, right at the beginning of the series, we came across some monkeys, some tiny, tiny little monkeys, capuchin monkeys or something like that over in the jungle. And I wonder, can we turn one of those into a pet and have ourselves a little pet on our vessel? I mean, how awesome would that be? And although we could jetpack over there, I think it's about time we took Dill out for a ride. Come on, fella. You've been trapped in there with all those animals for ages. It's not good for your health. And running on rail tracks probably isn't good for anyone's health, but let's just quickly skip past that. Let's go find ourselves a monkey. Aha! A monkey. So the question is, which one do we want? Oh, he's quite active. He came over to say hello. Come on then, fella. Will you be my friend if I keep giving you bananas? What are you doing? Okay, he's following, staying, wandering. Oh, amazing. So if I set him to follow me, is he my pet now? He doesn't seem to be following. It does say that I'm the owner at the top there, though. Well, I think they're a little bit bugged out because he's supposed to be staying and he's just bouncing around all over the place, but laying on the floor. This is just weird. What is going... Oh, I didn't mean to punch you. I'm so sorry. Ow, I'm so sorry. I deserve everything. I'm so sorry. Okay, are we friends now? I think we're friends now. Were you only pretending to be my friend before? Right, so now you're following. Are you actually following? Yes, you are. Right, okay, well, that was just weird. I think it bugged out a bit there. But look, we have a monkey. Amazing. Now we just need to get you all the way home. We can do this. We'll look out for each other, okay? And don't worry about Dill. He'll find us. It's okay. Oh, you're going to need a name and everything. I'm very excited. We got him home safely. Amazing. We can make him sit. Look how cute. Oh, I love him. You want to come see my new boat? Say, look at this. How cool is this place? Oh, wait a minute. You should have your own little bed. How about we give you a nice little seat in the corner. And if we make you stay, we push you into the seat. Welcome to your new home. And our cute little monkey friend is, of course, going to need a name, so please do let me know your suggestions in the comments and we'll get something sorted for him. The last remaining thing to do on this airship is just to add a little bit of stock of various items. Because we have all this storage here, which is pretty much going to be used for just holding all of the variants that we get from these tables, but we are going to need some base resources as well. Mainly just some woods, some stones, a few torches, a bit of food, you know, stuff like that. But I've been smart and made myself a little checklist here, so we're going to quickly grab everything we need, get all that sorted out and give everything a home. But once it's stocked, we'll be able to take it over to the new location and we should, hopefully, have everything we need to at least not have to keep coming back here. I mean, we're bound to forget something, let's be honest. Right, well, I think we've got a reasonable amount of stock. Hopefully, everything we're going to need moving forward, apart from some cobble, actually. Let's quickly grab some of that. There we go. Let's get a bunch of that in. And I think we're good to go on our first adventure with our boat. So let's pick this up here. Grab these. Oh, okay. I've already done the lava thing. I almost killed me monkey as well. I'm sorry, buddy. That was very not. What's he got? He's on my shoulder. Oh, how amazing is that? Right, I should probably get rid of this lava before it becomes a problem, shouldn't I? There we go. We'll just wait for that to flow away. No! No! I haven't got any water. I haven't got... Last episode, I built an airship packed with contraptions, storage and workbenches, then put it in my pocket and killed a monkey. This time I take the workshop to our new project location, relocate some villagers, and build our first steam power plant. Before we can do much of anything though, I need to replenish my stock of granite and andesite because we're going to need them for our next build. So let's dive down into the mine, power up our mega drill and destroy the underworld. So let's just put this down here. We'll put it on the contraption briefly just to make sure that it's placing cobble, and it looks like it is. That's good. It's got plenty of rail and torches. I think we're good to go. And because of the sheer size of this thing, we should only need to run it for 5 to 10 minutes and get what we need. Although I probably should have sent it off that way. Look, that's what I need. Granite. Ooh, rare diamonds. I think that should be more than enough. Let's get all of this and take it back home. What's all of this? That's scoria. Ow! Oh, geez, there's loads of stuff here. Let's just leave that behind. Oh, jeez. Scared the life out of me. Let's just put a few torches up here, shall we? Let's see what we've got. There's a reasonable amount of granite. Oh, look at that. There's loads of granite. Yeah, we're going to be absolutely fine. So let's just quickly empty all this into our backpack, and then it'll be easier to put into storage. Oh, no. No. And we did quite well out of that. We've got loads of resources, but most importantly, we've got about 5,000 granite and almost 3,000 andesite, and that's going to be very handy for us. So let's grab this and go. So with the resource gathering done, I think we're actually good to go. So let's grab our airship. I don't think that's ever going to get old. And then we're going to wait for the train. Although, we need to go to Stone Valley, so 8 minutes. What have I done to myself? Although, instead of that, we could just take our really ugly little contraption train instead. So let's do that for now. And just as the sun sets, we've got here. I do love the landscape around here. Shame about the buildings. First things first, let's jump up here and survey the situation. In fact, I think I'm going to put my skyship up here because then we can stand on that and have a really good view of the area we're going to be working on. There we go. That's how they know their doom has arrived. I joke. We're not going to kill any of them.
Don't be suspicious. Don't be suspicious. Don't be suspicious. Don't be suspicious.
But from up here on deck, we've got a wonderful view. So the beauty of this is we've actually got a vast area to be working with. We've got the bit over here where all the villagers are, and we've got this bit on this side where the villagers aren't. However, I want to be building a power plant, and I think I want to put that fairly central, which means we're going to want to clear an area around here somewhere. Which means these smaller buildings here, they're mainly bounty boards by the looks of it, so that shouldn't upset too many people. And this house here, that's going to be a problem. And also that thing, whatever that is at the back. Is that a statue? But luckily that area doesn't seem to be too populated. I don't see any villagers milling around, which may or may not have something to do with how far away I am, but we'll see. But we definitely need to clear out an area, do a bit of landscaping, and prep the ground for a massive power station. So let's go see if there's any villagers in that area to relocate first. Anyone home? Well, it doesn't look like it. This is potentially a bakery or a food shop of some kind. But there doesn't seem to be too much of interest in here. So with that in mind, we may as well make our lives a little bit easier. Gonna make quick work of this. Off you go. I mean, the drill's not quite tall enough, but still, that's fine. But if we send the drill back that way, that should take care of the rest of the house. Right, well, that's one building gone. Now to take care of the rest of this area. I had a lovely relaxing evening last night just doing a bit of terraforming, breaking some blocks, and now we've got this lovely area down here. I've also sort of shaped the cliff down here as well just so it looks a little bit tidier, but that's an area that's probably much bigger than we currently need, but it kind of sets the tone for what we're going to be doing. But we'll end up with a few sort of terraced areas. There'll probably be another one here, there'll be another one down here, and so on as we go through the build. But for now, we're just going to work with this. But if we're going to build a power plant, I'm going to need to get myself lots and lots of create things. Because that's the one thing we didn't put on this boat is all of the create stuff. Because, well, it would just take up too many slots. Maybe I could, like, bring a backpack or something and have a create backpack. That might work. But either way, we don't have anything with us now. So we're going to head home again, grab everything we need, and hopefully build our first Uber power plant. And by Uber, I mean for once we're not actually using water wheels. Crazy, I know. I've grabbed a bunch of things I'm going to need in order to be able to make this power plant, but there's one thing I still need, and that is some blaze burners, which means I need to break into here and get myself some blazes. So which one's the blaze spawner? This one! Go, 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 go! And then we're gonna escape. That was actually quite painless. Excellent. And we've now got 35 blaze spawners in total, so that should be more than enough. And I think we're finally ready to head back and start this build. And thanks to our airship, I'm hoping we won't have to make this journey anymore today. So I'm back on the boat, but there's still some things I need to make. And I decided to make them here because, well, these machines actually run quicker than the ones in my starter base. And as we're making a steam-based power plant, I'm going to need lots and lots of copper sheets because I'm going to need a buttload of fluid tanks, and I also need to make lots of steam engines, which means I need golden sheets as well. And then I need to make a buttload of barrels, and then wrap those in copper sheets to get the fluid tanks. We're going to make 32 steam engines. It's going to be a big old power plant. We're going to need 32 mechanical pumps, and we're going to need a couple of mechanical arms as well. Oh no! I didn't bring any kelp, and I need to make more brass funnels. Ah! Right, now, where were we? Brass funnels. Yes, some of them, please. And I think we should now have everything we need for the power plant, apart from the foundation blocks. And for that, we're just going to make some tuff again, because we love using tuff for foundation blocks. And I don't know exactly how big this is going to need to be, so we're just going to have to wing it, I guess. Let's just start placing some blocks, build up the power plant a little bit, and we'll figure it out from there. So I'm hoping something around this sort of size is going to be big enough, but I guess there's only one way to find out. Let's get this platform filled in, and then we can start placing the actual power plant blocks. I think that should do nicely as the starting platform. So now we want to start building up the power plant here, and I do have a bit of a plan in my head, but we'll see how this goes. What we're going to do is have 16 blaze burners there, and then another 16 on this side. So a basic steam engine needs a few things. We need to give it heat, which we'll do via these blaze burners. It needs a tank to store water. It needs a way for water to get in there, so we're going to need pumps, and then you attach a steam engine to it like that. And once you attach a shaft on the end, you get this. This creates rotational power once it's all up and working. However, how much power it produces and how many of the steam engines you can apply to each tank depends on how much heat it's got, how big the tank is, and how much water it's got. So we could actually make these 3x3, but I think they're going to be a bit big for what I want to do sort of design-wise. I think the 2x2s are just going to work a lot better, but we'll build each one of these up to a reasonable height. In fact, I think we're going to do these to 8 blocks, and we just need to do this 8 times. Now what we're going to do is put all the boilers on, get the shafts attached, and then we'll just attach these together with cogs so they should form one unit. So now we've got the heat sorted, the next thing is water, and I wonder, can you waterlog pumps? You can. Okay, this is good. But with the knowledge we can actually waterlog those pumps, I've got a bit of an idea. So if we make ourselves some frame glass trapdoors, and then create ourselves a little bit of a shelf here, can we get away with just having pumps like this and having this whole thing here as a water reservoir? I wonder. And if we flood all of these, it should just keep flooding into the middle and create an infinite water source here. And then I guess we need to get power to those from up here. I wonder, could we maybe do something like this to get the cogs facing the right way and then literally just bring them down like that? I don't see why that wouldn't work. In fact, in theory, that should be enough to create passive power if we just get a bit of water into some of these tanks to kickstart it. So if we just create ourselves a little infinite water source down here temporarily, get ourselves some pipes, a couple of cogs, and a hand crank, and let's turn that round the right way. But if we have a look, we can see it's got a tiny bit of heat because these do produce passive heat even when you haven't actually loaded them up with any fuel. The size is good enough, but it doesn't have any water. So in theory, when I start spinning this, once we get enough water in there, it should sort of start pumping all the rest of them. But I don't know. Let's try it out. Keep spinning that. Okay, we got an advancement for the powerhouse. Is it working? It is. Look at that. So that's all going to be self-powered now. So the water's being pulled in from there, which is good. So the levels are quite low at the moment, but if we feed these guys some fuel, I don't really have much of anything, so wood's going to have to do for now. But if, for example, we do this, that should start spinning a lot faster. Yeah, look, the water's climbing up. Awesome. So we do need to sort out a fuel situation for these, and I do have a little bit of a plan for that, which hopefully is going to work. But as long as we don't overstress the system in the meantime, we shouldn't need the Kickstarter anymore. That should just keep running. So, fuel, plan, right. Let's see here. So what we're going to do for fuel is bring it in on a belt this way, store it in a box, and then we're going to have it so that the mechanical arms here can sort of grab it and use it as needed. And then we'll have a secondary conveyor belt going out this way, which we'll need to refill, because we're actually going to be using lava for the fuel. So we need to empty and refill buckets, essentially. And the first thing we need to do to make that happen is to get power down the bottom here. So we'll stick another cog on the end there with a vertical gearbox and many, many shafts. That should do it. So we've got power here, but we need to get it over here into the middle. So let's work out this layout first. So we need a belt on either side. Then we're going to need a barrel there. Lava buckets come in that way. And then if our arms are going to be, for example, there and there, maybe let's use a couple of depots. Although we're going to need to power that. So maybe we're better off moving all of this over a block, getting those depots down. We'll have a couple of funnels there, just so this one can pick up from there and this one can pick up from there. Then they've both always got access. Don't want them getting under each other's feet now. Let's just quickly chuck in these belts so I can see what I'm working with a bit easier. So if we have another barrel there for taking in the empty buckets, so let's put a filter on that one. Eject those onto that belt. And I guess these ones here can just go like that, and then they'll sort of rotate round. As long as we're filling up the empty buckets with lava around here somewhere, that should be fine. But now we need to get power over, and I think the easiest way to do this is going to be to go underground, probably. So let's just dig out a channel here. If we put a vertical gearbox in the top, shafts there. We want another vertical gearbox there. More shafts, normal gearbox. More shafts, a vertical gearbox. Oh, no, that needs to go one over. Let's put that there and connect that up. And apart from the fact the belts are going in the wrong direction, that's perfect. And in theory, that should work. So lava buckets come in here. They get ejected onto the deployers. The mechanical arms are going to pick them up from a deployer and then feed them to one of the blaze burners. And then they'll put the empty bucket in there. That will go back round. Brilliant. Now we just need a whole buttload of lava. So for the lava, we're going to need some massive tanks, I would imagine. Which means I need to smash down a whole load more copper. I need to make a lot more of these. Because I probably want to have a good, 2, maybe 3 tanks here, just rammed full of lava. And then what we'll do, for example, is have a spout there. Get some pipes on, and we'll probably just have that going like that. And then that should keep everything fed. We just need loads and loads of these. So I guess I'm going back to crafting again. There we go, plenty of lava storage. Next problem, lava. Where are we going to get the lava? So we have a couple of options, really. We could do a dripstone lava farm, use cauldrons and pump it all in that way. Or we could do something a little bit different, build a train and grab it from the nether. And I don't know about you, but that sounds like a lot more fun to me. Now, let me think about this. If we're going to be bringing lava in from the nether, we're going to need a rail line first off in front of this bit here. So we'll just bring that out to there for now. So the train's going to come in. It will pull into this sort of area. I wonder, we could actually make quite a big building and have it sort of extend out over this side as well. And then have the train actually sort of pull into the building, offload its lava, and then carry on. The problem is, where's it gonna carry on to? I mean, I'm thinking what we could do is literally just send it sort of into the cliff here. So let's just carve a little bit out. Oh, and you may notice as well, the textures are a little bit different. I went on Vanilla Tweaks and just added a few texture packs just for small things like sides on the grass, and the dirt has the occasional bit of sort of gravelly stuff in it. It just helps make it look a little bit nicer. But let's not get distracted with that. Let's get some rail down. And I'll tell you what, it might be worth bringing the old boring train up here, you know? But essentially what we need to do is send it into the mountain, into a nether portal, and then it wants to come out of that nether portal and then come around this way. So we could just do this as a big loop in the mountain, and then that also gives us the freedom to sort of expand upon it, maybe connect it to the one down there at some point in future. So I guess I need to dig a big old circle in the mountain. As long as I can get this first bit of rail down, though, I can just use the train to dig it all out. So for now, I can probably get away with just digging a little 3x2 tunnel here. A short while later, I now have a rail that loops all the way around. We have a tunnel entrance here and another on the other side. Obviously, they need to be made to look better. But this loops around to a big tunnel on the inside. And what we want to do here is put in a portal. So we'll make it a nice big one so the train can fit through just fine. So let's go see where this ends up. Okay, we're on a nether waste. Is there a lava lake? There is. There's one straight down there. Amazing. So that's what we wanted. We wanted infinite lava. This is good, but what we need to do is move our portal. Ideally, we need our portal down here, so we're much closer to the lava. Then we can just grab what we need. Right, so I've got all the rail hooked up. You can see how it's glowing at the edges there. That means it's going to continue on the portal on the other side in the overworld, and I've just got a loop going round. However, we will of course need to build like a little pump system and a lava pump and whatnot. And if we're clever about it and turn on some chunks, what do we got? Okay, so if we were to do it maybe off this edge here somewhere, and as long as we make sure we build everything inside one chunk, what we can do, because we've got FTB chunks here, I can actually just select that and set it to automatically force load. So yeah, this bit will always be loaded. That means when the train comes in, we can still scoop up the lava. Well, the other option actually is potentially we could do it on the inside of the track here. Then we're even more inside the chunk. But we won't worry about this side of things just yet because, well, we haven't even built a train yet, so we don't know how to attach anything, and that means we need to go back to the overworld. I do like the glowy track though, it looks cool. Now we've got all that established, the next step is literally to build the train, I think, because until we get the train, we don't know how we're going to hook everything up to here. And then we're, of course, going to need to do the same thing on the nether. The only problem with that plan is I don't currently have a plan for this train. So I figured it would be best if we came back here, set up at this station over here, and just kind of built it where we've got access to our full storage area, because I don't really have a clue where to even begin with this. I suppose maybe some train casings would be good. And I think as it's going to be a train that's going to the nether, we'll go with some darker colours here. But now we know it's possible. Once we have built a train here, at least we can turn it into a contraption and just move it. So let's get this one onto a different line and create a new train. So I guess we'll build the engine first. That makes sense. And I don't want this train to be too big, so maybe just something like that. Why does it always have to rain when I'm trying to record? Dang it. So I think with this one, we're going to try something quite different for the engine style. So maybe something a little bit more pipey. I'm sure that's a real word. And maybe some shafts as well. I need some brackets. So maybe a bracket at the bottom there and one on either side at the top. Then we'll get a whistle at the back here. Just going to have a little play around with the pipes at the front here. I wonder if we can do something cool. Okay, we're making some progress. I'm liking how this is going so far. Maybe another bracket there. Let's work out the cab area. Well, I'd say for an engine, that's looking pretty good. It's a little bit shorter than our normal ones, but it should work well. Next up, we need to sort out a tender. And we're going to make heavy use of chutes on this one, I think. All right, looking good. We've got a tender, we've got the train. Now we just need to build the carriage that's actually going to hold the lava. So I'm making some progress with the lava container train over there. We'll have a look in just a moment, but I need some more iron sheets because I'm actually using plows for the roof here. So if we just stick a few more of these on, I'll show you where we're at, but it's looking very lava-y, very nethery. I like it so far. So let's get these on. Oh, I need one more. There we go. And I'm thinking literally something as simple as that for the lava train. I don't think it needs to be any more. We've just got 2 containers on there that are going to take in all the lava. And then we've just got some supports and beams and other pipes and bits on it. Nothing too splashy, but it should work nicely, and it really does look nice with the whole train. But in order to load up the lava, we need to make some things that I don't have. I don't even know how to make them, actually. And it is these portable fluid interfaces. And these work the same way as the item ones do on the other trains, but they transport fluid. It's kind of in the name, I guess. So if we just put one of these on the top of each tank, although technically I think it doesn't matter where on the train I put these, but I'd like to do it from above for this, I think. And other than a seat and some train controls, and rain again, classic. But once we get a seat and some train controls in, we're good to go. So train controls there, and a seat here. Now I just need to glue the whole thing together. Okay, I think I've stuck it all. But then I've also said that before many times in the past and left bits of my train behind. So let's see, shall we? And as usual with my amazing naming, we shall call this the lava train. Oh, we've already got a driver. You're keen. Get out of it. Right, let's see how much we've left behind. Oh, hello. We didn't leave anything behind. That's a first. Right, so let's get this parked up, disassemble it again, and then we'll turn it into a contraption. Let's just grab it from here. So has that just got the one carriage? It would appear so. Okay, I guess we're doing this 3 times. Not a problem. Now let's go get this train in position, and we can see what we're working with over at the power plant. So first test, should we drive this into the nether? Let's see how this works. I think it goes well. Okay, so how does this work? Whoa. Right, okay, so we're literally in the nether and I've just run over a load of piggos. They don't seem angry with me though, this is good. And then, oh that's cool, the way it sort of disappears. It seems to disconnect us from the contraption controls every time we go through, but that's okay, it'll be a mob in here soon. So if we were to have the station here somewhere, then we can grab lava out of that pool there. I think that'll be the best bet. But let's sort out the overworld first. So, same thing, I guess. We need to figure out where about we want the platform to be. Or where the station needs to be, I should say. Right, so if that's where we're feeding stuff into, maybe I should work out where the building's going to go first, and then figure out where the train's going to go. That'll probably make more sense. Let's just get this out of the way for now. So first things first, I should probably lay out the other half of the foundation if we're having this as an indoor thing. And then figure out the shape of the building. There's every chance you're about to see a beardy time-lapse while I build this. Well, we've still got a way to go, but we're certainly making some progress. I'm loving how this is coming together so far. Although, maybe we should get some windows in the roof here. I think that would be quite good. But most importantly, I've worked out where the train station needs to be. It's actually kind of sticking out right out the front here. We will relocate the actual box. But that means we've been able to line up the pipes over here as well, and they're going to go into 2 fluid tanks here and here, and then that's going to spread out into the other 4. We're just going to have lots and lots of lava, all being ready to be fed down there. My hope is that we can get lots and lots stored up, and then when the train comes back at some point, it's only going to leave this station if it's empty. So yeah, it will mean at some point the train will stop going round and round, but then it will set off again just when it's empty. And I think that's going to be the best way to do this. So we've still got a bit of work to do. As you can see, I do need to get myself some more of these fluid tanks. We've run out again. And I need to sort out the rest of this interior here as well. And lastly, I've also got a display board up here. So we're going to use this to sort of read how much power we've got coming through, how much we're using, how much we've got in total. And we're probably also going to read a couple of the lava tanks, just so we know a little bit about what's going on with the lava. But before we do any of that, these doors. I want to try something with these doors. So if we make ourselves a mechanical bearing and grab ourselves one of these valves, and then glue this door together, so up to there. So I don't want this to be a fully automated door or anything, but what I would like to do, if possible, let's put that on the right way round. What I would like to do is just have the door, you know, slightly ajar. So let's just change the angle here. Set this to only place when the anchor is destroyed. And something like that. Look at that. We've just got a door on the wonk. Perfect. I think that's exactly how I want it. I don't want the doors to be opening and closing all the time, and I think that just gives it a little bit more life. So next job, I need to get some more tanks, and then we need to get all of this piped up and connected. And then we need to go into the nether and make sure we can actually collect the lava as well. So yeah, we've got a few jobs to do here, but I do want to get the factory up and working. It's not a factory, it's a power station. So I made a bunch of copper sheets and barrels to get more tanks, added a few pipes and some power, and got everything in the overworld ready to accept, store, and use lava. I then made a couple of hose pulleys and a few other bits and bobs and headed to the nether to create a lava collection point for the train. Surrounding it in a small framework and setting the train station, I was able to get this lava pumping into the train in no time. So I grabbed the driver, set a schedule, and waited patiently to see if my lava train would ever return. Oh, here it comes. And it has some lava. Amazing. It works. I just need to send it there for longer. There we go. Excellent. So we should now have lava in here, which we do. Now here comes the big test. If we put buckets in here, they're going to come out. Hopefully they should fill up with lava, get picked up by the arms, and then we should start seeing more power over here. Right, here we go. Are the arms going to do their thing? Looks like it, and they should speed up once they start getting a bit of power. Oh, look at that. Instantly speeding up. And they're depositing the empty buckets. Amazing. We have power. And that should just keep going round and round as long as we have lava. But the train should bring loads on its next visit, hopefully. So the next thing I want to do is to get this board working, displaying all the information. But for that, we're gonna need to go back to our starter base because I need to go get some things that we don't have here. What we're gonna do is make ourselves a couple of stressometers and make ourselves some of these. And then what we're going to do is remove those. So we've got the 2 stressometers in, and the reason there's 2 is because I want to display a reasonable amount of information on there, and I need more space. And having 2 just makes that easier, so let's get round behind them. So in fact, I think I'm actually going to do the lava storage ones first. So with these, we're going to go around the back here. We'll stick one on there, and one on there. Connect to the display link. We're going to be doing a lot of running around here for a minute. Put it on this one here. And if we put lava tank 1, percentage fill line, I think that will work nicely. That should be displaying on there, but it's not. Oh, I haven't connected it yet. Well, that was silly of me. There we go. Now let's just do the same for the other 2 tanks here. So next up, we're going to do the network stress ones. So we'll have available stress first with the remaining stress capacity. Then we'll have another line showing how much we've used. And look at that, we do actually have just over 500,000 stress units. And then we'll also add total capacity to the bottom, so the network as a whole has 524,000. That's awesome. And it looks like the lava's pumping, so our tank is going up. It's amazing to see all this working. But you may notice I'm also pumping lava into these tanks over here. And my thinking is we could actually... Wow, there's actually loads over here. But my thinking is we could actually use this one as somewhere else for trains to come and get lava to take it for use elsewhere. So a general lava storage facility as well as a power plant. Anyway, back to the sign. Let's do a quick bit of color coding. And I need my clipboard, which I believe, yep, there it is. I stuck it on the wall. So now we've got all of this working. The last thing we need to do around here is, well, tidy up and make things look a little bit nicer. This track looks horrible. The tunnel entrances look pretty rough, let's be honest. And although the outside's starting to look good, it still doesn't actually look good. And I think I'm just about done, for now at least. So I've got it embedded in the landscape a little bit better. I've just put some fences up around the outside for now. I don't know if I'm going to sort of add anything into this area or if this is going to end up being a footpath that links into other buildings, so I've just kind of left them empty for now. I've also got the inside here finished, and we've actually been here so long, we've filled up all of the lava tanks, and the train's not offloading anymore, which means it's no longer going to the nether, but as soon as we burn through some, it will of course resume its course. But I've also framed out the inside here a little bit, added some brackets and things like that, and just generally tidied up. On the outside, I've added a few signals, which, to be honest, this is the only train on this line, so they're not really needed, but they do add a little something, I think. And not only that, I've also sorted out the tunnels. They don't go all the way through just yet, I just don't have enough clay, but once we get this place up and running, we should be able to solve that. And you may also notice I've done a little bit of landscaping as well. I just cleared out a few more of the village buildings. All the villagers are being packed down here into this fenced area at the moment. It's fine, they're perfectly safe, they've got some guards. I mean, they've survived so far, so I'm sure it's fine. But that's going to give us some nice areas to work with on our upcoming projects. Now that we've got the power plant in, we should be able to power everything we need. We have all the power. But sadly, that's all we've got time for in this episode. I hope you've enjoyed it, and I'll see you on the next one. Bye-bye now. Last episode, I made a start at the new industrial mining town by building my first steam power plant. We also built a train that goes to the nether, steals lava from a giant lake, and feeds it into the power plant. This time, we built our first factory in the new district, and finally come up with a design for a narrow gauge train. And because past Beardy was feeling nice, we already actually have an area to build this. Which is great, because that means we can crack on and just start placing down a foundation straight away, although I should probably sleep first. And the first factory we build over here is going to be our cobblestone factory, because, well, there's a lot of things we can get from cobble in Create. Everything from sand and gravel to shiny things, and even quartz blocks, bricks, and things like that. And as such, the cobble factory is going to be the core of this area. Pretty much everything is going to feed from this one factory, which means it's probably going to need to be a reasonable size. So I guess I should start placing blocks and figure out where the foundation of this thing is going to be. A few minutes later and I've got a basic foundation down. I've actually just sort of extended it over the edge of this cliff here. I think that's going to look quite nice. And I've laid out roughly what I think I want to do with the build here for this factory. So we're going to have a cobble generator on this side, and then we're going to have lots of storage on this side, and potentially some outside as well. But as this world grows, I do need to start thinking about what chunks we want to leave permanently loaded, and I don't think the cobble generator is necessarily one of them. At least not permanently, but at the start we probably will leave it running for a few weeks. And with that in mind, we just want to make sure we've got lots and lots of space to store as much cobble as possible. I mean, I would like the option to be able to turn off some of these farms at some point. Now the question is, do I build the cobble generator first? Or do I build the building first? I mean, to be honest, cobble generators can be sort of jammed in anywhere, so maybe I should go for the building first. I've got an idea, I think, of how I want this to look and how these buildings are going to be connected. So yeah, let's maybe do the building first. And for this building, I am going to use granite again, I think, at least for this initial one here, but we're going to have other buildings scattered about, and they're going to be using different blocks, but I've got loads of granite, haven't I? So I think I'm going to use that for now. So let's get the cobble building up first. We'll start off just with a square, I think. Then I think what I might actually do is just have like a little slanty roof bit here, just have a bit sticking out the front, and then we'll just put a second floor up here. And then I think we're just going to have a sticky outy bit at the top here as well. How does that shape look? All right, I reckon once we get some roofs in like that, and then a little roof on top, that could work quite well. Gonna need some windows though. But for now, let's just get the rest of this building built up and then we'll slap a roof on it. Well, that's half the roof done, and I've got some window shapes in. I think that's going to work quite nicely. And I've put a big old door at the bottom here as well. Now, let's just get the other half of this roof in. There we go. We've got the basic shape of the building in. I think that should work quite well. We're going to have to sort out the landscape out the front here so it all links up nicely. And, of course, we've got a lot of detail to put in. But I'm not concerned about that just yet. What I want to do now is actually get the cobble generator in. And for this cobble generator, we're going to be using a design by Batsy. I highly recommend you check it out. I will link to that in the description. But we are going to need to adapt it slightly because I don't think it's actually going to fit in here on reflection. So I guess we're going to make a smaller version of it and possibly 2 floors. We could probably adapt it to do that, who knows? The important thing that we're taking from Batsy's farm is actually how it works. The scale of it and so on we can mess around with, but the contraption that makes it all do its thing is definitely something that I'm going to need help with. But before we can even start the build, we do need to head back to our main base, because we're going to need a bunch of Create components for this, stuff we haven't even made before. I don't even understand what half of it does, if I'm perfectly honest. but we're going to learn today. And one day we'll sort out these tunnels as well and get these looking a bit nicer. Maybe even later today, depending how this cobble factory goes. So alongside Batsy's tutorial, a schematic has been supplied. So if we do this, you can get that schematic. We'll just put it there for now. We can see what this thing's supposed to look like. And yeah, that's probably not quite going to fit in our building. So we won't be using the schematic cannon, at least not to build it. But we will use it for getting a component list for all of this. And then we'll just adapt that chamber there to fit our building and possibly do another layer as well. We'll see. But to get our checklist, if we put that in there and put the checklist in, look at that. We can see exactly what we need. Wonderful. So I'm going to get all this stuff together and I'll meet you back over at the mining town once I'm ready. So I'm hoping I've got everything here I need, and I've worked out that I need to start building it around here somewhere. And we're going to be building it in that direction. So I'm going to get this built up, and if you do want to see how all this works and have all the explanations and things, I highly recommend checking out Batsy's videos because, well, I don't really understand it very well and I'm not going to be able to do it justice. So I'll bring you back in once it's all crammed in here and working. Well, I have to say that was actually pretty painless in the end. Not that I really understand too much of what's going on, but essentially we have a contraption here that has got lots and lots of drills on it, which means we don't need to use up any of our power to actually power this thing. We just need it for the belt down here. But this basically just sort of goes backwards and forwards, and that's going to get all of our cobble. It's going to collect it directly into these barrels, and then that's going to get shot out super fast into a vault, which doesn't exist yet. And then there's all this clever redstone-y stuff down here that, yeah, I don't really get what any of that does. So as I say, do go watch Batsy's video for that. But in theory, if we just add some water and then some lava to this, we should be good to go. And conveniently, we have lots of lava here. Let's just borrow this for now. So we just need to flood this entire bottom level here with water. That should just about do it. And then we add the lava on top. And that is the last lava bucket. I guess all we can do now is turn it on and hope it works. So we haven't got the belt running just yet. We haven't hooked up power. But in theory, we should just be able to flick this lever and it should just start collecting cobble into these barrels here for now. Let's give it a go. Okay, well, it looks like it's working and doing its thing. There we go. It's getting into rhythm now. Well, that thing is working a treat. Look how quickly it's producing the cobble there. That is amazing. But now we know it works. What I need to do is sort out some storage for this thing. We, of course, need to make the building look nice as well, but we'll do that later. What I need to do now is route some power over here from over there. And that should be easy enough. We've just got to dig a few tunnels. So we'll start here, we'll go that way, and we'll get connected up over in that direction. But this is not exactly going to be thrilling to watch, so I'll bring you back in once we've got power up there. So we have this going at the speed we need it to now, nice and fast. It's going at full 256 rotation. And now comes the big test. Let's turn it on and hope for the best. And hopefully we should just see the cobble going in and out of this barrel here. So we're getting 42 cobble every few seconds at the moment. That's pretty good. But now we know it's working. For now, let's just get it turned off because we need to sort out the storage properly. And for that, what we're going to do is have a secondary building out here. I think we're going to have it sort of a few buildings that are connected. And we're going to ram it full of vaults because I really want the cobble to be able to back up. So I think something like that with just a few big doors should work quite well. Let's just get this built up. Maybe something that sort of shape could work? What do we think? Well, I think I'll run with it for now. I'll get a roof on top. We'll get some doors in, and then we'll see where we're sitting. I suppose I should probably also get some vaults inside here. But I think literally just jamming some vaults in like that is going to be our best bet. There will, of course, be big ones like this. I just need to make some more vault blocks. We don't have many available. But we can fill up this building with vaults, and then we've got lots and lots of storage for cobble. And then potentially even stick another vault or two out the front here that trains can come and collect it from. I think that's probably going to work best for us. But let's get a roof on, make some more vaults, and see what we can do. Progress is being made. We've got a roof on, we've got the vaults in, and I've even got some doors. But I need to put a hole in this door because I do want to have a vault out here that the train can come along and collect from. A train that doesn't exist yet, but it will. Ah, baby zombies! So I need to go to bed, and I need to set up a vault out here. Maybe a couple of vaults. Then if we just set up a couple of belts here as well, then let's get those belts powered. And some encased chain drives should do the trick here just nicely. And we just need some funnels. Excellent. So that should do the trick there just nicely. And I guess the next thing we're going to need to figure out is where the train is going to go, how it's going to get around. But we don't really have anywhere for it to go just now. So maybe we should save that bit for when we build the second factory, which will need cobble. We've still got a lot of tidying up to do around here, though. I've got a bit of a plan for this area, and I really need to sort out some texturing on these walls. They're looking very bland right now. So I guess it's time to play some montage music. That's enough of the dancing leggy bendy man. We've got a bit of a problem. So although I've made lots of progress over at the cobble farm, I broke my pickaxe. By that I mean I broke both my pickaxes.
That's the dumbest thing you could have said. What are you, an idiot?
What can I say? I got distracted watching Hornblower and I just broke them while I was terraforming, okay? I'm sorry! Don't know why I'm saying sorry to you, it's my problem. But basically, that means I need to get myself, some new pickaxes. So I'm gonna have to do a bunch of enchanting over here. I'm probably gonna need to go and see Raina and get some mending books as well, because I'm pretty sure we don't have any of those left. Nope, no mending books. So yeah, we're gonna need to go buy some of them as well. Oh, look at that! Second roll. That's amazing. Oh, and the fourth roll, we got that. All we need to do now, I guess, is combine these to make them efficiency 5. That was literally perfect rolls, and look how prepared I was. So we'll have Silky, and then we'll have Fortune-y. But sadly, I don't have any more netherite, so I guess we're going to have to go do a bit of netherite mining as well, because I do want these to be netherite picks, and to be honest, I'd quite like to upgrade my armor as well. This is a slight distraction from the build, but to be honest, I think I could use the break anyway, to be fair. And although it wasn't massively effective, we still don't have an endless supply of TNT yet, so I guess we're going to have to go with the nether drill again and just hope for the best. Okay, we've got our contraption. There's nothing else to do but head down there and hope for the best. And I guess we may as well just carry on going this way. It's got plenty of rail and redstone torches. Doesn't have any blocks, but shouldn't need any right at the start anyway. And we're good to go. Give it a nudge. I guess now we just sit back and let the drill do its thing. 20 minutes and 2 tunnels later, we've actually had much more success than we did the first time we were here. And we've got ourselves 9 ancient debris, which is enough to sort out our 2 pickaxes, but we're still going to be stuck in diamond for now. I get bored of mining for ancient debris very quickly. Now let's cook this up, get some netherite ingots, grab the smithing templates, and let's get these sorted. Right, all we need now is mending. Oh, it's Renee. It's not even Raina. I had it wrong the whole time. Look at that, they only cost 10 though. Thank you muchly. Stay safe, Renee. Now, let's just get mending on both these picks. And we're good. So, while I'm here, I'm going to grab a whole bunch of this. In fact, I think we're going to make a little bit more. And this is the narrow gauge rail, which is what we're going to be using at the top of the village sort of town area that we're building at the moment, because I want to have some minecarts running around that are going to be transporting items between the different factories. But yes, for that we need lots and lots of rail. So let's replace this box here temporarily. We'll also take this box of stone out, and then we'll get that loaded up with planks. And if we just take out that, and then put this here, and that should be making us some narrow gauge track. We'll just stick a quantify key on these so we can see how we're going, but I'm going to be waiting here for a moment. I guess I need quite a bit of this. Right, that should be enough for now. So let's head back and crack on. So this is where we're at with the build so far. It's still missing some details, but we're definitely making progress. I've tidied up inside here as well, so in the actual cobble factory itself, things are looking a bit nicer. We just need to get some lanterns up. And to be honest, I don't think I like these windows. We're going to get those swapped out too. But before we do any of that, I want to work out the rail system a little bit here. So if I go into FreeCam and look at the area, what I need to consider is there's a few things going on. So we need need to have a few different factories here that are going to be sort of making sand and gravel and other bits and bobs, and we're going to need a train system that basically sort of collects everything up from each of the different factories and then takes it off to a central storage depot, which needs to connect to the main line here. So we're probably actually going to end up with some kind of big storage warehouse underground. But for now, I just want to focus on how we're going to be transporting items between the different factories. We'll sort out the whole cargo thing another day. And to be honest, I'm quite liking the look of this mountain here. And what with this being a mining town, maybe if we were to build some kind of mine entrance over here and then have the tracks swooping down, going through this factory, and then from there, as we build up the area, we can loop it round all the different factories it needs to. I think that's probably going to be the best bet. So what I'll do is I'll get the first bit of rail in, the bit that's going to go from here all the way up into the mountains. And we're going to be using narrow gauge track for this as well. And you'll be pleased to know I finally have a decent design for narrow gauge. I mean, it's quite difficult because there's not many blocks to work with, but I think at least for this area, I've definitely got a design I'm happy with. So we're going to want this rail coming all the way over to here, and then we kind of want to swoop it out and round and then up the mountain. This is going to be an interesting one. First up, let's remove this wall and fence with our shiny new pickaxe and have a little look about where we actually want to put the mine entrance. So I do quite like the idea of maybe having it here, or is that bit a bit small? Oh, there's loads going on up here. I mean, I suppose we don't really want it that far back. What is this? Oh my. That place is beautiful. How have I not seen that before? It's literally the other side of the village. Oh, this place looks awesome. Look at that. Oh, we're going to have to do something with this area at some point. The thing is, we built our starter village in a bowl. If only we'd found this bowl. This is much better. Anyway, we're getting distracted here. For now, let's just find somewhere to have a mine go into the hill over here. And I wonder, maybe around here somewhere I think is going to be best. There's already a hole in there as well. Hello, zombie. So I think I'm going to do it here. So let's just make a sort of, well, I guess we just have the track going into the wall for now. We'll make a proper mine entrance later. So we'll have the track coming out here. And then I guess we're going to want some kind of a block that's going to sit under this. Maybe we should just use girders for now. But yeah, I reckon if we had the mine coming out of there, swooping down this hill and then going onto this bit, that's going to work quite well. And it'd be nice to see the minecarts going up and down. Although we're also going to need to have it going in a loop, so I guess it's going to have to go around here, go around all the factories, go back into the mountain, I guess. Then go to main storage and drop off everything, and then loop all the way back up and round and do the whole trip again. It's going to be a very busy train. Might actually need more than one, but let's worry about that later. For now, let's just get a buttload of girders. That should do us. As long as we keep the girders in our offhand, we should be good. So I guess let's start here. And then for now, we'll just connect that to there. But yeah, that's an incredibly steep corner. But hopefully, if we connect this up to here, I think what we might have to do is sort of create a different angled mine here. This is tricky. I'm going to play around with this for a while, and hopefully when I bring you back in, we'll have some kind of a solution here. Because that is not it. I think I've got a shape I'm happy with. It's fairly steep, but to be honest, it's kind of the only way that I've managed to get it to go up here. We've got a bit of a snaky bend at the top here, but I think once we build a nice supporting bridge, this should look pretty good. And I also still need to sort out the rest of the yard here, get the lights in, get some details on the building. So yeah, time for another mini montage. And then we're going to build a fancy little minecart train. A short while later, I think we're done down here with the cobble factory. Everything's looking a lot better. We've got big piles of cobble over here. I think that works quite nice. The framed blocks really do help to mess that up a bit. As usual, I've also got piles of barrels that just sort of cover up bits of contraptions and things like that, and just add a bit of interest to the area. And I've also swapped out the windows at the front because these ones were a bit intense, but I do like them on the side. So we've got a bit of a mix here, but I think it works. And around the side here, I've now got a sort of girder frame bridge type thing that's holding up the minecart track, and I think think that works really well. But with the outside all done, there's one last thing I want to do, but that needs to be done on the inside. And what I'm going to do is put an information board in here. And it does occur to me that in the last episode, I used some threshold switches, but I didn't actually explain what was going on with them and how they worked. But essentially what we can do is use them to read the contents of inventories. So for example, if we point that at this one here and then we open it, we can see that essentially it reads the threshold. So at the moment, we can see that it is actually 100% full. This is where it currently sits. And it can actually send out a pulse or a redstone signal when it gets to certain levels, which we are going to be making use of elsewhere. But for us, we just need them there so we can attach a display box to them. And we're going to want to read this vault as well. And in fact, I'm going to want to read every single one of these vaults. How many have we got? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 in total. So we're going to need to use 7 of these. But this one here, this sort of first vault, this one's going to be slightly different. Because what I want to do for this one is actually set a threshold switch and use it. So if we grab ourselves a redstone link, and if we put this redstone link on there, we'll give it a unique signal of cobble in the top, tree bark in the bottom. I'm not going to accidentally use that mix again. And then if we adjust this mechanism over here ever so slightly, so if we just do that, put that on the back of that block, that should start the farm up. And then we'll put a redstone link here with cobble and bark again, and crouch and click with an empty hand, set that to receive. What's now going to happen is when that vault gets to 75% full, so the very last one in the row, it'll turn the farm off because, well, we don't want to keep producing cobble when it hasn't got anywhere to go. But now we've got the threshold switches. If I select the display board, this is what we were doing last time with the lava tanks, but as I say, didn't actually explain what these things down here were. But then if we attach that and put Vault 1. We'll keep that as a percentage. We'll write that to line 1. And then we've just got to do that for every single vault. So we've got a bunch of information on the board. You can see how we're doing for cobble. I have actually just manually turned it off for now because this thing is loud.
Loud noises!
So my next step is to actually make the train, and as usual I have been messing— where's the station? There it is. I have been messing around in creative for this because trains are hard. We did wing it with the last train we built, the lava one, but with this one it's a lot trickier because it's a narrow gauge train and I wanted to make it try and look a little bit better than our previous attempts, which were awful, let's be honest. So first thing, let's maybe get rid of that creeper. So for this train, we're going to be keeping it very simple, but hopefully it'll look okay. And I've already forgotten what it looks like. Right, I've had a quick look in the creative world, and the first thing we need to do is to switch this out. We want that one there. We'll have a slopey thing there, a valve on the back. Gonna put the seat on there, vertical slab behind, brass ladders on the side, some copycat panels. We'll come back to those in a minute. Train controls, then a girder and a smokestack. And if I stick a temporary block there, we should be able to get one of these weird slopey corners on. Same on that side. Put some andesite bars in these copycat frames. Look at that. And that is our tiny steam engine. I mean, it's not perfect, but it's definitely better than what we had before. But now it's about to get better. So let's do the little trolley things behind it. So the first thing we'll put in is a storage interface. And we'll stick a barrel on that side. We'll crack out the frame slopes again. Get the framed slab edges on round here. Framed slope like that and that. Framed cube in the middle. And then we just need some cobble. Look at that. Oh, I love it. So simple, but it really is effective. And it's got storage as well. It can only store 27 stacks, but that's going to be more than enough. But this little train is going to be going around and collecting 5 different resources, so we're going to need 5 carriages here. So I'm just going to duplicate this 4 more times, and then I'll bring you back in. There we go. So we've got cobble, gravel, sand, scoria, and limestone, which are the things we're going to be producing in the first few factories, at least. And I've also swapped out the wheels, because these things looked ridiculous with those big wheels on. I've also glued it all together, and in theory, I should just be able to make this into a train now. And I'm clicking assemble train, but it doesn't seem to want to do it. And it's not telling me why. What's your problem? I mean, I'll be honest, I don't see any problems. Maybe let's just try replacing the station. I don't understand. Why can't I make you into a train? Let's try breaking that and see if I can at least turn the engine into a train. I can. But you don't like your bogies? Well, let's just try and connect it 1 carriage at a time and see what's going on. Okay, so that second carriage works. That one's fine. Still fine. Just got to be a problem with one of you last 2. That's fine. Is there a problem with the last one then? It's exactly the same as the others. I wonder. Okay, so I can assemble it as long as the track wasn't extended. I wonder if there's a problem with the track further back then. And this train is gonna need a name. Of course it is. I'll call it the tiny minecart train for now, but that could really do with a name. And I guess this is just the cobble factory, isn't it? That's easy enough. So let's reconnect this. And then I'm going to reverse the train all the way up the hill. Mainly just to make sure my track is in fact connected. And I think that's actually going to look pretty cool driving around. But it looks like we're connected just fine. So now we know where the train is. We just need to line up the collection system. So let's get some girders. I love girders so much. So our storage interface is underneath that block there. So it's at 2 heights. So we could put this one there. I think that's going to work. Yeah, look at that. That still connects. Excellent. And the fact that they can connect through things is just amazing. So let's just make this a little bit more stable. Now we need to work out how we're getting the cobble from here up to here. I have a feeling we might need to do it here. So we have a shaft there, then one up there, which will get connected. And then we're going to need more shafts. Then we'll connect that up to there, but I have actually run out of belts, so we're going to have to go get another belt at some point. We'll stick a single vault up there with an exit funnel from the vaults and another one there. In fact, if we make the vault too wide like that, I think that's just going to look a little bit better. I do, however, need a few more bits to get this finished off. I'm back with more belts, and I've got some andesite casing as well. That's going to be helpful. And I've got the encased chain drives. We're going to be needing them as well. Now to get this linked up to this. And there we go. That's all working. I've actually ended up linking it up round the back this way instead. And now the train's full. That has stopped. And it's, well, that's going to be sitting here for quite a while now because we don't have anywhere for it to go. But I like that setup. We're looking pretty good and the train looks cool too. We're making some good progress. And about an hour or so later, we're making even more progress. So I've put in the mine entrance over here now. I've only done the actual entrance bit. If we go in a little bit further, you'll see that it kind of trails off. We've just got a loop in here at the moment, but eventually this is going to connect up to the end of the track. It's going to be a big loop inside the mountain. It's going to be a lot of fun. But I like how this cave entrance has come out. I didn't put too much thought into it. I just sort of used what leftover frame blocks I had scattered around, but these little piles of mud and stone and bits like that do really make a difference. And I've also just given a little bit of thought to what the track's going to do over here, and I think because we're going to have another factory up the top there, it makes sense to have the rail go here, and we could just feed it from above. But we're going to tackle that the rest of next episode, because sadly that's all we've got time for today. I hope you've enjoyed it, and I'll see you on the next one. Bye-bye now. Last episode, I built a cobble factory in the mining district and a tiny little train to cart stuff around. In this episode, we make use of our newly found cobble wealth by building a second factory which is going to process it down into gravel. I also adapt my tunnel mining train to finally actually build my tunnels for me, because let's be honest, it's about time I did something about those tunnels. But first, I think we're just going to do a bit of landscaping over here. This is where we want the cobble factory, but I'm going to need to make some space for it. And the good news is that means the villagers get to live in their homes for just a little bit longer. They're all still safe and sound in their pen.
That's not right!
So I think over here what I'm going to do is probably put in a wall along here and just sort of raise the grass level to around here somewhere, and then that's where we're going to put our factory. Hopefully there'll be enough space up here, but I guess there's only one way to find out. Let's clear some room. So I swung my tools around for a while. I carved away some of the mountain to create a slightly bigger area. Then I built a wall next to the rail and raised up the other side of the grass to create a platform, and then made a small slope to be able to get up here. I then built up a foundation using tuff as usual, and then mixing in a few textured blocks, and that brings us to here. I think that should work quite nicely. This should be a big enough area to process gravel, and then we've got plenty of area for storage, and we can do some kind of a train loader down here. And because of the proximity of these buildings, it should be fairly easy for me to get cobble from this vault here into this building. So yep, don't see that being a problem. Probably just use a belt, to be honest. But it looks like my jetpack has just run out, which is not particularly helpful. And to be honest, I don't have any of the stuff I need on me to build this factory anyway. So let's go and empty our inventory, and when we come back, we can start planning out this build and working out how we're going to process this stuff. I have a feeling it's going to involve a whole lot of crushing wheels. So I've gone and collected some goodies, and mainly the vaults and the conveyor belt things. That's what we're going to need initially, because the first thing I want to do is actually work out where we're going to store the cobble up here before it goes into the factory. I was considering just having a belt coming directly out of there, but I think it's going to look better if we do something out the front here. It'll also give a use to this this space here, which is a bit wasted currently. So first thing I'm going to do is put in a couple of gearboxes, just because that needs to be going in that direction. But that looks like it's going to be spinning a belt exactly the direction we want it. This is amazing. Good stuff. And where's this need to come up to? Okay, that's good. Maybe a block too high. Let's just lower it down by one. Then what I'm going to do is just put a big old vault here. I think I might actually go for a max size one, which is 9 blocks long, I believe. Get those belts attached, and we can actually just use andesite funnels here. So let's save some of our stuff and put it there. And then we can just store a whole bunch of cobble in here, and we've always got backup for the gravel factory. This should be good. Although for the cobble to actually get up there, we need to put a thingy funnel type thing there. That should do it, I believe. Maybe we just need to get it moving a bit first. Okay, so if this one's blocked off, it's not sending them that way. Okay, that's a bit of a problem. Okay, there we go. Just had to give it a little kickstart by removing some more from the front here. But I have that set to round robin, which seems to do the trick. And if we put chain drives here and here, that should keep that thing loading up. Excellent. And then let's just make it look nice while we're here. Doesn't need much, just a couple of girders. And we should probably wrap the vault as well, because that's just what we do, apparently. Right, the cobble's doing its cobbly thing. We need to build a building, and then we need to build a thing inside the building. So what are we going to do with this one? Now, this top end of the village, I do want to stick with a similar theme to what we've got here. We'll probably use a different roof color on this one, though. We can't have everything looking exactly the same. And we're going to use bricks instead of granite this time. I know, what a change. I've still got a whole bunch of texturing to do, but I think this is a good enough place to start. At least start building the inside of it. I am hoping that the inside's going to be big enough, and I don't see why it wouldn't be, to be honest. We've even got a second floor, possibly even a third. And we're literally just turning gravel into sand, so yeah, I'm sure we've got plenty of space. I've also changed the way the vaults are sorted out here as well. I made a bit of a mess clearing it up and moving it round, but I think that's going to work a bit better for me. This one doesn't actually function, but it exists. I just thought it looked better, okay? But anyway, now we have a bit more of an understanding how things are going to be laid out and where the building is. I think it's time we start moving some cobble indoors and working out how we're actually going to crush it. And we will, of course, sort out the rest of the building in a little while, but just in case we do need to make it bigger or change anything, I don't want to go too far into the detail just yet. So we'll bring the cobble in from this side. So let me think about this. If we actually then send everything over to this side, then maybe what we could do is just have like a small vault here. I think I've got a bit of an idea formulating. In fact, let's get rid of the vault here. Let's make this belt a bit longer. Another belt in going up to there. I think I'm just going to play around with the layout for a little while, and then I'll bring you back in once we know what's going on. But essentially, we need to bring up the cobble, drop it into some wheels like this, and then we need to take it off somewhere else. That's basically it. That's all we need to be doing in here. But I want to be doing lots of it. And I kind of want to make use of the space as well. I'm not so concerned about the vertical space, but I'd like to make use of the horizontal space at least. Well, it's probably a lot bigger than it needs to be, and it's probably also not the most efficient thing in the world, but I like how it looks. But it's fairly straightforward. The cobble's going to come out of there. It's going to go along all of these belts. It will then go into here. I need to put a funnel on there. Like that. And then we have 7 lanes here where the cobble's going to come out, and just because I thought it looked cooler, I've kind of not done them all the same. And it also means we can use some of the space down here, but we've got these ones doing horizontal grinding and turning it into gravel, and these ones will do the same thing but vertically. But once it's all been turned into gravel, it'll then go into this vault here. What we then need to do, I guess, is take it from there, store it in a bunch of vaults across over here somewhere. Maybe we could actually extend the building. I know it needs detail and stuff, but even then, it's a bit square, a bit boxy maybe. So yeah, maybe we'll build a little storage building out here, jam a load more vaults into it, and then we'll have the sort of train collection area overhanging here. But before we go too far, I do want to make this look nice as well. So let's quickly do this. Looking good. And I think I want to get rid of that for now, and let's work out the power situation, because this is going to be a bit of an interesting one. I think the easiest way to get power over there is going to be from here. So let's use a couple of chain drives. Shaft, we'll stick shafts through the girders here as well and attach it to that. Connect all that up. And then we just need a gearbox. There we go. And it's going the wrong way. Okay, I guess we need 2 gearboxes. Let's jam another one in back here. Perfect. Right, so if we put chain drives in there and there, get that power transferred into this one, stick a gearbox in there, and a shaft, and that should do all of the belts. Look at that go. Ah, we used to do these ones. But if we get rid of that and stick in a chain drive, perfect. So we're looking pretty good so far. So the next thing to do is to get these crushing wheels powered, and I think if we just do that and then apply some vertical gearboxes, so under those 2, if I drop some cobble in here, is it going to get crushed? It is. Look at that. Now I just need to power the rest of them. So now it's the moment of truth. Will this create many, many gravel for us? Hopefully so. That one's producing sand. What's going on here? I'm so confused. Right, okay, let's turn this off. So somehow gravel is getting in the top here. Maybe it's the chutes that are the problem. Yeah, look at all this gravel that's built up here. Right, I've removed all the crushing wheels. Let's rejig this a little bit, shall we? So the first thing I'm going to do is just tuck these directly under the funnels. Although, wait a minute. Was it just because they were going the wrong ways? The stuff was dropping in, getting crushed, and then getting thrown back out the top, and therefore going in again. And then when I reversed the direction... Ooh. Yeah, maybe I don't need to change anything. Maybe it was fine. I'm going to quickly put it back how it was again. Jeez, making a right hash of this, aren't we? Right, so everything's been emptied. They're going to be going the correct way from the start this time. So in theory, this should all work. Let's just hope for the best, shall we? So let's just get the power back on. Open up these. It looks like we're just getting gravel. This is good. I don't see anything other than gravel. Yeah, okay, so it's just me being an idiot. Standard. But now we know that's all working, we can just start collecting this in here. And what I'll also need to do is grab another one of those threshold switches and have it so that when this gets full up, it turns off the machine. In fact, maybe I should do that now. So we're going to put the threshold switch down here. We're going to tell it to stop working when it gets to 90% full and start working again when it gets below 30, which by the looks of it, it is actually already full, which is surprisingly quick, actually. Wow. And then what we'll do is use the redstone signals again. So I guess this time we should use gravel and a stick to make it unique. Why not? Now, let me think about this, because what we want to do is make sure that these aren't running and all of these sort of crusher type things, we want to make sure they're turned off. To be honest, most of the belts as well. But then we want to make sure the belts over here don't get turned off. So I guess all that means is we're going to need to take another power line from the power station over, but that's fine. For this side here, I think it's actually this box there. Yeah, look at that, look. So if we just slightly adjust how this bit works, to be honest, all we need to do is move it over a block, and then we'll just put the clutch in between that. So that's all working again. And then this will work as our power switch for the farm. So if we set that to receive, should all turn off. Look at that. And that just means it's going to save us energy, power, ticks, and all the good things when it's not actually needed. So, storage out here. What are we going to do? I think I do want to extend the building. We can actually sort of shape the platform here out the front a little bit as well. Maybe stick another building in here. And then potentially maybe a vault or 2 over this side, which will then feed into the train. I think that's going to be the way to do it. But that means I need a whole lot more tuff to make another foundation, and I need to choose a block to make the side building out of. And the problem with that is, yeah, I've only got 53 here. So I did stock up the airship, but I've kind of used it all. So I guess we're going to go head home for a restock, and while we're there, I do need to get myself a new sleeping bag as well. I've absolutely no idea what's happened to mine. I've got a fresh sleeping bag and a bunch of tuff. In fact, I should probably use my sleeping bag. There we go, much better. So let's get another foundation down here, shall we? So what I'm actually thinking I might do in here is lower it down. So if we create some kind of an entranceway, we do have space here, I think. So if we put in a step here, for example, to maybe mix up the materials a little bit. So if we were to put a step/entranceway here, in fact, let's just do that 2 blocks wide. And then we'll frame it with these blocks as well, I think, just to make it look nice. But then what we can do is have some kind of an exit here. So just another conveyor belt that goes directly into more vaults that are stored here. So let's see if we can work out a little layout here. And it looks like I'm going to need a bunch more vaults. To the airship. And now we have all the vaults. Let's get some placed. So we'll have one belt that goes through the wall there. And it looks like I'm going to need to make myself some more funnels, but we'll sort that out later. Then this will transfer everything into this vault. And let's think about the train as well. So we're going to need another vault around here somewhere. Then I think I want to do something a little bit different here. So let's grab some temporary blocks here. And what I want to do is have this go up in the air a little bit. We'll just get all that connected up. So we'll just have it go across the top like that. And then we just need a couple of funnels. Back to the airship. So now we have funnels. We can start applying them. We need one there. And an andesite one. Outie. An innie. An outie. An innie. And an outie. So basically the andesite ones can actually absorb an entire stack, but they can only drop one at a time. So yeah, these ones are there to drop a stack, and these ones are there to just pick up whatever goes by, really. So the funnels are in. Let's just cover this in some andesite casings. And of course, some metal girders. Never have too many girders. Right, that's that all girded up. I guess we should probably figure out the rest of this building now, shouldn't we? Now we know what we're working with. Bricks. And I think shape-wise something like that is going to do the job just nicely. I need to get some windows in, I need to get some texture in, but it should work quite well. I've also tidied up the inside a little bit. We still need a bit more lighting. It's a little bit dark in some places. And through here, I've put in just a little stair set which goes up to the top here, although I need to figure out a way to actually get in, so I might need to move it all back a block, and yeah, we'll figure something out. But this walkway here is going to lead out onto the roof, just as a viewing platform. It literally has no purpose, but the roof looked a bit bland, and now it looks a little bit less bland. So yeah, a lot still to do to make things all look finished, but definitely working, and we're actually bringing the gravel all the way over to here now. This vault is actually full, everything is processing as it should. I just need to now work out where we're going to load up the train, and it is of course this gravel train here, but what I need is a station so I can park it somewhere properly, make sure it's all lined up, and then we'll just build up a little train loading thing. And speaking of train loaders, I did actually make some adjustments to this. When I was editing the last video, I realized I'd completely messed up how this was all connected. I needed the funnel to go directly into the storage interface, so now this will actually work. These portable storage interfaces only work if you tell them what direction things are going in, and by having this belt going in this way with a funnel, it tells it to load up the train. If this belt was going that way, it would unload it. By sticking it directly on a barrel, we're not telling it anything, so that was useless. We'll make sure we bear that in mind for this next one. But as usual, I've got an inventory full of stuff, but none of it's the stuff I need. So we're going to need a small crafting session up here on the airship, and hopefully in a short while we'll be ready to crack on. But it's starting to look very industrial over that side, but we really need to mix in some buildings of different colours, don't we? I think the small buildings we put here, and the one that's going to go in between sort of this rail loop here, which you may see actually I've carved through the mountain a tiny bit. But I think those buildings are going to be not brick buildings and not granite buildings, because otherwise we're just going to end up with a sea of weird orange colours, and it's all going to blend in, and that's not what we want. Anyway, enough waffle, let's make some stuff. So the first thing I should do is put down a station. So if we put it there, and I'll just bury it in the wall, I guess, that'll be fine. Now let's get this parked up properly and we can see where we line up. So we need to connect to here, which means we need a storage interface there. I think what I'm actually going to do is use a bunch of chutes here, take out this piece of the wall, then we'll just do that. Nope, not quite. We need to lower that by a block. So we'll put that one there, patch those with the belts. An input funnel, an output funnel, make it look nice. Give this a bit of support out the front here and on this side, and a bit of extra support halfway down, but I think that's pretty much all we need. All right, awesome. Now we just need to power that. To be honest, I do wonder if our best bet is just to do this and just stick a few cogs on. Look at that, now it's loading up the train. Amazing. I mean, not that amazing. It was fairly straightforward, to be fair. But I guess functionality-wise, that completes the gravel factory. I just need to make it look nice. But before we do that, we're going to take a small break from building, at least building manually. So we'll come back and finish that build later in the episode, but for now, we need to do something I've been putting off for like 5 episodes. And that is, of course, these tunnels. There's about 5 or 6 of these tunnels that go all the way back to our main base. And, well, as you can see, They look absolutely horrific. This is not good. This is not what we want. So we're going to upgrade the boring train and make it the exciting train. We're going to have it so it actually builds tunnels for us as well as digging them. At least that's the hope. So let's go back to our train yard, play around with a few designs and see what we can come up with. So this is the train we want to modify. I've just got to work out how. So currently we know that this is the tunnel size that we're working with, and well, actually most tunnels are actually too wide. So we're probably going to have to run the train down one side and then down the other. That should be okay, but the main thing I know is we're going to need a whole load of deployers. And we've currently got 2. Do we have any hands? We have 4 hands. Okay, yeah, we're going to need to make loads more of these. We've still got a buttload of drills though, that's good. But in short, my plan is to stick some extra drills on the sides here. So I guess the drill wants to be more like that shape. Jeez. And then what we'll want is to get rid of that. And then we'll have deployers here. No, they need to go back another block. We'll have deployers here, and then what they'll do is they'll sort of replace these blocks here. So essentially we need to make the tunnel 1 block wider, and then we need to replace that extra gap with the new blocks. But before we can do any more, I need to make loads and loads of these. So off to the workshop. In fact, let's get some stuff to make these with first and then go to the workshop. That makes much more sense, Beardy. A few minutes later, and I think I've got all the pointy fingers in the right place. So these ones here should place like this. This one here is going to be placing blocks here. So although it's a block behind, it's still going to be making the right tunnel shape. This one here should place here. And then these 4 should create the ceiling. So we should be creating the tunnel shape we want. I see, yeah. But the question is, what blocks do we want to use? And the answer is, what blocks do we have lots of? Well, we've got quite a lot of stone, and that kind of makes sense. We could make different variants of stone. And I don't think I've moved it over to main storage yet, but we've obviously got a whole lot of deep slate from all our mining as well. Yeah, 118k up there. So let's find some nice block variants between deep slate and stone and see what we can come up with. But if I remember correctly, I don't think there are actually... Yes, there's not actually variants of cobbled deep slate, which means we need to cook all of this first. But that should only take a moment if we put it in here. Now, let's see what options we've got. In fact, aren't the better options for these on the stone cutter? Yeah, they are. I think I want to use some of those. Maybe some of these smooth stone columns. What do they look like? Okay, they're quite cool. Maybe mixed with a bit of that and then some normal bricks. Yeah, I think that'll do. We'll go with that for now. I suppose if it looks terrible, we can always run the train down it again with different blocks. It will just dig it out and replace them. So it's not the end of the world if we decide we don't like it. But until we see a full tunnel of it, I don't really know. So in order to build that, let's set the filters. So we want that. And then we want column, and then we want 3 of those. Then this one here wants to be normal deep slate bricks. That one there wants to be a smooth stone column, and then these 3 and this one here. Can I get to that one? Not currently, so I guess we're going to have to remove that just so I can set the filter, and then we'll just put this one back and then reset that filter. Get it all glued together. And what we want is another contraption controller so that we can control the drills independently of the little dropper things, I guess. Just in case that situation ever arises. We'll just stick those in there. Set that to deployer. And I think we're good to assemble. And you may notice the train looks a little bit odd at the moment because it's only on 1 bogie, but that's just so I can turn tighter corners. It makes the tunnels look a little bit nicer. So I think we're good to test this thing out. Oh, actually, no, tell a lie. We need to make a whole lot of resources and load this thing up first. So I guess that's the next half an hour of my life, making blocks. So I've got the train loaded up with goodies. We should have hopefully more than enough to do a huge section of the tunnels. But I guess the only way to find out if it works is to take it for a test drive. And I need to put it on a track that actually exists. That'll help, won't it? So we're going to start with this small tunnel here, I think. Looks like a good testing ground. It's not too long. Let's activate the deployers, activate the drills, grab the controls, slow the speed right down just so we don't have any issues. And then let's give this a go. So, okay, it's building a tunnel, but it's not building it with the blocks I wanted. Not quite. So what I actually need to do is change this one here. This is placing the wrong block, but I thought this might happen, so I was clever and brought a station with me. Let's just put that there. Disable everything and pull in. And it's this one here that was incorrect. So now let's reassemble the train, grab the rail that we broke. And I'm just going to remove the blocks that have already been placed just to make sure there's nothing stuck to the machine, but it does look like this one here is stuck to the machine. So yeah, let's get rid of that. Smashy, smashy. Right, so let's try this again. Let's turn these on, lower the speed, go into F5 and start going forward, and hopefully Yeah, look at that. We're building it how we want it now. So let's take this down to the end and then put the train on the other side and come back and see how we're looking. Well, that's one side done. It's looking pretty dark, but at least it's done. We'll put some lights down shortly. For now, let's get the other side in. So let's reactivate these. Turn up our brightness so you can see what's going on. And then let's build the rest of this tunnel. There we go. First tunnel done. At least on the inside. The outside looks pretty bad. And I think something like that should do the trick. We've got some lighting in. We've got our tunnel entrance. Things are looking a little bit nicer. We'll just ignore the fact there's no bridge there yet, but we'll sort that out in a future episode. So let's go run this train for a bit and build some tunnels. And a short while later, I've just completed the last tunnel. I mean, not the entrances, obviously. Look at that. That's horrific. But the actual tunnels themselves, they're all basically bricked up. So I just need to take this train all the way home. I need to get some lights in these tunnels as well. But I feel like I've had my rest now, so we can get back to the main build. And don't worry, I remember to drink some milk on the way over. I did kill a pillager captain when we were building those tunnels. And yeah, well, that would have been nasty if I hadn't done, wouldn't it? But what I want to do now is get this area over here finished. So windows are one thing, but we've got a lot to do. I need to get some texturing done on the main building here on the outside. I need to sort out the roofs. I also need to sort out the entire landscape around here and connect all of this up to some form of a road, I guess. It kind of makes sense that that would be a road, not a path. But just before we do any of that, on the interior here, there's something I want to do, and that is, of course, to get up an information board. So the question is, how are we going to do this? I do need to fix these stairs, so maybe I should quickly do that first. So I think if I put the stairs somewhere here like this, I can have a wider walkway, which means I can actually open up the side of it, which will be nice. And I think I want to put some kind of a site office or factory office up here, because there was someone in the comments who suggested it, but as usual, I keep losing things in the comments. But there was a suggestion or two to put a office in some of these factories. So basically, it gives me somewhere to AFK when I need to. But also, I think it's just going to add a little something more anyway. So with all that in mind, I think I'll put the display board in this room here. This is where the storage is, after all. And this will be easy enough to connect up. We can just do that and use the belts. Get it framed in, as always. And then we'll just do what we normally do and use threshold switches to display the information up there. Just like that. And then I'll stick a sign at the top here. Give that a colour. Wonderful. And you'll be pleased to know I fixed the alignment on the sign in the cobble one as well. Wow, we've used a lot of cobble. May need to add a second layer to this after all. So with that done, I guess the only thing left to do is tidy this place up, get it all looking nice, get some walls and fences up, you know, safety first and all that, and sort out this really, really blank wall we've got over here. Future Beardies, slap on some music. It better be a good tune. Now that is looking a lot better. We've managed to get the road in, we've got all the outside textured, we've got some lights hanging up, and it just pulls the whole thing together. I've also sorted out the inside a little bit, so I've added some girders in, we've got some lights, and I've got a small sort of site office-y type thing up there, but it doesn't have an interior yet, so we're not going to go take a closer look at that. And I solved the stair situation a bit better as well. Almost. Apparently I didn't actually open up the side there. I've also blocked off this entranceway here because I think from the outside it looks a little bit better as just a big wooden door, and we've got a big old pile of gravel because gravel. But I think that sits in the back here quite nicely, and to be honest, I'm actually quite looking forward to getting some buildings in here that aren't granite or brick coloured, but that'll have to be next episode. For now, I need to go sort out my inventory. This is a right mess. Oh, locomotive collision with another train. What in the world?
Great Scott.
Last episode, I built an automated gravel factory, a machine to build my train tunnels, and then discovered a crashed DeLorean on my bridge. This time, I expand the industrial town even further with the addition of a limestone factory and terraform the area surrounding it to make it look a little bit more integrated into the terrain. But before we even think about doing that, I need to tell you, I had the weirdest day at the end of last episode. As you know, it started with the discovery of a DeLorean that had crashed into my timber freight train. Why is there a DeLorean on my bridge? What in the... Oh no. Really?
You appear to have parked your train into my DeLorean, Mr. Beardstone.
Yep. It was Foxy. Once I got over the shock of seeing him and clearing up all the mess that he made, I asked him how he even got here.
I'm sorry. It was an accident. Well, it wasn't even an accident. It just was a freak of nature, Mr. Beardstone. A one-time whirlwind event. Who knew? Who knew building a DeLorean and going really fast would teleport you to someone else's world?
Yeah, strange though, isn't it?
It is very strange.
Which explained nothing, really, to be honest. But we got chatting, and it turned out poor Foxy had been getting lots of comments about copying my videos, and I've had comments about the same, so we decided to settle things once and for all. So we hung out for the day and pretty much just complained about train timetables while comparing lists of things we had built to see who had built what.
Right, do you have an andesite farm?
No.
A wool farm?
No.
A ski resort?
A what?
A ski resort?
No, I don't have it. Do you see any snow?
A gondola station?
No.
A hot springs?
No. Your place sounds wonderful.
It doesn't sound like you've done very much at all. What, a kelp farm?
No, I haven't even got a kelp farm yet, no.
And a hotel?
And you've got a hotel. I mean, we quickly established that I hadn't built anything that was in Foxy's world, and also established that it sounded like a wonderful place for a vacation. At this point, we decided to make use of my train network and tour the world and see if he had built anything that I had. This is like the awkward silence where, basically, I created British problems on a Minecraft server by
Waiting for a train.
waiting for a train. This happens more often than I care to admit.
The thing is, Mr. Beardstone, the video that I just recorded, my last video, is a big tree farm that uses gantries to chop down tree, and it's got a cutting step. Right, have you got anything else that you've built that I might not have built? We've got to wait for a train again.
Yeah,
9 minutes!
It'll be here in 9 minutes, Foxy.
It's a... Right.
Portable workshop.
It's a little bit bigger than mine. Well, at least I'm getting some quality time in your world, Mr. Beardstone, waiting for all of these trains.
I did my waiting! 12 years of it!
Oh my days! What have you done?
It was that villager. Where's he gone? Them villagers that you've evacuated. Shoved in a sheep pen.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I was gonna say they are still here. They're all safe. They're just penned in up there.
Yeah. They're homes that you've demolished. You didn't even demolish them with your own sweat and blood and your own axe. You got a machine to do it for you. Just wiped out an entire part of the village and shoved them all in a fence, Mr. Beardstone.
Yeah, all of this coming from the man who just stacks every animal he can see.
There's nothing quite like having a big old stack of monkeys and then something else at the top of it and just letting them get on with it. And what's really good about those is once you stack them, they don't ever unload. So I can go back there and see that stack of monkeys wherever I want. You had a monkey, didn't you? Are we going to see him on this trip?
No. We don't talk about the monkey or the two horses. Is that train here yet? It's still 4 minutes away. I don't think it's coming, Foxy. Yeah, this is classic British train station experience.
I'm walking. How long will it take?
About 20 minutes.
I haven't even got any food.
Oh, well, it's going to take about 40 minutes then. Oh, wait a minute. What am I doing? See ya. Just follow the track. You'll get there soon.
Mr. Beard. Oh, jeez. This is what? This is storage.
Yeah.
But it's so big.
Well, this is like main central storage, Foxy.
It is.
So all the trains come in. They're all automated. They come in. They drop everything off. It goes over here. And then there's a little chicken train. He drives about and he brings it all over here. And whenever I put stuff in that doesn't get sorted, he stops working and goes on strike. No, don't kill my... With that, it was time for Foxy to leave. How are you even going to get home?
Well, have you got a hill?
Head back that way, the way you came. That's a hill.
What could possibly go wrong? Thanks
See you,
for having me in
Foxy.
your world, Mr. Beardstone.
Bye.
Goodbye.
Oh, he's coming back. Hey, Foxy, welcome back.
I've already been and come back again. You won't believe it. It's your kids, Beardy. It's your kids.
He's a strange fox, that one. But in all seriousness, it was great fun having Foxy here for the day, and if you do want to see more on what happened while he was here, be sure to go check out his point of view. And we have actually collabed many times in the past on Truly Bedrock. I've known the guy pretty much since I started YouTube. In fact, I'll link a video in the description, which is the first time me and Foxy had ever collabed together. It was a lot of fun. We blew up a village, so if you do want to check that out, please do. But we did want to clarify that although we're both playing a Create series, that's about where the similarities end. We're not copying each other, we're just playing Minecraft. It's what we do. But enough about that, we've got some work to do, and I think this place is perfect for a ski resort. So we're going to build a hotel. No, I'm joking. But what we are actually going to build is something over here, and we're going to add in an extra color, I think, because that's what this place is missing. It's, you know, it's industrial. It should really be brick and granite and stuff like that. That's all good, but we don't want it all blending into each other. So we're going to mix in a couple of different blocks on this build somehow. But what we're going to build over here is a limestone factory, which means it doesn't really need to be too big, but I do kind of want it to fit in with the area. So we might end up with a lot of empty space inside. Who knows? But the first thing I need to do is to work out a pallet. I don't think we need to do too much pre-terraforming this time. Maybe just knock back a couple of rows there, but I think we can just crack straight on. Once I've chosen a pallet, of course, which is almost definitely 100% going to involve girders. We love girders. I think I have a plan that doesn't involve granite or bricks. And I think what we're actually going to do is use a combination of dirt, dark oak, and spruce as kind of the main part of the building. But I also really like these andesite pillars, and I think with maybe some stone and tough variants as well, we can make quite a nice gradient. Maybe have like a big sort of metalish storage container type thing. I don't know. Either way, I just like the look of them. And then to add a splash of color, I think I'm going to do maybe one small roof or a couple of small bits using oxidized copper. Not actually this copper here. I'm just sitting here waiting for this to oxidize, but it could be a while. And not only that, we're going to need a buttload more copper to be able to use that anyway. So now that I know what I need, I just need to go and get it. Oh, now, wait a minute. Isn't this the stuff that you can turn into copper? Well, hello, copper. So I've got a whole bunch of copper coming through, which is great. That's exactly what we need. We've literally got thousands of this stuff. I have also noticed these blocks look pretty nice. So we might not need to wait for the copper to oxidize after all. Let's just have a little look, and I guess they go in here. But I reckon these blocks would make quite a good roof. A little bit less garish than the oxidized copper as well. I think I prefer it. So that's the route we're gonna go, but I'm still gonna process up all this copper first anyway, because, well, we need it for pretty much everything else we do these days. We've made so many tanks and pipes, I'm basically out of copper, so this should definitely solve that. I mean, look how much we're getting. Oh, love it. But once all this lovely stuff is processed, I'll head back over to the mining town, and we'll crack on with the build. As is usually the case, I think the first thing I'm gonna do is just get down a foundation of some sorts. And I think something about this size should probably do it for the main part of the build. Being a limestone generator, it's not exactly going to take up a lot of space, so we can probably get away with just trying to build something and then jamming the farm in afterwards. So let's maybe just get something marked out. So the main building will be somewhere like that. Maybe it could do with the sticky outy bit over here. Maybe just something like that. And then I want to have a secondary sort of unit over here. So let's build out this foundation a little bit further. Something like that should do. And then we'll put in a secondary building maybe here somewhere. Leave a gap in the middle. And then this one's going to be the sort of metallic-y type building that we want to put at the back here. It should look a little bit like a storage silo, I guess, in a way, kinda. I don't know. I've got a picture in my head of how it's going to look, but we'll see. So that's what I'm thinking layout-wise, and then this train track here can come along the side, load up over here, and then carry on its way down that way. But I guess now I need to work out the actual building. So it's time for a beardy montage as I build this up and just fumble my way through it. Let's see what we end up with, shall we? Well, we've certainly still got some work to do, but that's not a bad start. I like how it's looking. I think maybe we could put a bridge in or something over here. That might look quite cool. And of course, on this side, we're going to need to connect up the rail. And once we've done those two things, we can basically sort out the yard out the front here. And I've still got a whole bunch of detail to add as well, but we'll tackle that a bit later. For now, I think what I want to do is maybe get that bridge in. The first question is, where about do we want to put it? Maybe somewhere like here? Is that going to fit in over here? We might need to move these boxes, but that's okay. So we'll start off with a bridge support there. Though we're going to need to make a hole in this wall as well, so let's do that. Actually, maybe I'll do it a row higher, which means I'll need more dark oak here. And then we're going to use McCaw's bridges here because, well, they're bridges and we're making a bridge. It just makes sense. And then we can add some stairs in as well. Look at that. Lovely little bridge. How does that look? Looks a bit bland, doesn't it? Maybe what we could do, if we stick that wall back in, Get a couple of girders in and some slabs here. Maybe we can give it a little roof. Yeah, there we go. That's looking much better. Although maybe just one more slab on the end here. That's good. I like it. We're starting to get a little bit of coherence between the buildings. What a mess it is down here, though. So as we seem to be working on the outside, maybe we should continue that for a little bit and sort out this building here, because the front of this, I don't know, it looks a little bit bland. I think maybe if we were to get a few pipes in, and maybe, I wonder, I've got an idea. And I reckon what we can do is make ourselves a couple of encased fans. So we just need those, we need the andesite casings, and we need the shafts. And what I'm thinking is we could maybe use a couple of these fans to make it look like ventilation on this thing. I need to not put them around that way though. Let's try that. Oh yes, that's very simple, but it adds a nice little touch. But you know me, let's add some pipes as well. And put a copper casing on that. And let's maybe put a second pipe in as well. Let's stick one here. And then we'll use a bunch of brackets. Get that looking nice. But I reckon if we get those fans spinning, that should look quite good. It's very simple, but it certainly breaks up that wall nicely. This wall we don't need to worry about because, of course, we're going to be having the train here. The back is the back, so let's go over here. And what I want to do is sort out this. I think this bit here needs a bit more structure. So maybe what we can do is use some girders. Looking good. It's a nice touch. And maybe let's frame out this doorway as well. All right, awesome. However, I don't like how close all of this bit here is to everything. Maybe I should try and section off an area here that's like a bit of a yard for this thing. And then let's dig out some space on this side, maybe just to there, 6 blocks or so. Just feel this building needs a bit of breathing room. And then I think we'll put a retaining wall at the back here as well. Right, that's feeling a bit better. I need to get some fences up, of course, but the area should work out a bit better like this, because then we can have a road that sort of comes this way down in front of this building and then swoops down and round to the bottom. And then we'll squeeze in the rail somewhere as well. We'll figure that out later. Problem for future, Beardy. The poor guy ends up with a lot of problems. But I think I'm happy enough with what we're doing out the front here to actually go in, sort out the farm, figure out where the vaults are going to be, because, well, as you know, I do love my vaults. And once we've got all those sorted, we'll work out the train tunnel and the rest of the outside here. So I guess the first step is going to be to get an upper floor in. And what we'll probably do is just have a couple of vaults on the bottom floor and have the farm itself on the top floor, I think. Might as well make use of the space while we've got it. Now, I'm thinking if we're going to have storage here, what I might do is put the stairs at the back here. So let's just start building something up here. And so we've actually got space when we get to the top. I think I'm better off putting in a little turn here. And then we'll use the pliers to open those up. That one's the wrong way. So I must need to place it that way. There we go. And then we'll just stretch these up to the top. And I think I'm going to put in a spruce floor. So I've got a combination of frame slabs, a few random blocks like these, and lots of normal slabs. Let's quickly get this built in. I think that'll just about do it. We've got loads of space up here, and I think if we put in some beams across the top and put in another floor above, we can make it look quite nice. But I kind of want to get the farm in first because I don't know how much space this is going to take up. Probably not too much, to be honest, but we should at least go and get the things we need to build it. Which means I've got a bunch of crafting to do over here at the airship. And in fact, I think I'm going to have to go all the way back to the main base as well, just to get some honey. We don't need to talk about that. Right, so I'm going to need a bunch of drills. I'm going to need some chutes, which I think I've already got loads of those. I'm going to need a bunch of power-related things, so let's just take some of this stuff. Some redstone links and threshold switches as well. And then we're going to need honey buckets, and we're going to need lava buckets, but we're going to need a little bit more than what we've got here. So let's make some more honey. We'll chuck that in there and give it some fuel. So that's 5 buckets of honey. We just need another 4 lavas. That's easy enough. We can just do that here. And now we should have everything we need. Let's see if we can get back without crashing. And I really need to replace that broken bit of rail. Very annoying. As well as fixing the random Nixie tubes that are attached to the logging train. I need to sort out the smoke on the passenger train. I've got lots of stuff to do. Just not right now. Well, I've made it back without any further train incidents. Now, let's figure out how we're going to do this. So, I think what we're going to do is maybe have 5 drills set up. I don't think we're going to need more than that. So, if we were to have the belt there, the drills are going to be here, which means we can just use encased drives behind like this to link them all together. Jeez, if I can actually get it in the right spot. We'll have some chutes on top of the belts just to make sure everything does go on them. Never quite trust drills to drop things where they're supposed to go. And I'll tell you what, now this spruce floor's in, I don't think I like it. I should have thought about this a bit more because, well, what with the spruce walls, it's all very, it's all very samey. Maybe I should switch this out later. But that's not important right now. For now, we need to make a little ledge that we can put the honey on, and we'll sort out the back of that as well. And then we're going to need to put the lava on top, so we want to make sure that that's going to be contained as well. And I think the easiest way for me to do that is just to add a couple more trapdoors there. And I think that should just about do it for this side of things. So if we were to put the honey in, so I'm going to put the honey in from underneath here, just so we can put it up against solid blocks. Lovely stuff. And then we'll just put the lava on top here, and that's generating our limestone. And then we'll just have another belt that goes this way, and then, to be honest, we'll probably just feed it into some funnels and feed that downstairs. Chutes, I mean, not funnels. And speaking of funnels, I haven't got a single one with me. No! I'm gonna have to go all the way back again. I really need to start storing kelp on my airship and maybe make a kelp farm, but we'll get there eventually. But I think, besides actually getting power to it, our farm is basically done. Let's get the gearboxes in as well. We know we're gonna need those. Just like that. Wrap that in andesite casing as well. All right, looking good. It's such a small farm. We've got loads of space over here. I mean, I could make an absolutely massive limestone generator, but to be honest, we're not gonna be using quite as much of it as we are of all the other things. There's no further processes for it. It's basically limestone for building. Whereas the cobble and the gravel we can use in about 20 billion other farms. So yeah, we don't need too much of this. That should be enough. I just need to figure out what we're going to do with the rest of this space. I mean, a sensible person would probably use the space for actually making some of the other things we're going to be making in this district, but I've never really been the sensible one, have I? So instead, we're probably just going to decorate it and make it look nice. But first, I really want to replace that floor. I made a mistake with the spruce. Let's switch it out for some oak. So let's do a quick bit of smashy smashy, followed by some placey placey. There we go, that's much better. We've got some contrast going on now. So first things first, we need to actually route power over here, and we do, of course, have our sort of underground power line which runs through around here somewhere. Maybe we should just connect to that again. Seems to be working for us so far. And I think it's going to make sense to route the power up into this building, and then we can maybe just transfer it across one of the girders or something. Because this building is empty, and it literally has no purpose, and is destined to not ever have a purpose. So we may as well give it one. Let's get some power in here. There we go. This is where we need to connect to. And so we don't mess up the direction that the power's already going. We don't want to break all the other factories already using it. We're just going to take some out with some cogs, and then stick a gearbox in there instead. Then we just need to route this power up here and have it leave the building there, I think. So I've brought the power across. I've also put a gearbox in here so we can bring the power down for the volts that are going to be down here. And I've done a little test run. I have actually just turned it off for now because it looks like we're getting quite a lot of loss at the back here. I don't know if you can see that, but when these blocks are forming, they're pushing all the other limestone into the drills. But I reckon we can probably just fix that with some hoppers. So let's block all this off again. Let's get our cogs back in. Well, we're not getting any loss anymore. I have had to put it on this side as well, though, because we were also having them floating in the honey, but this should do the trick. We just need to put a funnel here so this thing can keep running really, really fast, and then we're all good. So I did add a funnel there, but stuff was still queuing up and not really dropping through quick enough, and this started to back up pretty quickly. So basically, this didn't help to speed it up whatsoever, so we might as well get rid of that. But what I have done is I've put another chute below here, so this is actually pulling off directly from the belt here. But it does mean the machine can keep up. We just need to add some volts now. So I think we're going to have 2 volts in here. Although I'm definitely going to need to make more of these things, and I should probably turn this off for now. In fact, I think what we're going to do is stick a clutch in, and then when I turn it back on, I'll link that up to some redstone links and, well, you know, just control the flow of it so it only comes on when we actually need some in the volts. But I need to go get more volts. So we're back to flattening more iron. Every episode, I swear. Now, let's get these volts in, maybe to there or so. Because what I want to be doing is actually feeding everything out that way via belts, probably through the middle of this building, and then out onto the train. But we're only going to have a couple of volts in this building, mainly because we're not going to need quite as much backlog of limestone. So we've got the volts in, we just need to have these chutes come all the way down. And believe it or not, we're going to crack out some girders. If volts and girders didn't look so good together, this wouldn't keep happening. Well, we're all girded up, looking good. Now let's get some brackets in as well, just make this a little bit more appealing. And let's get this threshold switch installed as well. So we want to be checking this one, because this is the one that will fill up first, and then it'll all flow to here. So when it backs up to this one, we know that we need to turn things off. So when this moves to the lower level, it's going to emit a redstone signal. That's what we want. However, let's get that full up to 90%. And then when this gets back below, let's say 10%, that's when it will go back up the top and disable the redstone signal. So this will all come back on. Make sense? I think that's about the 3rd time I've tried to explain that and make it make sense. So with this one here, we're just going to set the frequency to double limestone. And then if we put the other redstone link on here, also set to double limestone and also set to receive the signal from the one down here, But that should now all be working. Look at that, wonderful. So I do need to get the power down here to this belt, however, and I think the best way is just going to be to go right through this pole and come down from here. Brilliant, so that farm's up and working. I'm quite tempted to put an information board above these, maybe. I do like my information boards. But I think before we do that, we should probably work out the rest of this, which is the train side of things, really. So we need to go grab lots more narrow rail and then get that all hooked up round to this side here, and then work out exactly where the train's going to be parking. And then we can get to work making the rest of it look nice, because we've got lots of empty space on both floors, and the outside just looks terrible at the moment, really. Lots more work required. I've got my rail. Let's figure this out. So we want to make sure that we're not taking these corners too sharp, but also not too shallow. So maybe if we bring that to there, bring that down, we're going to need to, yeah, definitely going to need to dig this out a bit more. Then bring this round the corner here. And this is where things get a little bit tricky. So I guess I know for future plans what I want to do is put a building up here, but then have the train collect things by driving sort of underneath it, if that makes sense. So I do need the track to go down here, but then I also know that over this way here, we're going to need to extend the land out a little bit because we're going to build our sand factory over this way. And for that, I'm going to need the train to basically come down and probably go back into the cliff over here somewhere. So I wonder, is it worth me temporarily, at least, putting down this bit of track as well, just so we can see what's going on? So we're going to want this to sort of run along this way because we need to make sure we're also leaving space for a road. So let's just put one in there for now, just so we can visualize it. And that is not in line with what's up there. But we also can't do S-bends down a slope. So that means... oh, geez, this is going to get tricky, isn't it? So that means we should probably put the S-bend, like, here. And then we could have a straight shot to where we need to be. Doesn't help with this station. I'm going to play around with this for a little while and we'll see what we can work out. And I'm going to grab a whole bunch of girders because we're going to need to build another bridge here. Not what I was expecting to do today, but it's best to plan ahead, I suppose. I'd say that's maybe a little bit steeper than I would have liked, but it's not terrible. Let's just quickly give this thing a bit of proper support. Connect it up to the actual beams. We can get rid of this one here. Where's me wrench? There we go, just something like that for now. Holds it up just fine. And now we know where the track's going. That means we can get the train in position. So what cart number is it? It is... oh, it would be, wouldn't it? It's the one right at the back. A pain in the bum. But it's probably going to be around there somewhere, which means the train station's going to be... well, I guess the marker's going to be there, but we'll just bury the station over here somewhere. Is that far enough forward, do we think? Maybe we can go another block or so. But either way, we know the height. That's the important thing. So that's the height we're going to want the interface at. Obviously, it's going to be one more block this way, but that gives us a little bit of wiggle room for where we actually build this and have all the belts coming out. So let's have a look from this side. I guess it's going to make sense to have it maybe come out from here. And ideally, I don't want to raise it up in the air to the right height, which is going to be around here somewhere. Let's dig through and have a look. Ah, well, that was a mistake, wasn't it? So as I was saying, we can put this just here. Let's just quickly move it all over a block. No one's going to know. It's fine. And then we've got the perfect space here that we can just feed right through. And, oh, wow. Did we actually get the right height? So if that's the line we want it in, we're going to need the train station to be 2 blocks ahead of where the front of the train is now. So let's try and get this right. Looks like we're going to want it about there. Just dump it there for now. We can move that later. Then let's pull the train into the station, which I can't seem to do for some reason. That's weird. Can stations not be on slopes? No, surely they can. This one here's on a slope, isn't it? Oh, no, actually, no. I suppose the station isn't. Neither's that one. Oh, no. Oh, this could cause some big problems. Yeah, see, so once it gets to here, I can't do it anymore. So there is an easy solution for this, I guess. And that's just to change the order of the cars. So if I was to make this sand one the limestone one, then we wouldn't have this problem. And that's exactly what I'm going to do. So let's line up the sand one with that girder. That's going to be roughly here. Right, I need to go back 1 space. 1 space too far forward there. Right, and that should finally be in the right place. Ish. Guess there's only one way to find out. I mean, they're slightly misaligned, but it's not going to get any better than that. It'll be fine. We'll just hide it with girders, like everything else in this world. So we're going to need a belt that runs underneath here. I feel like that might be a bit low. That's going to be at that height when we go through. Yeah, okay. We're going to raise this up a little bit. We'll just stick a funnel on the end. It's fine. And then we'll have that belt come all the way through to somewhere around here, but it's going to drop down at this point. So if we put in another shaft there, we'll get that hooked up to a belt, although not quite like that apparently. Then we'll hook this one up over here and then do a funnel chute there, cover the whole thing in andesite casing, of course. And then we just need to get power to these. So let's stick a shaft in there and go this way. And we'll just grab it from here, I think. So those belts are going the right way. Then we just need a funnel there. And we need a couple of encased chain drives there. And that's filling up our sand cart for now. But that's not a problem. We can just wheel that back to the station and swap those over. That won't be too difficult. The important thing is we've got the whole farm working. It's all linked up. It's going through into the train. And that means the train will just be able to carry on its journey. What we do need to do, though, is make this place look better because, yeah, it really doesn't look good at the moment.
Done.
And with that, I think for now, at least, we are done. This is looking pretty good. It's actually starting to look like a bit more of a refined area as opposed to just a bunch of buildings plonked down. But I have extended up this side here. We're going to use this as a storage yard for other buildings that are going up the top here. But most importantly, we have a little bit of a path that's going to run down the side here. We're probably going to have to carve out a little bit of a tunnel in this cliff. But if we follow this path all the way up, we now have the entrance to our limestone factory. We've got a big pile of limestone out the front. We've got these shipping crates, which are essentially just made out of different pillars. So we've got bricks, deep slate, granite, and sandstone, I think. Yeah, and these make really nice looking crates, I think. Although it's one of those things where I'm kind of at the start of the industrial era. I'm not really sure if I had big metal crates then, but to be honest with you, they look too good not to have them. So when it comes to what era we're designing to, it's the on the top floor of the factory, I've tidied it up a little bit. I've just put some safety barriers in. We've got a few tanks and barrels and things like that. Nothing too special going on up here, to be honest, but it does the trick and the farm's working. And then down here, I just sort of made a little cubby over in the corner here. We've also got an on-off switch and a clipboard because that just looks cool. And then out the front here, we've just got a few more crates and lights and things like that. Nothing too special. And I've sorted out the tunnel entrances as well. We could do with a lot more work on the inside here, but I have made a start just to soften it a bit. But I think with that, we're basically done with that building. We are now producing limestone. And those fans look really cool. I like that. However, there is one more thing I want to do before we wrap up for the episode. There was a discussion in the Discord. Everyone was trying to work out what to call the train, and a really good name came up, which was, of course, the Blazing Beardsman, because we do have the Flying Beardsman, which is our passenger train, and the Blazing Beardsman because it's going into the nether and getting all of the lava stuff. Just made sense. Why are you shaking your head? Are you not happy about that? Oh, he doesn't seem happy at all. Well, lucky for you, you don't have a choice. And we're also going to name the mining train as well. So let's go here. The tiny minecart train is going. And this name was suggested by Bitter0592. And we're going to go with the Flying Pebble because it's dealing with stone resources and it's a tiny train. I think that just makes sense. So a huge thanks to both Bitter and Fairy Corn for those names. But sadly, that's all we've got time for today. I hope you've enjoyed it and I'll see you on the next one. Bye-bye now.
Your interiors are always wonderful.
Yeah? Do you want to come see this interior?
Yeah. Oh, geez, I am copying you. Mine's identical.
Last episode, we had a visit from our good friend Foxy and built a limestone factory in our industrial mining town. This time, we jump in the kitchen to restock our food supplies, we make some chocolates, and then we add a brand new building to the mining town to automate production of scoria. But in order to make that possible, we are going to need to do some exploring because I want to make this building using a lot of mud bricks. And, well, we don't have any mud at the moment. Plus, it's a good excuse to take Dill out for some exercise and to do a bit more exploring. But before we do that, I need to sort this out. My jetpack keeps dying, and it turns out you can actually enchant the jetpack with the normal kind of chestplate enchants. So I do want to try and get unbreaking, mending, and maybe even a little bit of protection on this thing. And it looks like you can actually enchant the jetpack directly, which is great. but those actual enchants are terrible. So we're going to have to go through some books, and we're going to have to get some more levels. But thanks to our mob farm, we've got plenty of XP here. We've got, like, well, loads in there. But not only that, we've also got all of these as well. However, I want to make use of these, and I think we can make ourselves a little shower here. So if I put a mechanical pump there, a cog there, and a handle next to it, in theory... Yeah, look at that. So let's just drown ourselves in experience. Oh, this is wonderful. And it looks like we've barely even used any. Right, let's get this thing sorted. Oh, protection 4. Wonderful. Oh, we also got unbreaking 3. And thorns. Yeah, whatever. That's fine. I don't normally like thorns, but that'll do. So I didn't need all those levels after all. But with unbreaking and protection on it, I guess the only thing we need to do now... Ow. Let's put the jetpack back on and go over to the village. Let's go see Renee. As you can tell by the amount of levels I absorbed, I expected that to take a lot longer. Now, where's Renee hiding? Aha, there you are. And I bought more books with me this time, so let's just buy as many as we can. Thank you kindly. So let's apply mending to this. Stash all these ones away. And if we use our shower again... Oh, wow, that healed exceptionally quickly. Amazing. So now we're ready for an adventure, and I have been playing around with the nature's compass, and if we head over to our mining town, there's a mangrove swamp about 4,000 blocks from there. So we'll take a trip out to Stone Peaks and set off from there. And as the train's here, let's take this. So from here, if we do a search for a mangrove swamp, it is in that direction. Almost 5,000 blocks. But it's okay, we've got plenty of fuel, and more importantly... we have our good friend Dill. We're going on an adventure, buddy. So we travelled for 4,000 uneventful blocks. We found the mangrove swamp, and then we found a bigger one just around the corner. So we snatched up loads of mud. Promptly realised we could have actually made this at home after all, but we'll get to that in a minute. Made a near-fatal mistake when attacking a tiger. Found a bunch of hay bales. Some villagers had just left lying around in the middle of, well, their village. And killed a whole lot of animals to restock my meat supplies. And then I only had to wait a brief moment to get the train home. Well, I made it back safely, and you'll be pleased to know Dill has also made it back safely. And the thing that I remembered while I was over at the swamp is that we did actually use mud blocks before. I think it was on our timber building, maybe? And we built this little thing down here, which if I remove that block there, that should fill up with water. And if I just chuck in a bunch of dirt, that's just going to mix up mud for us. And although it is slow, it's definitely faster than travelling on a 10,000 block round trip.
Ha ha, you fool! You fell victim to one of the classic blunders.
So, yeah, we did a nice little bit of travelling, but we didn't really need to. But the good thing is, while we were travelling, I did do a little bit of hunting, which means we've got some more things we can make some meals out of, and I really need to make some meals. So to begin with, I've cooked up some chicken, we've got some baked potatoes. Oh, look at that, we've got some mutton chops left over as well. And if we get ourselves some bread, eggs, carrots, and onions, we can make some roast chicken. So, bread, eggs, carrots, onions. Oh, and we need some bowls as well. But, look at that, we can make 16 roast chickens. Ah, they don't stack. That's fine, it just means we have to plate some up. We'll make this nice and easy and just do it as floor chicken. It's fine. We can even stack the floor chickens. And then do a quick bit of this, turn it all into bowls. Oh, we get bone meal as well. That's actually a really cool decoration. We'll have to remember that next time we do a house or something similar. I think we'll save the cooked mutton chips for a future meal, and we're going to make some spaghetti and meatballs, I think, which is fairly straightforward. We should have all of that. So that, and that. And I think I'm going to make some kangaroo burgers as well, just because I can. So let's get that cooking, and we're probably going to need a little bit more bread. And I know it would have been much more efficient to grind this down, turn it into dough, and then cook it, but I wanted bread in a hurry, clearly. So let's make up these kangaroo burgers. Nice and easy. And it looks like our pasta with meatballs is done as well. So I have a variety of food sorted. We've got all of our packed mud, and everything else we need should already be over there in our airship. So I think after we grab a little bit of iron, we should be good to go.
About time.
So I've got a bunch of building materials, including my faithful girders, and I think I'm going to start this build down here. So the farm we're putting into it is essentially the same kind of, well, mechanically, it's exactly the same as the limestone farm, except instead of honey, we're going to be using chocolate, and that will make scoria for us. And what I want to do is put a building up here and just have it kind of overhanging, I think. So we'll probably put some kind of structure here somewhere, maybe? Probably using girders, and then we're going to hold up the side of a building. The train's going to come underneath and fill up from above. But as usual, the first thing we need to do is to build out some kind of a foundation, and I think I'm just going to mark something out here and give us something to work from. Something that sort of size should work, but what we need to do is work out how it's actually all going to connect. So how's this going to be held up? What's going to be holding it up? And all that sort of stuff. So we'll start by just sticking in a column of girders here and do the same on that side. And I think maybe one in the middle as well because, well, it's quite big, isn't it? Let's be honest, it's going to need lots of support. And I think what I might do is actually put in another floor here. So let's pick a spot maybe here somewhere. Oh, actually, we should measure it with the train. Let's grab the train. So we want to make sure that the train can fit under it. So if we were to do it about there, that sort of height should be absolutely fine. So that's looking like a fairly solid structure that the train can easily fit underneath. Now let's sort out this additional floor down here. So I think once we've got the shape of this bit, it's going to make the top a lot easier to work out, or at least that's the hope. And we'll make this lower level out of acacia, and it's literally just going to be an orange box for now. We can sort out all the detail later. I think this could work quite nicely, actually. Those orange bricks don't actually stand out too much. They kind of got the same look and feel of these, but they fit in with the biome area as well. So yep, we're going to stick with that. And then for the building itself, we're going to make use of packed mud, maybe out to somewhere like this, maybe a couple more blocks. So maybe something like that, but that tuff has really got to go. I think we should replace that with more of this, maybe. Yeah, definitely looks better with the spruce. So let's quickly swap out the rest of that. So I'm going to see if I can work out the rest of this shape. I'm probably going to stick another small building out the side here. And I don't know, I'll figure out something for the front here as well. And of course, we need to sort out the roof. We may even go up another floor. Probably not on the whole thing. We could put like a top balcony type thing in here maybe. Or maybe even just a slopey roof. But either way, I'm going to mess around with this for a little bit longer. And once it's looking a bit better, I'll bring you back in. Some great progress on the build. I really like the shape of this, and I think the colours work quite well together as well. And, well, we've got way more space than we're going to need for this tiny little farm, but that's not what's important, is it? At least it looks good. So that covers these two floors here, but we do, of course, still have the floor down here, which doesn't actually have a floor, so I guess it's just a hole. So I think the next step would actually be to get a proper floor in here, and we're probably going to dig out some of this cliff as well, just to make a bit of space so we can get some stairs in, and then hopefully from there, we can start figuring out the farm, and of course, doing all the texturing and stuff. But considering this hasn't even got windows yet, I'm pretty pleased with how it's looking. There we go, we have a floor in, and well, this will be the area where we kind of distribute everything down to the train, but we'll figure that out a bit later. For now, I think what I actually want to do is maybe sort out the outside of these buildings a little bit more. So we need to get some windows in, we need to get some texture, I need to get some light. There we go, much better. So, as I was saying, I need to get some texture in on all of these things. I need to get some windows in. And that goes for all sides of the building. And I'd like to get some more walls up out the front here as well, because I haven't really figured out what I'm going to do with the yard area yet. But just some walls for now will help at least get my brain thinking. But if I'm messing about with little details, you know what that means. Is what I'm talking about. That is looking well cool. So I've used some oak window panes. We've got our texture in. You can see the stairs and the girders and things going on inside, and I'm slowly sinking. Ah, okay, low ground level. That makes sense. And from this side as well, it's looking pretty cool. We've got our sort of foot entrance here. We're going to have some storage yards. I might even put a big old crane here or something in future. I don't really know. Although, I think a big crane and a storage yard would work really well, because we've actually got the rail on both sides, so it could kind of look like it's loading up the rail. I don't know. But either way, we'll figure out something with this area later. And this bit here, what I'm going to actually do is have like a little bit of connector rail. So I think I'm going to use some of the narrow gauge and have that just come up and into this building, and then just have like a train stopper type thing here. Just as if this is somewhere it comes in to pick up and load from, although it's actually going to be loading from the bottom floor. But I reckon that's going to look quite cool. In this room here, I've just got kind of like a mezzanine floor type section, which to be honest, I don't even know if I'm going to do anything with, because we just need to build a small farm down here and then have a collection point down here. It shouldn't be too difficult. And as this is a block we don't even need loads of, I'm probably just going to have the 1 volt of it down here, and that'll pretty much do it. And that does mean that this area here we can use for whatever whatever we want, which is a bit of a concern because I don't have any ideas yet. We could even make it a small storage yard just for the trains. We could build a couple more of the tiny train engines, maybe a spare cart or two, and sort of have those scattered about on some track maybe. Who knows? But we'll come back to that later. For now, I want to get the things together to build the farm. And as I say, it is pretty much going to be the same as what the limestone farm was. So we just need some drills. We need some other create bits and bobs. Nothing too fancy, apart from one thing, which is very, very fancy. And that is chocolate. We need to make ourselves some chocolates. So let's head back to the kitchen at Beardstone Valley and see what we can rustle up. And I'll tell you what, while we're back there as well, I think I'm going to make my little train a little bit more stylish finally, because, well, we've got a design now that we could potentially use. But yeah, I'm kind of sick of driving around this horrible, nasty little thing. Oh, easy now. And if I'm honest, I'm a little bit jealous of Foxy's DeLorean. Now, how do we make chocolate? So we need sugar, we need cocoa beans, and we need milk. This should be fairly easy then. We just need to heat that. Okay. So sugar, that's easy. Don't know how many cocoa beans I've got though. 2. Okay, we're definitely going to need more of these. That's easy enough though. Let's just do this. So a stack of cocoa beans should be absolutely fine. Now we just need a bunch of buckets and a cow. Hello. Look at that, all the milk. It's said to use a heated one of these, so this is probably going to be our best bet. So if we chuck in all of those and all of... That did not pan out. Let's try that again, and all of those. Oh, okay. I'm going to need to remove the iron nuggets. Let's quickly do that. So, cocoa beans, sugar. Oh, I've done it again. Sugar. No. Sugar. There we go. 3rd time's the charm. Milk. And heat. And that gives us chocolates. Look at that glorious chocolate. Num, 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 num. So let's just grab a bunch of these. So I've got all my chocolate and lava. Now I just need to get all the create bits and bobs we need to make the farm. And I know I've got way more chocolate than I need, but there's a reason for that, which will become clear later. I believe I have everything I need for the farm, so let's fix this train. And to be honest, I think I'm going to make it look pretty much identical to the tiny train we've got down at the mining town, because I think it just works. I've just got to try and remember roughly how it goes. Doesn't have to be perfect. What have I done? What have I done? It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. It's better than it was. It'll do for now. Let's just crack on with what we're supposed to be doing, shall we? What is this thing, honestly? Now, with this farm, we are going to be taking a very similar approach to what we did with the other one. So let's get a belt in first. We'll just have that go to there. Then we'll get some chutes in and some drills up behind them. So we're probably going to have to remove this window that's kind of in the way. And then we need some encased chain drives around the back here, and this pole's going to have to go. And as we learned from the last farm, we're going to need a bunch of hoppers as well, so let's get those in. We need to get some power up into the building as well, so maybe we can sneak that into one of these corners here and just feed it through the wall. I think that's going to be a good bet. So we've got power up here, I just need to transfer it to the drills. And there we go, that was nice and easy. And I think what we'll do is once again the same as we did on the other side. So we'll just stick a couple of funnels in here. Let's stick one there and one there. And then we need to figure out exactly where the train is. So it's around here somewhere. Let's stick down a station for it. So I'd say it's pretty much in the right position already, to be honest. Can we put a station on the corner here? I don't see that being a problem. Let's just hide it over here. Right, so that is now in position. So we need it to be here, I think. Stick that on there, and beautiful, look at that, perfect link. So let's just get that a little bit more attached. So I reckon if we have this come up like this at an angle, then we can put a big old vault here. It should be able to stretch this far back just fine, and it will go up 3. Couple of chutes there, look at that. But I do need a bunch more vaults as always, so let's make some of those. So just a single vault should be fine for that. So I think now we just need to build up the actual top bit here, get the lava and chocolate in, and that's the entire farm. Once again, massive building for absolutely no reason. But hey, if we can get it looking good, that's what matters, right? Probably not, but that's what we're doing anyway. So for containing these things, we are going to use the framed glass, but I learned something. But what I learned is instead of putting these framed glass inside these framed trapdoors, if we actually make proper framed glass trapdoors, when you place these ones actually connect and just generally look a lot better. So not only are we going to use those on this farm, I'm going to quickly replace the ones on the other farm as well. So if we get rid of these and do that, oh, that's much better. Get rid of this mess as well. So we're going to need trapdoors here. So a glass chamber like this should work a treat. Let's get the chocolate in. Tasty, tasty chocolate. And then if we put the lava in behind, then we should start getting loads of scoria. Look at that. So now the machine's working. I guess it's time to make he look nice. And for that, I'm going to start over here with some rails. So did I bring it with me? I think I did. Certainly did. Right. What do we want to do here? So we'll put a nice shallow slope in there and get that connected up. So I think just something like that would do. And then we'll put some form of train stopper at the end here. And we're probably going to put a couple of sort of decorative crate type things over here just to make it look like this is a bit of a loading area. Although, to be honest, we could just put a big old pile of scoria there. That could look quite nice, actually, and then have like a loading train thing here. But either way, we've got lots of detailing to do on the inside of that building and on the outside. So I guess it's going to be time for another beardy... Wait a minute. Let's get rid of that. But I think it's time for another beardy montage. The music, I think we are actually done, at least for now. So outside here, I've just added a little bit of storage over this side. Doesn't actually store anything, obviously. And then we've got a little bit more out the front here, but I have left this bit empty because I think I do want to add a crane of some sort in future, but that won't be happening today, sadly. And on the inside here, I really like how this entranceway has come out. We've got this nice little track that's coming up. We've got the little loading carts and a big pile of scoria in the entranceway here. And I think even just the little touches of having some in the floor just makes it look like there's been spillages everywhere. But I really like how that room's come out. And on this side, I've just tidied up the actual sort of factory machine type bit of it, but you can still see what's going on from this side. And with this vault, I have put some chocolate in it, but I made another 43 buckets, and that took forever. But maybe we'll be able to get some more in there in future when it doesn't take quite so long. I haven't done anything with the mezzanine floor up there, and downstairs is just the vault and so on. But I have actually put in a receiver, so when the vault gets full, it will turn this machine off now as well, which is good. We want to be saving power when we're not using it. The last thing I still need to do in this sort of area is to continue this path down here. We're probably going to have to carve out a little bit of the cliff there to make that happen, and we've got lots of tidying up around this area to do. But I think I'm going to wait until next episode, because next episode we're going to be building up a big cliff around the front here and basically creating a big area over here where we can build our sand factory. But I think for today I'm done building. There's something else I really want to do and I've been meaning to do. So about 10 episodes or so ago, maybe even more, I don't really know anymore, I've lost count, but we went to an ancient city and there were no chests, like literally none whatsoever. It was no good to us. And what with this being a mountainous area with loads of caves everywhere, my thinking is hopefully we can maybe find another ancient city. They tend to spawn under mountains, apparently. So I'm going to go and empty my inventory, grab a few bits and bobs and make sure we're prepared, and certainly make sure we've got enough torches and a hoe with us. And we're going to see if we can find ourselves another ancient city and stay away from those big nasty boys. You know the ones. So I think I'm prepared. I've got a hoe, I've got a bed so I can set a spawn nearby when we do find an ancient city, and I've got my drill for a backup, just in case we don't find a cave that goes down and actually finds one. We can just drill through, well, this whole area, really. This whole area is mountainous, so we can just run the drill until we eventually do find one. At least that's the plan. Got deep dark. No way. We found a city straight away. That's a path straight down here, pretty much. In fact, if you look at the minimap, look where we are. We're pretty much directly under our base. Right, we've got a respawn set. Let's go do this. Oh, we've got chests this time. Excellent. Let's try and find ourselves some swift sneak. Oh, and we completed a quest as well. Right, we've got a Shrieker right there. Hey, we're okay. Swift sneak 1, not quite what we're after. Easy now. Right, I see another chest over there. Oh. Uh-oh. 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 It's okay. That was the first one. Okay, right, I've just set off the second one already. Not good. Do you see any more chests anywhere? Maybe I should get down onto that walkway. Oh, that's a nasty boy. Okay, I heard a warden. There he is. I see ya. Oh no, my jetpack just ran out. It's okay, it's okay. We've got more fuel. I think the jetpack's the only thing that's going to keep me alive up here. Oh, go away. Go away. We don't need you here. Okay, I think he's gone. Nope. I can't see. Can't see. Run, 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 run. Oh, we found it. Oh, and he's found us. I see him. Ooh. My hands are so sweaty right now. Oh, jeez, the jump scares in this place. Don't need this. Oh, spooky boy in lava. No, no, I don't need that on top of everything else. That was that thing. Oh, now they're spawning up there as well. I need to get out of here. I've got my swift sneak. I've got some enchanted apples. Now I'm just trapped in the ceiling. There's wardens everywhere because I did this kind of smash and grab technique, so I've made a right mess of this place. Oh, and there's wardens everywhere. Nowhere is safe. I need to find a way out. I mean, I could just dig straight up, I guess. You know what? That's not such a bad plan. Let's run away. Oh, freedom. No! Almost freedom. Okay. Now we have freedom. Well, my palms are sweaty and my pants need changing, but despite that, we've made it back. And we managed to get some pretty good stuff. We've got some books I don't really know what they do, such as lava waxed and potato recovery. I mean, I can read what they do, but I don't have the things they apply to. I've also managed to get gravity gun. I literally have no idea what that one does at all. But most importantly, I've managed to get Swift Sneak 3. We've actually got a few of them and a couple of Swift Sneak 1s as well. And we also got the digging enchant, which is great because it means we can finally make use of our drill. But as well as all that, we also got 4 enchanted apples, which is lovely. So yes, I'd say overall, very successful trip. So I'm going to be applying Swift Sneak straight away. What was this? Okay, yeah, so the diamond leggings we found were almost as good as ours, but not quite. But Swift Sneak, that's what we want. Oh, now look at me go. I'm a quick, sneaky boy. Amazing. Which means when we build our cliff line round here next episode, it should be a lot easier now we can do the quick walk. Sadly, that's all we've got time for today. Apologies, it was a slightly shorter episode than usual, but I've only got about an hour left to get this wrapped up before I leave home for the weekend. So I hope you've enjoyed it, and I'll see you on the next one. Bye now. Last time, I ran away from some big scary boys, built a new factory, and jammed a scoria generator inside. This time, I built a big cliff, stick a building on top, and built a machine to process gravel into sand. And I even done some work between episodes clearing out more of the village to make space for these things. So the village is shrinking even further. This is all that's left now, and well, I don't even know if that's going to last the episode, but at least the villagers are safe. Most of them are still trapped down here in the pen, but there's also a couple over here that seem a bit concerned about their missing windmill. Now I'm going to grab a whole bunch of stone because I need to put in a cliff that basically sort of runs along this bit here so we can make more space on top. Plus I'm really looking forward to starting to sort out some of the terrain around here. It looks pretty messy. I think I'll start off just marking out roughly where the sort of bottom edge of the cliff is going to be. This might change a little bit, but we need something to at least get us started. So maybe something about that size could work. We'll obviously need to sort of step up this side here so we can have a small hill. But if we were to build this up, maybe obviously it's going to come in a few blocks here and there. But I think that's going to give us plenty of space at the top here for a farm. That means I've got lots and lots of block placing to do. Let's get this done. Short while later, and I've managed to get a cliff line in, which I think is going to work nicely. I just need to grab a whole bunch of grass and get all that turfed up, and then we should have enough space on top to build. And then, of course, we're going to need to texture it, make it all look nice and all that jazz, but we don't need to worry about that just yet. And I think something like that should do just nicely. We've still got some janky bits around the bottom here, but I'm not worried about them just yet. And of course, we're going to need to put some texture on this cliffside. But once again, don't really care about that right now. What I do care about is getting this sand factory up and running. We've got plenty of space here now to build one, but I'm pretty much out of tuff, and I do love my tough foundations in this area, so we're going to have to do a quick bit of mining first. That's enough of that. We've got a whole bunch of tuff, and we've got loads more for the future as well. We went mining for quite the session there. But I need to make myself a bunch of tough bricks. Now let's mark out a foundation over here. So I think with this one, I'm actually going to have the train line sort of going, not necessarily through the building, but through the kind of yard of the building. So we'll probably actually have the storage over here, but actually have the building on this side. So we want to make sure we're leaving space for the rail. Let's just get down a bunch of blocks. So I'm thinking maybe something like this could work. We'd have a smaller building on this side, which will hold all the gravel ready to get processed. Then we'll have a big building here, which is going to process everything. And to be honest, over here, I'm probably just going to have a big old pile of sand. I don't really know. This is just kind of part of the yard, I guess. And then on the other side here, we'll have a few vaults, and that's what's going to load up the train for us. That's a creeper. I should leave and sleep. And looking at what we've got going on over here, color-wise, I think we might actually just do this as a sort of a plain brick building, so similar to this one over here. And then in theory, that's going to be the sort of last big sort of bricky building, at least on this side. And then we're going to start building over here and elsewhere and so on, and we'll use different materials. But I think, yeah, this is going to be our last brick building. And I've got quite a lot of brick. Hopefully I've got enough to build this. So for the style of building here, I think I want it to be similar to this sort of thing we've got going on over here. So let's maybe sort of cut out some doorways. Maybe the building footprint can be something like that. We'll just stick a vault in here to hold all the gravel. And we're going to have to figure out a way to get the gravel here. Oh, geez, it's actually going to be coming from all the way over there, isn't it? So, to be honest, I'll probably end up with some kind of underground transportation system for moving that over here. I mean, the other option is to grab it off of this train here, but yeah, I don't think I want to be doing that. But I think that should be a big enough space to actually get the processing bit in. I'm probably only going to have 4 or 5 lanes of stuff being processed, because if we do 7, like we did in the gravel, then all of our gravel is going to get turned into sand, and that's not what we want. We just want a bunch of it, really. And then, of course, the sand will get picked up by this train, go back into that cliff over there. I have started digging a tunnel, and we'll figure out what to do with that later. But now I think I'm going to get this building built up, and that was not where I needed to place that at all. But let's get this building up and see how we're sitting. Short while later, and I think we're just about done with the building over here, at least the outer shell. And it's just a simple brick building. We've got some dark oak doors in there, and on the roof here, I've tried something different here. We've actually got scoria, so I've used some of the polished cut scoria and the normal cut scoria slabs. But I think that roof colour looks really good. It does work very nicely down there. We've got plenty of space on the inside as well. As I say, we'll have a gravel vault here, and then we'll just have the big machine here. Probably another vault at the end, which is then going to feed over to some other storage on that side, and so on. But that should work quite nicely. And with the train, I've just added a little bit more track so we can actually have a little bit of wiggle room here when we're figuring out where we want to park it. I think it's probably going to want to be a bit further back than where it is now, but I think we're in a good position to crack on. Although, let me quickly put a fancy wall type thing here. There we go. So I think the next thing I want to do is to actually build the machine, the sort of processor that we're going to have here. But for that, I'm going to need some crushing wheels. And although I brought a lot of stuff with me, crushing wheels was not one of them because, well, I completely forgot. And the crushing wheels are something we can't make in our gigantic airship, so we're going to have to go home for those. I've got my crushing wheels. I just need to make, you guessed it, vaults. Always with the vaults. And probably some girders, you never know. Now I think I finally have everything I need. So first things first, I want to get a vault in here. And we are going to need to link that up to bring gravel over to it, but we'll figure that out later. For now, I think I want to try and figure out the actual sort of grinder machine first. So what we'll do is pull it out of the vault there and then split it into 5 tracks, I think. We'll have 3 of these tracks go up. So if we link those up to there and across the top, and we'll stick another giant vault down this end, so this is where it'll all end up. And then we'll just expand these ones all the way to the end here. But if we set the crushing wheels there and have the funnel going straight in, that should be good. So let's get the rest of these wheels up the top here. And some funnels, of course. And we're going to want some sideways ones down the bottom here. Let's get rid of those girders. That should do the trick nicely, I think. We just need to get a few funnels on this side, like so. We'll just make sure we get these crushers powered. So connect a vertical gearbox like that. That should do all of them. And then we need some brass tunnels on there with a funnel there. And now anything that comes out of there will get split evenly between these 5 tracks. And that's exactly what we want. So let's just do a quick bit of tidying up and get things looking a bit nicer. And then we'll figure out the power. So power should be fairly straightforward. We've got lots of space underneath here to route it around. And oh, I thought I looked at that guy then. And we can easily connect it up to the main power source, which should be just through here. Here it is. So we should just be able to come straight off of this. And with a couple of gearboxes, get it to where it needs to be. And there we go. Everything seems to be going in the right direction. That's nice. That means less work for me. And with a few chain drives, we should be able to get everything else working nicely. And that's got these ones moving. So let's just make this a little bit tidier. All right, good stuff. Now what we need to do is actually bring gravel over to here. And we need to get it over to here all the way from here, or one of these two, potentially. So yeah, plenty of gravel here. We just need to get it to the right place. And if we look at the straight lines here, that vault there, which also stores gravel, is perfectly in line with part of this vault here. So I think the best bet is going to be just to go underground. So I'm going to start a hole under this vault here, and we'll have to go down quite low, I guess. Oh, in fact, maybe let's check some Y levels first. So this vault is at Y33, and I really should put some proper lighting in here. So we'll probably go down a little bit lower than that, I think. So we're down at Y125, and that's going to give us plenty of space. Oh, hello. So this is the bottom of the vault. This is where I need to get connected to, and I've got a long old tunnel down there. And I'm thinking the best way to do this is probably going to be with just a small independent train. Doesn't need to be anything fancy as it's all underground and hidden, but I think using a train is going to be much better than using belts, because long conveyor belts like that, not good. Doesn't really help with ticks per second, and certainly won't be good for frames. So I think by restricting that and just doing it with rails, we're going to be in a much better position. And then we can just use some chutes and a fan or something to push everything up. In fact, let's get those chutes in first. And as we're going to be using a train down here, I should probably make this tunnel a little bit wider just so we can actually fit a driver on him without suffocating. There we go. Nice big tunnel. So now to figure out the drop-off system. We've probably got way too many funnels here for a start. In fact, before the drop-off system, we should probably build ourselves a very small train that can deal with this. And because it's going to be hidden, I really don't care too much what it's going to look like either. But in order to build a train, I'm going to need myself some stations. So let's camp here, grab some redstone so we can make some compasses, and get ourselves some stations. We're going to need 3, because we're going to need 1 at each end of the gravel road bit, and we're going to need 1 to actually park up the train and get sand. So let's put in a station here and build ourselves a tiny train. But it does occur to me I don't have train controls, I don't have a seat, and I didn't even bring the super glue. So yeah, we need to do a quick trip home. Again, a sensible person would probably be using the nether to do this, but well, here we are. I've made it back. This time I have glue, as well as all the other bits I need to make a train. I'll just turn these around the right way. And to be honest, that is all it's going to be. It literally doesn't need to be any more than that. We have a barrel for storage. We've got a storage interface so we can link up with the things at each end. And we've got controls so we can go in both directions. So what we'll do is just put something very simple here that does this. And we'll need to put another funnel on the end there. Do we have an andesite one? Then we'll make ourselves an encased fan and stick that here. Let's just move the train into position. Though I can see that being a problem for the driver, so let's rethink this ever so slightly. If we just move this over by a block, what we'll actually do is pull it out of the side instead. But we'll do the same setup, of course. Now we can get the train in and connect it up. Let's just quickly move the station. And then we just need to get this bit here powered. But we've got power just over here, so that should be simple enough. I think we're all hooked up, so the fan is pushing things from below, so items move upwards. That's what we want. Everything should come out of there and go straight into there, so that's fine. What we need to do now is just get this linked up on the other end with another station. So I think if we put a storage interface there, spin it around the right way. Nope, that's 1 block too high. Let's bring that down like that. We should just be able to do this quite simply with a series of chutes. So if we put a chute there, then we should just be able to bring that all the way up. Now, this is getting full up with gravel. Perfect. So all we need now is a mob that we can put on here, and then we need a schedule just to make it go backwards and forwards. So let's get ourselves some leads. Sorry, Vincent. Let's go find ourselves a nice passive mob. There's usually flies everywhere around here. There you go. Look, there's one right there. Told you. Come on, you. Got a job. That's it. Down here. Yep. And then all the way down this corridor. And you can live there now. But what I don't have with me is a schedule. So, yeah, let's go make one of them. I just had to go all the way home for about the billionth time today, but I have a schedule. So let's go give this to the flyman. So from here, we want it to travel to the gravel sand station. And we'll set the reference item to gravel just to be safe. Then we want it to travel back here. And we want it to have more than, let's say, 25 stacks. It should be able to hold 27 total. And we'll make sure that's gravel. That should be all this fella needs. Yep, he's off. So let's make sure that that loads up the vault here. I mean, it's not the fastest thing in the world, but it's doing the job. And it looks like it's all coming up here as well as this zombie. Get out of it. And it's all getting ground up. We're getting sand and we're getting flint as well and clay. Not gonna lie, I kind of forgot we'd get flint and clay as well. But that's not a bad thing because we do actually need flint and clay for other factories in this area anyway. And as long as we don't filter this to only collect sand, it will still take it all to central storage for us. So it's not really an issue. But what I do need to do is move everything from here over to the other side of the tracks. So we want to bring this stuff over, and I think it makes sense to go up a little bit first. And we'll bring that over to here. Maybe we should bring it a little bit further, actually. Then if we use a chute and a funnel, that should solve that one. Oh, I fell down. Then we just need to get power over to those belts. So I think we're just going to wrap around the back of this vault here. And then we'll get a couple of these in case chain drives in. We just need a funnel. Oh, and we need to set this to that way. There we go. Perfect. So now all we need to do is to bring this over to here somewhere. Get some belts on, put a funnel there and a funnel there and a sight funnel there. We're going to need to power this, and as usual, the easiest way is probably going to be to go through these girders here and hook up to this. There we go. Oh, we don't want this happening. Let's quickly stop that. So I guess here we'll have some chutes. Then if we do something like this, and we get some funnels there and there. Oh, just like that. We'll replace this top one here with a tiny vault. We'll use another encased fan here. So items are moving upward. That's good. Now we just need to get power up to there. And that should do the trick nicely. There we go. So now that all looks to be working, what we need to do is sort out the threshold switch for this. So when this one gets full, it will turn everything off. So we'll set that to 90% and then come back on at 25%. That's fine. But I am going to need some redstone links to make this work. And we'll put one link here. Then we'll put a clutch under here with a receiver. And now we should be all set. We'll have all the stuff coming in. Although we do need to put the station in properly for this train. Let's quickly do that. So that looks to be in the right place. So we will, of course, need to dig out that tunnel and figure out where that's going to be dropping everything off before it loops back round again. But before we do that, we've got a lot of tidying up to do. And not just here and in this yard and on the interior of that, but also under here. We need to finish off the structure down the bottom here. We need to get the road in. We're probably going to need to carve out a little bit of the cliff here as well. And we basically just need to try and get everything a bit more linked up. So I'm going to need to go empty all the junk in my bag, grab lots of other junk that we can use to build things, then crank up the music and have a montage. Oh my days, that has taken forever. but we're making some really good progress over here. So the sand factory itself is looking pretty good. As you can see, it's been working hard as well. It's all backing up nicely. In fact, that probably is actually going to turn off soon because it's just filling up that last vault. But we've got a big old pile of sand. Doesn't actually do anything, but I like the look of it. We've got a few more shipping containers, and I've also sorted out the paths around here. So the power station is now sort of connected up to everything. This path carries on across the rail track and goes all out the side here. And I've added a lot of extra support onto this building here, which it definitely needed. It was looking a bit feeble. On the inside here, I've just put up a few safety rails. We've got some lights in and, of course, some girders. I can't help myself. And we've also dug a tunnel that now loops all the way back up to the top of the mountain. As you can see, our train is going round and round. But that brings us on to our next task, because although this train can go round and collect things from every single station, it can't actually drop anything off yet, and we need somewhere intermediary for it to do that, because ultimately what we're going to do is have a big sort of warehouse here, and then the trains are going to come in and collect everything and then take it back to our main base. So because I don't want to be sending this train all the way down to the warehouse, what we're probably going to do is have somewhere inside this mountain here, there's going to be like a mini sort of warehouse. So we'll have a few vaults in there, the train will be able to pull in and drop everything off, and then we'll have something else that sort of connects those vaults down to the main warehouse. At least that's the plan. So what I need to do now is go and put some lights in this tunnel because it's horrifically dark in here. Oh, apparently I have actually lit up a lot of the rest of it, but what I want to do is open out an area around here somewhere, I think. Because if we can have sort of a station here just where the small train can offload all 5 of its containers, then I think that's going to work quite nicely for us. Whoa, that was close. So I guess I need to get digging, but the question is, do I use my drill down here? And you know what? I think I will. That way we can just create a nice big hole straight away and just get on with the build. So let's take a super fast train ride all the way home. As you may have been able to tell from that super fast train ride, we've still got a lot of work to do on those tunnels and the bridges and the rest of the rail, but that's not a problem for now. So my drill, it should be in here somewhere. I wonder actually, do we take this? We do have a digging enchantment. Let's just get that all enchanted up and we'll take that with us as well, just in case. But I imagine we're just going to be using the Big Daddy drill. So we'll take a mending book and we should have a digging one up here somewhere. There we go. Well, it doesn't look like we can actually put mending on it, so I guess we'll just put digging on it and hope for the best. So we're back, I've got my drill, and oh, look at this thing go. Maybe we should just use this after all. Although, let's be honest, it's still going to be much quicker with this thing. Oh, the drill was a little bit taller than I thought. Thankfully, I think the only thing we've ripped out is the floor. On the plus side, we've got plenty of space. I just kind of forgot that I made the drill really tall instead of really wide. Whoops. And we're still going to need to trim out this wall here a bit as well. And I see now why the drill doesn't need mending. It actually just uses up fuel. I wish I'd found a digging book ages ago. Jeez, this is amazing. So before we carry on downstairs, let's quickly put this floor back in, shall we? All sorted. I've added a layer of dirt as well, just to make sure. But that gives us plenty of space to work with down here to have a sort of mini depot. So let's go grab a train station, some vaults, and I guess we're going to need a few other bits and bobs as well to get this working. And I also need to think about how to make this whole area look nice as well. Back with my favourite thing, lots and lots of vaults, but I've also got the other create bits and bobs I need as well, and I've already gone wrong. Jeez. And what I'm going to do is just wait for the train to pull in and adjust its schedule so it'll pull into the other station for us. Here it comes. So, Mr. Sheep, give me your schedule. And we're just going to add in upper storage, and we'll keep that there until it's empty. So you can have that back, sir. So in a minute, he's going to pull into here, and then we can work out how we're going to do this. And I've just turned up the brightness as well while we're building in here, just to make things a bit nicer for you. So I've pulled the train in, and I've decided I'm going to make this room a little bit bigger. There we go, much more space. And then I'm going to stick a bunch of vaults in here. I'm not going to make them maximum size. I think just 6 blocks long should do fine. And then we've just got 1 vault for each carriage, which I think should work nicely. So we're going to need a bunch of portable storage interfaces. We'll put 1 above each carriage, and these should just connect straight away. Look at that. We should be able to keep this fairly simple, just with a few belts. In fact, we can literally do it with 1. That's all we need to do. So let's just repeat that on all of the rest of these. Then let's tidy this up with some andesite casings. All we need to do now is get power up to this. If I check my coordinates, it should be 2140. I think this is where my power line is. Close, I was only 1 block out, but to be honest, that's probably more useful to us. So let's just bring that power up. And if we get that going the right way, that should offload our train. Haha, look at that. And now the train's going to set off and carry on. Excellent. But now I need to make this area look nice. And we've got quite a lot of limestone in this area because, well, we're generating it. And I'm thinking we might use some of that. But I don't really know. We'll see what takes my fancy. And I've also got all these tunnels to sort out as well. So I guess I've got my work cut out for me for the next few hours. So I started by replacing the floor with some tuff and integrated some limestone variants into the walls. I used cut limestone to create a band that also continued through the tunnels themselves and created a bit of interest. I then grabbed my faithful girders to frame out the vaults and added some support to the offloaders. I filled in the ceiling and hung some lights, then promptly realised the only way in was via the train tunnel, which seemed mighty dangerous, so I carved out a service tunnel that led back to the sand factory tunnel entrance, added some lights in there too, and that brings us to now, where we have a semi-complete room with 3 giant holes in the ceiling. But I have a plan for those. We just need to grab ourselves a few things. So we need a windmill bearing, we need some large water wheels, we need the super glue, some andesite casings, and I need windmill sails, but sadly we don't have any wool here, so I might have to head home again, or even better, we can just rob a village. So I've got what we need. Let's just put a temporary block there and we'll stick a water wheel on top of each of these. I'll stick a windmill bearing on top of that, although that's the wrong way around. There we go. We'll stick a block there and then we'll get some sails on, although I think what I'm actually going to do is raise this up by a block, get a few gearboxes, stick a vertical gearbox there with the windmill like that. We're going to need to quickly change these a little bit. We'll glue that block to that and then we're just going to hide this, I guess. We'll just cover it over with some grass. See, look, you'd never know. And then with a few shafts and a couple of extra gearboxes, we can get them all moving. And then on the underside, we're just going to use these corner framed blocks, and that should make them look fairly roundish. Yeah, they're looking cool. Although what I am going to do is just change the wood type there, make them look a little bit more metallic by using the birch. Oh, or not. You can see the birch bark on the inside. That's disgusting. So maybe let's just go with dark oak instead. You know what you're getting with dark oak. So that's all looking pretty good. I think what I want to do is probably get some information boards in these just so we can see the contents of what's in each of these vaults. And then I need to sort out that end of the tunnel. So I think what I'm actually going to do here is move all of these. And we're going to do that on this side instead. Then that gives me a nice space for display boards on each of the vaults so we can see how full they are. So the signs are in. Let's just put some threshold switches on so we can then attach display links to them. And apologies if my voice sounds a bit different. I think I'm coming down with something, which isn't ideal, but oh well. Let's get these linked up. And what we'll do is we'll set fill level to percentage on line 1 and then a progress bar on line 2. And I think that looks pretty cool. There we go. That's all of those done. They're all getting pretty full. This is good. Now I just need to sort out the rest of this tunnel. And while I decorate this tunnel, I'm going to ask you to do a little something for me, because it turns out 77% of you that watch these videos aren't even subscribed. So if you do enjoy the series and you want to make sure you're catching every episode, please do hit that subscribe button. Now let's see how that tunnel's coming along. Oh, easy now. Easy. Jeez. Well, I've done the tunnel. That's all looking nicey, and as far as you know, it's also looking nice around the corner. And with that, I think this area is ready to start shipping things off to the warehouse that doesn't exist yet. But I think it's safe to say we made some good progress today. We've pretty much finished this upper industrial section now. So that means next episode, we'll probably be removing the last of that village, and we can maybe even move the villagers up here and give them some jobs. Sadly for now, the spoonful of honey I took about an hour ago is wearing off. My throat's getting raspy again. So thanks for watching, and I'll see you on the next one. Bye-bye now. Last episode, we built a big factory to convert gravel into sand, clay, and flint, and expanded the tiny mining train's rail to build a small warehouse inside the mountain. This time, we start off with a dodgy voice because we're still recovering from being ill, but by the end, we're absolutely fine. But we build a big cliff, we build a big warehouse, and we build our very first monorail. And as you may be aware, it's been a pretty rough week for me. I've spent the last 5 days pretty much in bed not being able to talk. I've been very, very ill. But I started to feel a bit better yesterday, and today, I think I'm well enough to start recording again. And for me, 5 days without recording is just unheard of. It's been horrible. But just because I've not been very well for the last few days doesn't mean I haven't been busy on the world here. Yes, was basically just working on the rail, but look at this shiny new bridge we've got. Doesn't that look wonderful? It's about time we had something here. So Beardstone Valley's actually just in that mountain there. This is the sort of very first area where we needed a bridge. And, well, it's quite nice I actually finally got around to doing it, let's be honest. Although I haven't done that tunnel there yet, but we can ignore that. But other than that, I've just been sorting out some tunnel entrances. We've been sorting out the rail, adding in a little bit of grass and some coarse dirt and different types of gravel, just to mess up the actual track bed itself a little bit. I've also sorted out a bunch of the trackside terrain, made things all look a little bit nicer. We planted some trees, we mixed in some other blocks, and I also got as far as blocking out the second bridge we need on the railway line over here. But yeah, as you can see, this still needs a lot of work, so we're just going to skip over that. So if we look at our world map, the rail line all the way from the logging camp down here to this area here is now complete, apart from a little bit of detail on this bridge here. And from the other side, I have actually sorted out the rail all the way through, the tunnels, all the way up to this part here. So we've probably still got about half the track to do, but we're certainly a lot closer to being done than we were. And over here, we can see our industrial area looking good and working nicely. But what you won't see is any more village. I've completely removed it. But it was needed, it's fine. We've still got the villagers, they're having a wonderful time down there. But this area down here is where we're going to be building a great big warehouse today. We're going to need to extend the track. We're probably going to have it go into the mountain and underneath, and that's where it's going to collect everything up from, and then we'll loop it back to connect back onto here. But I think as a basis to work from, this is starting to look pretty good. But I'm afraid you lot are going to need to be moved. So we're probably going to hide you inside a cliff somewhere for now. And yeah, we do have this big tunnel here, which does have a purpose. We'll get to that later. So for safety reasons, I think I'm going to move you lots somewhere else. I might just hide you inside the cliff for now, because I'm probably going to need this space. In fact, I'm definitely going to need this space because we have a tunnel behind here. And this, if we go in here, we can see connects all the way up to the back of the storage area we built last time. So we're going to need a few basic carts just running up and down here, taking stuff from that storage area down to the main warehouse. So you lot, what to do with you? You see, now part of me is kind of curious to know what happens if I just let them free. Are they going to go up here and start working? Are they going to grab a little place to work from? I don't really know. I suppose the first test is to see if those other two villagers that were wandering around up here are still wandering around up here, or if they've disappeared somewhere. Oh, hello, here's one of them. One of them seems to have taken a job in the scoria factory. That's good. Keep up the good work, buddy. The problem is, after a bit of searching around, I cannot find the other guy, which means it's probably not safe to let them loose yet at all. So for now, I think what I'm gonna do is make a bunch of beds, stick them up here, and hope that they make their way over this side, and then we'll just box them in another pen for now. Still kind of curious to see where they're gonna wander though, so let's give them a little bit of freedom. That's it. Go on, guards. You lead the way. Lead them to safety. Look, Emerson, don't talk to me. Go find a job. Well, they don't seem keen in wandering away too far from here, so that's probably not a bad thing. Let's just hope they don't get hit by trains when they do eventually move. Now, I just need to find some sheep so we can make some beds and try and at least keep a couple of these villagers alive. But my theory is, as long as at least 2 survive, we can always make more. I'm the best employer ever. Oh, I've got 31 wool. That should be enough. Hello, what's this? Is this a spawner? It is a skeleton spawner. Hey, buddy. Well, we might have to add this to our mob farm later. So let's just stick a bunch of beds up here, fence it all in again. They love the pen. And give them a way to get in. I should probably put a few torches down here as well. Oh, do I only have one? Well, that's unfortunate. 1 torch is all you get. But hopefully next time it starts to get dark, they're going to make their way up there. That should help out quite nicely. And you, sir, walking on the rail tracks, that is not going to pan out for you in the long run. Right, now, with the villagers having potentially somewhere to go to be safe, I think what I need to do is start marking out this big old warehouse we're going to be putting here. Because I think it makes sense to get the warehouse in first, and then from that we can work out exactly where the train tunnel needs to go and how that's all going to connect up, and of course, how it's going to connect up from the top. And that means I need to grab myself loads of stuff. And I think what I want to do down here is potentially have a few sort of different warehouse buildings. So we'll have one area where it actually all just gets dropped off and where things get initially put, and then we'll just have a couple of extra storage buildings. I think that's the route I want to go. And with that in mind, it's going to make sense to mark out where a few of the buildings are going to go. So we'll have a big old building there. We'll maybe have a smaller one over here. And then we're going to need to put a path of some kind that goes up here. So we'll probably just use this as outdoor storage. This is where the trains are going to need to come in and drop stuff off. So I think it's just going to be these 2 buildings here. But before I go any further, there's a few things I need to consider, because we are, of course, producing a bunch of the core resources at the moment. But by the time this place is done, we're going to be producing maybe like 25, 30 different things over here. And that means there's a whole bunch of stuff we're going to be transporting back to our main base. So I kind of need two sections here. And what I want to do is have one area where everything that gets produced just gets dumped into big vaults, is unsorted, and that's the stuff that just gets loaded onto the train and taken home. And then when stuff gets home, it can be sorted there. But then a lot of the stuff we're producing, I'm going to want to bring down to this storage area here, but then some of it's going to get sent off to different factories. So maybe I should make a list of exactly everything we're going to be producing over here, and then work out what building it's going to be living in. I think it's time I grabbed a clipboard and populate it with all the things I know, which is, well, these are the things I know I'm definitely going to be making over here. There may end up being more, and the things I've put a tick next to are the kind of final stage, as in all the things with a tick I don't intend on processing any further. So they can live in one particular warehouse, which is, I guess, the mixed vault, but everything else in this list that doesn't have a tick next to it is going to be stored in individual vaults, because some of those things are going to be pulled off into different factories and processed even further. So all of these things will go into one building, and the things that don't have a tick will be sorted out and come into this building as well. Does that make sense? I don't know. But now we know what's going in each warehouse, maybe we can start coming up with a design here. And I think I'm going to use probably a combination of dark oak and maybe like stone and tuff and so on for the walls here. We've got a lot of red and orange going on at the top there, and I want to kind of side away from that down this side. So let's just start placing some blocks and see what happens. So I'm thinking maybe a pallet along these lines, fairly straightforward. We've just got the sort of the metallic effect down the bottom here. We'll have the roof coming up from this side, although I don't know what I'm going to make that out of yet. But I do like the look of the sort of corrugated metal walls that we're getting from this. And combined with the stripped dark oak, I think this should work quite nicely. And what I'll probably also do is add in a little bit of sort of texture and damp patches and things like that, because we can use the stone and the andesite pillars as well, just to add a little bit of variation, which if we do it right, could end up looking quite good. We could even make the building look a little bit shoddy by just putting in sort of patches, I guess, because then it's going to look like they're literal patch-up jobs on the building. In fact, I've got an even better idea. If we were to add these patches as trapdoors, we can literally make it look like stuff has been stuck on the outside of the building here just to cover up some holes. Yeah, I think if we mess around with different texturing effects here, we could get this looking pretty good. And then something else I want to do is have a kind of loading yard platform type thing here. So maybe something like this. And then we can use this to connect the two buildings together as well, if we just fill in the rest of this floor quickly. So something like that maybe? I don't know. We'll see how we go. But at the moment, I can feel my voice starting to go, so this seems like the perfect time for me just to focus on doing some building and giving you a beardy montage. That's enough of that. We have a warehouse. Look at this beauty. It is, of course, completely empty at the moment, but we've got plenty of space to be working with. I think this should work quite nicely. But before we do any more on the warehouse itself, I think it makes a bit more sense for me to work out the transportation system, because we have 7 resources up the top there that we need to bring down here, and instead of using belts or trains, we're going to mix it up a little bit. I have an idea which may work, and it should enable us to get this stuff down the bottom there with a little bit more style than usual. But for that, we need to head back to Beardstone Valley and make ourselves some monorail. Now, the question is, how do we actually make monorail? Where is my monorail? Why is it not showing any monorail?
Have you tried turning it off and on again?
One cheeky restart later, and now we can see how to make it. So we need metal brackets, okay, and iron sheets, and a squishy. Okay, this should be fairly doable. Oh, and we need girders, lots and lots of girders. So let's go make a bunch of components, and then we should just be able to use our track making machine we already have, which is 2 pokers and a presser, so that should work. So we need a bunch of girders, a bunch of brackets, and a bunch of iron sheets. So let's remove this box. Just stick a barrel there. Let's clean up all of this. We don't need this here. And for this one, I don't think we need the saw either. Stick that back in there. And what was the order? Brackets, then sheets. So if we put the brackets in here, sheets in here, and the girders in here, that should make monorail. Look at that. And we get 6 at a time as well. Oh, we're going to have loads of the stuff. Let's just quickly wait for that to build up a bit. Well, I have an extortionate amount of monorail. I certainly don't need that much, but that should keep us going for a while. Now I need to grab a few other bits and bobs. Because at the end of the day, a monorail is basically just a train. So we still need all the train components. And that's pretty much it for the basics. Now let's head back and see if we can figure this out. Oh, this is going to be fun getting on this, isn't it? There's a creeper right there. Nope, he saw me. And now he's despawned. Lovely. Right, let's head off. Now, the first thing I want to do is figure out how the monorail's going to connect down here, because I think what I was originally going to do was have everything come down and then split into 2 areas. But I think what I might do instead is have the monorail come into this warehouse, go back up, and then go into that warehouse. So with that in mind, let's figure out where this monorail's gonna go. So I think we want it sort of going into the roof somewhere around there, I guess. So I think if we have a connection here, which will link up to this bit, is that gonna work? Oh, no, we need to go over another block. So if we put that piece there, just connect that to the roof up here for now. Somewhere like that. And it looks like we might need to lower the floor of the tunnel a tiny bit if we're going to have things hanging down here. But we'll tackle that shortly. For now, let's get this connected over to here, like that. I don't know, I feel like there's not enough height there. Maybe I should raise it up a little bit further. So maybe let's just raise it by a block and then connect that to about there somewhere. Then we'll bring that all the way up to there. We'll bring it round the corner here. And then we'll just run this all the way to the top. In fact, we'll just stick it about here for now, because I don't actually know what I'm going to be doing at the top there yet. And when it comes to the transport on here, what I actually want to do is make another one of... Where's that little train gone? It should be around here somewhere. It must be inside the mountain. Oh, here it comes. But what I want to do is essentially have hanging versions of these minecarts here. So I'm probably going to do them at a similar size, which means they're, what, 1, 2, 3, probably 4 blocks tall? How much clearance have we got below this? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, that should work. So in theory, that means the bottom of them is going to be around here somewhere. But we are definitely going to need to lower the floor of that tunnel over there. I don't know how that's all going to tie up on the inside there yet, but let's get this one in over here as well first. Should be able to get that linked up to there. And we'll just bring that track into here as well. That should be fine. So what I want to do is build one of these carts. And I think the easiest way for me to do that is actually going to be just to stick another random bit of track over here, and then we can move it onto the right place afterwards. So let's just stick in a random temporary bit of rail here, add a station, and create a new train. Let's see how this goes. So as always, we're going to need one of those. Oh, that looks cool. I already just love the way that connects. So what we need to do for this, of course, is to put in an engine. And I think for the engine to work, I might be able to just hide it in another one of these dangling carts. I don't know. Let's give it a go. So the cart itself should be fairly easy. We just need 3 blocks like that. Then we'll get some of these vertical bits in. Framed panels to build up the sides. And then we should, hopefully, be able to get a seat and some controls in there. And because we want this thing to be able to go in both directions, we should make sure we're doing that. And then a couple of chains in here should hopefully finish it off. I think that's going to work quite nicely. And with this one being the train engine, it means we should just be able to add a few more on the back here and we should be okay. So if we were to put another one there and one more there, having 3 of these going around I think will be more than enough, and that should give us plenty of storage. Although it would help if I put them on upside down, so let's try that again. And these ones are going to be slightly different because what we actually need to do, if I get rid of those, is to put in some barrels and a portable storage interface. In fact, I can probably get away with making those all a block higher. Hide all this like that, get some more chains on. Then if we do that and that, yeah, this is going to look pretty cool going around, I think. Let's quickly get this 3rd one in. Right, that should do it. So let's get all this glued together. Think I've got it all. Let's try it out. Well, it assembled. That's a good sign. Does the whole train move? It does. Oh, this is going to look wonderful. So let's just relocate this over here. And let's have a quick look at how much we need to dig out in the tunnel. So probably about another 2 blocks. That's fine. Guess I'd better get digging. Well, it doesn't look very nice. And to be honest, it doesn't actually look that much different. But I assure you, there's definitely enough height for the train now. And I've also dug out a big area over here, which we can use as a loading area. So when it comes to the loading area here, there's quite a few things to consider. Because what we want to make sure is happening is that the things that we need are being pulled off of here. So if, for example, we're full up on sand down the bottom there and we're not using sand in our other factories, we don't need to keep taking sand down there. The question is, how are we going to do that? Well, I think I have an idea. I'm just hoping it's going to work. So the first thing I need to do is to get some storage interfaces in. And I think they are there. Oh, no, wait a minute. Aren't they facing the other way? Yes, they are, and I'm going to kind of need them facing that way down the bottom, so maybe what I should do is actually something a bit more like this. And then I can hide that again. Now if I quickly assemble the train, that should hook up. Yeah, look at that, perfect. So we'll just do the same thing on this one. But I've run out of storage interfaces, so let's go make a couple more. But my thinking is, if we have stuff being pulled out of these 5 different vaults, we'll feed it into a temporary vault here, and then from here we'll just have it feeding into both of these, which will load up the train. In fact, I'm probably going to make that vault even smaller, because we don't want too much backlog in there. And we'll have all 5 of these vaults feeding at the same time into here, and then that will get split into these 2. What we'll then do is down the bottom, if the storage vaults are full of cobble, for example, on both the normal warehouse and the one where it gets sent off elsewhere, we'll send up a redstone signal and just turn off the funnel that releases cobble. Because the last thing we want is this train to keep picking up cobble when it can't drop it off, because then that's the only thing it's going to have in it, and that's just not going to be useful to anyone, really, is it? Let's be honest. And the only other way around that will be to make an individual carriage for each one of the resources, but I don't really want to do that because we're not going to be able to fit it in the warehouse down the bottom. So yeah, although I've probably not explained it very well, I do have a plan and I hope it's going to work. But I guess there's only one way to find out, so let's go get some more portable storage interfaces and see if we can get this system working. And after a bit of messing around, I think I've managed to do it, but I've hidden it all underneath because it's very, very messy. So if we go down here and have a look, we've got a vault here that everything's getting fed into from the other vaults we've got at the top there. So we've got all 5 vaults feeding into this 2x2 by 2, and then everything's getting pulled back out again and fed into the trains. So this is good. The train is now full, but as you can see, it's not particularly well balanced. I mean, we've only got 256 cobble in there, but we've got 3,200 limestone. But this is where the trickery comes in. I mean, I say trickery, I don't know what you'd call it. Probably just redstone links, to be honest with you. But what I need to do now is build somewhere down here where everything can get offloaded. So, well, I guess bringing the train down would have been a good start, wouldn't it? So this is where the train's going to pull in, but I think I want to do some experiments. And for those experiments, we're going to jump into a creative flat world because I want to test a few things out. And these tests are going to revolve around vaults, drawers, and what we can do with threshold switches and smart observers, because I've not really used these before, and I wonder if these are going to be more useful for what I'm trying to do. But my very first question is, can these things even read drawers? It looks like they can. So if I was to put a whole bunch of deep slate in there, yeah, okay, so they can read drawers. That's good. Next question, what does a smart observer do? Maybe I should ponder this one. Okay, so basically this can just look for specific blocks, it kind of checks stuff. I don't think this is what we need. So that means we are going to be using the threshold switches, and now I want to test the filters on these. So if we put pearlescent frog lights on there and verdant ones on there. Wait a minute, that's a smart observer. Let's try that again, and we'll put the correct filters on there and there, and we'll just dump a bunch of these into the vaults. We'll just chuck them in the chute directly, that should do the trick. And what these are doing is only counting the specific blocks towards the total, so this will only currently switch if this is 75% full of these pearlescent frog lights. And currently, there are none in there, so it's not showing. Whereas the verdant ones, we can see it started to fill up a little bit, but yeah, once again, I don't think that's really going to help us. I think we're going to have to use drawers. Because what I don't want to happen is to have a big shared vault and have the entire thing fill up with one particular resource and then not leave space for anything else. Whereas if we just offload our train with belts and then use arms or something else, it doesn't really matter. But if we just load up drawers directly, then we can take a threshold reading of each drawer and then send a redstone signal all the way back up to the top. Which brings us to another problem. Redstone links only have a range of 64 blocks, usually. But as this is my perfect world, in my perfect world, redstone links can go a lot further than that. So what we're going to do, I'm going to test it here first. We can just go into the mods, we can search for create, and it's probably in gameplay settings, logistics would make sense, and we can set the link range in here to anything we want. So if we would set it to 400, for example, and then save that, we can now have a redstone link that goes over 400 blocks. And we can set that to whatever we like to make our systems work. And I think I will. So I think we have a solution that's going to work without backing up all the systems. Now I've just got to go back to the real world and build it. So back over here in the real world, the other thing I'd need to consider, which has only just occurred to me, is that these are just the goods that are coming from one factory. Apparently I can't stand on that. Oh, that's non-solid. Okay, we'll stand here instead. But what I need to consider is, yes, we've got our little mini warehouse there, which is bringing stuff down to here, but there's going to be a whole other bunch of factories, which means we're going to end up with multiple monorails running on this line. But it looks like we can use train signals on them, so that shouldn't be a problem. We can prevent some crashes. But that is making me rethink the layout down here just a little bit. This really is starting to get quite complicated in my tiny brain here. So I'm going to spend a bit of time just messing around. You're probably going to see some random clips of me placing blocks and things. And when I come back, hopefully, I'll be able to explain what's actually going on, because I can't really talk you through what I'm doing when I don't actually know what I'm doing. And over an hour later, I have indeed come up with a plan, and it seems to be working. So what we have here is a couple of storage interfaces that are hooked up to a depot, and then these mechanical arms grab the things off the depots and put them all in here. This goes into a storage controller, or a drawer controller as it's actually known, and that's hooked up to these drawers on the wall here, which are going to be sorting out all the different things. Of course, we can expand this as we need, but for now, this is just fine. I've then got threshold switches that read each one of these drawers, and on the back of them, we have a redstone link, and we've increased the range on them so that they can link to these ones here, and when these go off, they will actually lock these funnels and stop sand from coming out. So once there's loads of sand down there, it will stop going into the train, but the other things will still carry on. And in theory, that should work and mean we've always got what we need where we need it. But until we leave it running for a while, I guess we're not really going to know. So I just need to get myself a train driver in there and set up a schedule to go back and forth, and that will get these boxes here loaded up. This is good. And in regards to getting resources over to the other factory, I think I'm actually better off taking them from the spot up there than I am from taking them down here. So I'm probably actually going to remove this whole track here, just like that, and we'll figure out what to do with that later. When we build new factories, we'll probably just connect to the monorail at the top and take it directly from that station. I think it's just going to work a bit better. And that also means we'll be able to leave this track open a little bit for bringing stuff down from that factory into here. But who knows what's going to happen? Stuff's probably going to change as we go. Now, let's go find ourselves a pilot. And I'm hoping that I can find a fly or a chicken, because they're quite small and they should fit in there quite nicely. But annoyingly, my jetpack has completely run out of fuel, so it's kind of difficult to get around. Well, I see a pig up there. He might be small enough. Come along, Piggo. Nope, scrap that. There's the fly. Come here, you. Sorry, Piggo. So let's put him in there. And it doesn't look like I have any schedules. Dang it. But I also need to refill my jetpack anyway, so I guess we're taking a trip home. So I've filled up my jetpack. I've got myself a train schedule. Let's set something for this little dude. Now let's create this schedule. Hopefully, I should send it on its way. That looks well cool. Love it. And we'll just wait a moment, but that should come back fairly quickly, I'd imagine. Oh, it's saying it can't get to this station, and I think I know why. Have I got it facing? Yep, I've got it facing the wrong direction. There we go, navigation succeeded. So it should be on its way back down now. Here we go. Although it's stopped there, so I guess that means... Probably should have thought about this a bit more, but we probably need to put this about there. There we go, now the arms are doing their thing. Oh, this one isn't. Maybe I've not connected him up correctly. There we go. And that should now just keep going backwards and forwards. We just have a lot of other work to do to make everything look nice. Everything around here is looking very, very messy at the moment. So I guess we should fix up this tunnel, fix up this building, and fix up the station inside the warehouse. Crack on that music, Beardy. For now, I think that's about as far as we can take it. So I've got the monorail tunnel entrance sorted out here now, and the tunnel itself is looking pretty good. I mean, it's fairly basic. We've just sort of carried on the theme that we had going on at the top there. We've also swapped the driver out to a pig just because it looks better. And at the top here, the station's looking a little bit nicer as well, but I haven't finished off this side here. This is quite likely we're going to have other sort of monorails coming in this way and heading out that way. So I haven't gone for too much detail, but it does look a lot better than it did. In regards to the warehouse, I've cleaned up the area. I've built a new cliff alongside here. This bit was already here, but I've just kind of extended it. And on this side, I've just walled it in so that when we put buildings up here, it should all look quite nice. But besides that, you may notice it's actually lacking quite a bit of... Whoa, easy now. But you may notice it's lacking quite a bit of detail. And it has occurred to me, I don't really know how a lot of this stuff here is going to work once we get everything underneath. And with that in mind, I didn't want to put in loads of effort making these warehouses look lovely, only to have to destroy them next episode. And the final step to complete phase 1 of this area is going to be to actually get a freight train in. So we're going to have something coming in under here. It's going to go through the mountain, and then we're going to have a nice sort of freight train collection area underneath. And depending on how that ends up getting laid out, that's going to sort of change what's going on up here. And what is going on there? Okay, that was weird. Must have been a graphical glitch. It disappeared as soon as I landed. But either way, I'm pleased with how this is working, even if it does look a little bit shabby in here right now. But sadly, that's all we've got time for today, so I hope you've enjoyed it. Thanks for watching, and I'll see you on the next one. Bye now. Last episode, I built a cliff, a warehouse, and a monorail. And this time, we build a brand new train depot inside a mountain, extend our main line, and build a shiny new train to transport our goods 5,000 blocks back to base. But before we can do anything at all, we need to do a whole lot of digging, hence the train. And the digging we need to do is to basically come off this track. I think we're going to keep going in a straight line for a while, so there's going to be a nice tunnel underground, and then directly under this warehouse and pretty much under this entire area here, we need to carve out a massive cavern. So I guess the best thing I can do to start is just figure out exactly where the rail's going to go into this mountain over here, which it would seem is going to be at that angle. And I should, if I put some rail on this train here, I should just be able to use this to do it. So let's turn on the drills. We can also turn on the prodders, because although we've got lots of prodders on here, none of them actually have anything to place apart from the one in the front, so we should just get rail. At least that's the hope. Let's see what happens. Yep, this looks like it's going to work. I'll bring you back in once I've got a massive hole under this mountain. Well, that's a mighty big cave. We've got lots of rail, we've got lots of creepers, and, well, we haven't got any lights whatsoever. But I do have my brightness turned up to 1,000, as I tend to do when I'm working underground like this. But, yeah, we need to get some proper lights in. And I still do need to actually expand it out a little bit further here and there. I don't like the fact these tunnels go right up to the edge. But my thinking is I wanted to turn this into a bit more of a train depot type area. So although we don't really need more than one track, I think it's going to work a lot better just by having the 5. 2 of these can just be used for parking trains, and the idea is the other 3 actually loop all the way round. So if we go through this central tunnel, we can see how one connects from this side. We've got another one that connects from here, and this can also do a loop-de-loop on the inside here. And then this all connects to the outside, and now it connects back onto the main rail. So once I get some train signals, we can probably get away with getting rid of this horrible loop-de-loop, which I've been looking forward to for a long time because it's horrible. And once we've got all the signals in place, we'll be able to control the train traffic as well, so anything coming this way can actually go off and go into the freight area if needed. And I'm probably going to switch it up so the passenger train stops here and then goes off and into the tunnel, and then just uses the far side track to loop back onto the main line. So yeah, it should be lots of fun. But I'm going to need a whole load of train signals to make that happen, so let's go grab some of them, and then we'll make a start on figuring out how it's going to work inside. So I've got a bunch of train signals, but first up, let's clear up the rail around here a little bit. We don't need these bits anymore, and that signaling should work for that. So this can go in both directions. These ones go in one direction or the other. Now, these are all going to be fairly complicated, methinks. But I think we can simplify this by just cutting off the entire junction. So this one can go in both directions, as can the one on that side. And each of the in-between ones can only come this way, because they're going to be the loading platforms. I've also put the signals in on this side, and they're basically all pointing in that direction, apart from this one, which can go in both. Then I guess we're going to need one there to separate that bit. We're going to need one here to separate that bit. And these ones here should be doing their thing as well. So I think that is correct, but what we can easily do to check is just fly over and look at the colours and make sure that the splits are in the right place, which it appears they are over here. So if I bring this train in and park it up, then it should enable the passenger train to keep on running. Although, to be honest, this thing's probably going to be in the way while we're sorting out down here. It's pretty big. I don't think we're going to need it anymore, so let's just take it home. We'll get rid of this, and when we come back, we can actually make a start on figuring out what this place is going to look like and how it's going to work. With that train gone, we can see a bit better what we're working with, and what I'm trying to do is work out exactly how things are going to, well, how they're going to work, really. How they're going to get transported from up there down to here, and how they're going to get from here onto the train. And I think what we probably want to do is have a load of vaults down here and have that as the main storage instead of using those drawers we put in last time. So if we quickly break through to the top here, this is what we've got at the moment, and I think I want to change all this up, which is why I didn't do anything with it in the first place last episode. But I think what we want to be doing is literally just unloading stuff here and not actually storing it. What I'd like to do is unload it here, We'll have some cool system, we'll make it look all nicey-nicey in here, and then have that all feed down directly into vaults down the bottom here. And then this is where we'll have the redstone links and so on, which is something else we need to change, because although it works for this particular setup, as soon as we start taking stuff to the other factory, we're going to have some problems. But we don't need to worry about that for now. For now, we can just get everything shuffled round a bit, but I think I'm going to start off by sorting out the floor down here. So I don't want to have the rails sunk down compared to the rest of the room, so I think we're going to be building up either side here. I also need to push these walls back a bit because, as I say, I don't like the way those tunnels connect up here. So let's do a whole bunch of block placing, and I'll bring you back in just a moment. I think a big old platform like that should do the trick just nicely, but now we need to grab ourselves a bunch of vaults, and we need to just build up a storage facility down here. And once we've got those in, we can start connecting the systems together. So I added some vaults and used brass funnels on the train side, leading into a set of storage interfaces as a simple way to load the train when we eventually build it. I then hooked up a bunch of conveyor belts on the alternate side, which would carry the resources down from the monorail above, and then sort them into the vaults, ready for transport back to main storage. I added a threshold switch and a redstone link to each and every vault, similar to how we did with the drawers before. However, this time I set the capacity to 50% and inverted the signal, for reasons we'll get into shortly. I then set everything off and stood around a while just checking to make sure everything was working as expected. And it almost is. The only problem we had is that despite having these set to 50% and then turning off, because of how much we're backing up over at the other warehouse, it still kind of got a little bit over full. So what I've done now is I've actually lowered that to 40%, just in the hope that we can have to burn less stuff. I mean, it's not the end of the world if we get too much. We'll just burn the excess, and it's only ever a stack or two, but I'd still rather avoid it if we can. So something I have done is inverted the signal. So if we go down to one here that's not actually going to mess up the system, what I've been doing is setting these to 40% there, 20% there, and normally it will be like this. So once something is full, it will then send out a redstone signal. But I've been inverting that because what I want it to actually do is to send a signal to say, hey, I need some of whatever this resource is, and then that will start releasing it at the top. Because that way, when I start building factories that need things like cobblestone, I can do the same thing. I can have them say, hey, I'm low on cobblestone. It will send a signal up to the warehouse over there, and then it will start letting cobblestone out. I think that's definitely going to be the safer way for us to do it. Because otherwise, if these vaults down here got full and then sent out a signal to say, hey, don't let any more cobblestone out, then the factories over this side that need cobblestone aren't actually going to be able to get hold of it anymore. And that's just really not going to help us whatsoever. So I'm hoping this system is going to be a little bit more future-proof. The only other thing to consider now is the trains, because of course, well, we've got lots of collection points for each of the trains because we're collecting from each of the individual vaults. But I think I have a plan for the trains, and what we'll probably do is have a big engine. We'll have maybe 4 or 5 freight carts, but we'll only probably have the front 2 actually collecting stuff. And then we'll just have different stations here. Because that way I can have one freight train that comes in and just collects from these 2, and then I can have another freight train that comes in and collects from the next 2, and so on. And that way we don't have to massively expand the offloading system we have at the other end, because that'd be a nightmare. And as we get more factories and more resources down here, we can add in more stations. I am actually tempted to remove one of these tracks here, probably this one, and actually stick another sort of platform in here, but I don't really know. We'll see what happens as we develop the area further. For now, though, we know this works. We just need to see if we need to actually adjust anything once we get a train in here. And in fact, I'm going to quickly chase that train down because something I want to do is change what station it visits. Because currently it goes to platform 2, and the only way for it to actually get there is to go, well, as you just saw, right through where the freight train is. So if we change this and set this to Stone Peaks Valley, platform 2, now it should follow this track round, come in this way, and then when it leaves, it will actually be forced to go on the far track and so on. And that should keep it out of the way of the freight train. At least that's the hope. So let's send it on its way and see what happens, I guess. I think we're in a good position now to actually maybe potentially build this new train. But as usual, I think it's going to make sense for us to go back to main storage and build that train. The only measurements we really need to know is the fact that we have 4 of these on each carriage and they're 1 block apart. And then we need 3 blocks in between each carriage. So I think we can work within those constraints. And at the end of the day, if we do need to move something, we can. It's not the end of the world. So let's go grab our little train here and head home. I feel like we haven't built a proper new train in ages. I'm very much looking forward to this. And just as an afterthought, should we put a lava tank down here as well to transport lava back to main base? That's probably not a bad idea, but we'll tackle that later. For now, let's go build a freight train. Now, if we're going to make a train and it's going to be a freight train, I think we're going to need quite a long engine on this one, at least a little bit bigger than what we have been doing. And to make engines, we do, of course, need some crushing wheels. So it looks like that's turned on. Let's start off by making a bunch of these. Although to make this a little bit easier, I'm just going to sneak around the back here. I'm going to connect all of these outside ones, just like that. And now I should be able to load this thing up a lot quicker because we can just do that, we can do that, and as soon as we put andesite here, it's going to put it in every single slot. And apparently it's not turned on. There we go. Right, let's make a whole bunch of these. We have a bunch of crushing wheels. Let's go see if we can make a train. And it's probably going to look similar to all my other trains because I don't know how to build anything else. But we'll try. We'll try. So I think we'll give this one a nice metallic base. And as I say, we do want this one to be a bit bigger than a normal train. And we're going to need a buttload of framed blocks as well. But we have a whole wall of stuff here. So let's just get this front bit on. We know how that's going to look. And then we want to figure out how long the engine's going to be. As I say, this is going to be quite a large freight train. It's going to need a lot of power, so maybe we'll have 8 crushing wheels as the big steam engine-y parts. Then we'll get some chutes in the side here as well, just because we like how they look. And I think I want to go for a red engine this time. We haven't done anything nice and bright yet. Maybe we can try some sidey slopey bits there. And let's get this top bit in as well, and maybe even build up the sides a bit here. We'll get some shapy bits on top there as well. Ugh, no, that looks horrible. Do I want to use pipes down there, maybe? I mean, they look quite cool, but I'm not sure yet. I'm quite liking that shape. I think it's going to work nicely. But we really could do with a bit of texturing on these blocks here. So I wonder, what can we get out of the masonry table? That's quite nice. We could potentially use some of those. Although they look pretty good as well. Let's have a little play around, see what we can do. Yeah, they look cool. I like those. And we'll make sure we get the colour of the smoke correct off the bat this time. We'll make it light grey. Wonderful. Right, now let's sort out some windows for this thing. And a roof, that'll be helpful. So for the roof, we'll keep things nice and simple as always. And for windows, let's try those out. Not so sure on those. Maybe the tinted glass will work well. Yeah, it's a bit more subtle. I think I prefer that. But then maybe a mangrove trapdoor would be a good idea as well. The mangrove should fit quite nicely on this one. Yeah, let's grab a couple of mangrove trapdoors and see if we can make some window frames. So we could try something like that. But yeah, let's do that a bit better, shall we? So if we maybe try putting that in from the inside. And didn't I make some other ones? Yeah, there we go. These ones here. I'm still not sold, if I'm perfectly honest. I think I preferred it when it was just the tinted glass. Maybe we could do a little bit of a mix, something like that. Actually, that looks quite nice. I like that. Yeah, I'm quite liking the shape. It looks almost identical to the rest of my trains, but this one has pipes. Though I have just had an idea. If we get rid of those trapdoors and use copycat panels instead, and maybe put those iron bars on. How's that look? Maybe I should use them down here instead. Ooh, yeah, I quite like that, actually. That's looking pretty cool. Yeah, we'll put this bit back to how it was. But I do quite like the grills over there. Do we want that carrying across on these as well? Maybe not. Oh, I don't know, actually. Do we like that, or is it too much? So that's with, and that's without. I think I prefer it without, you know. I do like it over here, though. We'll get a couple of valves on the back. We need a ladder, so let's try these out. We probably want the gold one, I'd imagine. Do we want andesite? Ah, that looks too bland. Let's go with the brass, not gold. Perfect. And I think the last thing I want to do is just put a bit more of an edge on that roof there. Although it would help if I use the right blocks. We'll swap out these slabs for stairs. So let's just quickly colour all of these. All right, I think we're there. That's our engine, at least. Now we need to do a tender. And for an engine this big, we're going to need a fairly large tender, I would imagine. So let's get some triple axles out. And maybe that length. Is that too long? No, that's probably going to be about right, I think, once we've got it built up. So let's get our trusty chutes out and jam all those in. Then we'll use the cut red terracotta again, I think. Although I do need to make these those kind of half-wall type things, don't I? So let's do this for the outside ones. Although thinking about it, at the back here is more likely going to be the water tank, so we don't actually need to send this all the way to the back here. So we'll just do something like that for the water tank. Let's get the rest of these panels in and get ourselves some coal. And then we'll get some slopey bits in as well. And maybe we should get a big one down the bottom there. If we do that, that should raise that up. Then we'll get some of these bits on the top here as well. And cover those. Then we'll use a couple of floorboards to cover up those bits. But I think That should just about do it for the tender. It doesn't really need to be much more than that. Though I am going to change the position of that bogey there. Let's move it over by one. Though we could maybe get some andesite bars on there again. They do look quite good. Maybe a ladder up the side as well. Although I think that should be gold. So let's stick a brass ladder in there instead. Yeah, that's looking much better. Okay, so we've got the train, we've got the tender. Now we need to actually just make a start on the carriages that are going to go here. And something else we are actually going to need to do is adjust this so we can actually offload the carriages when they get here, but we'll solve that later. For now, let's just see what we can do. So I've made a start on the freight carriages here, and I think I've got it worked out because we need to bear in mind the measurements at the other end, which is essentially we have collection points, then a space, then a collection point, then a space, but they're in sets of 4. And the idea was that each one of those sets of 4 would align to a carriage. And in between each set of 4, we have 3 spaces. So in theory, if I get that back on there, so in theory, this should all line up. And I've put these ones in the middle just to hide them a bit more. But yeah, this one I can't because of where the bogey is. But that's fine. Although on looking at it, I could probably move that bogey back. I'm not sold. It looks a bit weird now, doesn't it? It's fine. We'll only have the one visible at the front here. But the rest of these should all be able to connect. And as long as we add in one there and one there, we'll also be able to offload nicely. In fact, let's quickly just put those in now. Beautiful. So at least we know the offloading is going to work. And this is actually already lined up to the station as well. So, yep, perfectly aligned. Now let's figure out the containers that are going to sit on the back here. I don't know what sort of size we want them to be. So let's just jam something in for now. I mean, it would make sense for them to be the same size as the ones at the other end, which is 6 blocks. So they're going to be that size. And what we can maybe do is give them a little bit of support at the back. Nope, that's really not working for me. I'm just going to mess around with these a little bit until I get them looking nice, and once I do, well, we can make a whole buttload of them, can't we? But for now, this isn't really working. Alright, I think I've got something I'm happy with. It's fairly straightforward. I've basically just replaced this bottom bit here with girders, and then I've sort of clicked them here to make sure it's all attached. Added some railed ladder onto the side and some rails on top just to kind of strap it down. And I think that's going to work quite nicely. If you imagine a whole row of these going down the track, I think that's going to look pretty cool. Not 100% on whether I'll keep the ladders or not, but I do quite like them. Although without the ladders, it does also kind of work. It just looks a bit boring. We'll add a few more containers and then we'll make a decision. We'll put ladders on some, not ladders on the others, and we'll just see what we think works. And when it comes to storage, I think we'll just dump a bunch of barrels inside here. And a few minutes later, I think that's probably enough wagons on that. We've got 6 or 7 there, and I know freight trains usually have 50 of these things, but, well, that would just be ridiculous. And to be honest, I definitely prefer them without the ladders as well. I did put ladders on a few of them, but it just didn't really work for me. It looked a little bit too busy, but I think with that, this train is potentially actually ready. I just need to glue the whole thing together and then drive it to the other end of the map and hope it all lines up. So hopefully it's all stuck together. I guess this is where we find out. And it seemed to work. Oh, geez, we need to name another train. You know what to do. Give me a name in the comments because I'm terrible at this. So I'm just gonna call it Freight for now. What a genius. And let's see if we've left anything behind or have we got everything stuck together first time. So it looks like we left a few rails behind. I'm assuming that's from the back of the tender. There's always something. Right, let's take this train out for a spin. So good news and bad news. The good news is we've got the alignment correct. It is 4 and 1 space in between. However, I've put them 1 block too low. So let's quickly get a station in and try and get it in roughly the right place. Looks like I need to go back 1 more spot. Okay, so things are now aligned. However, we do need to leave this one at the bottom here because this is the one that actually connects at the other end at the right height. But if we disassemble this train and just get rid of all these storage interfaces we put at the bottom, we don't need them anymore. What we can do is put these in the right place now. So let me grab this. And I think we're just going to put 6 barrels in each carriage. That should be more than enough. Now we just need to do the same thing on this one, which apparently I forgot to put the barrels in anyway, so that's probably not a bad thing. There we go. And now when I assemble this train, in theory, it should start loading up with all of these bits here. And it may even take enough to trigger everything again. I don't know. Let's see. So let's assemble the train again. And yep, look at that. It's loading up. Beautiful. And it's loading up a little bit of everything. Now, what I'm going to do is actually set this station up properly. So let's put that there and we'll put it in the wall, I think, and give it a name. In fact, I'm just going to bury it down here. And this is Stone Valley Peaks Warehouse Platform 1, we'll call this. Now, let's make a train schedule. So we want this to travel to Warehouse 1 until you are empty. Oh, turns out it wasn't Warehouse 1. That's completely the wrong place. So it's actually Storage 1 is the one we want. Once again, we'll set that to less than 1 item. And then you can come back to SVP Warehouse. And I think I'm going to do this one time-based because otherwise we're going to end up with lots and lots of scoria currently because there's never really enough clay to fill that up. Or this one here, I should say. And as you can see, look, so the clay and the flint has run out. And this thing is... yeah, so that's got 8,000 scoria and we've got like 3,000 of everything else. So in order to prevent that happening, we'll just set this thing to a timer. And I think that's all we need to do. And now he's following the schedule. Let's sit down and make sure it does what it's supposed to. Uh-oh. This is a problem. So what I've forgotten to do here is actually set these to the brass versions. And that means they will only enter a section if they can leave the other side. And that would have actually stopped this one from doing what it just did. So let's just send that train on its way. And I'm going to quickly fix the rest of the signals here. So these ones should also be brass. Right, that should hopefully solve that problem. So let's get him back on his track. And we're probably not going to be able to catch it now. Oh, no, tell a lie. So because we've got a 4,000 stretch of track here, and we've only got the one sort of signal box here and there, in fact, we've only got one at each end, because the passenger train is somewhere on this track here, it's not going to let us pass. So something I do need to do is run up and down this track and just put in a bunch of signal points just to break the track into sections, and that's going to keep things running a bit more fluid. But for now, I can wait patiently. Oh, here we go. We're on our way again. So I just need to make a slight adjustment over here. This one here did in fact link up and it's been doing its thing. This is all good. Oh, there's a creepy boy. This one here is ever so slightly misaligned. So let's just do that and reassemble. And there we go. Now that one's unloading too. I do need to get some funnels on this vault so it can actually unload, but well, it's quite dangerous down there at the moment. So let's have a kip. There we go. So that should offload all those as well. And once this thing finishes offloading, it should head off back to the other warehouse. The other trains should be okay doing their thing. I think what I need to do, though, because we've got quite a few trains running around here now, because we've got the logging train coming as well. Look, in fact, here it comes now. How's all this going to work? Is he just going to wait at the back there? Okay, so he's basically blocking that until this is unloaded. And that means if the passenger train was coming in at a certain time, that would cause a delay for that. I don't think it's going to be too much of a problem. I have an arrow in my face. So yeah, there might be a few train delays and things like that, but overall it should be okay, I think. I mean, I could speed up the unloading here. That would probably help. When that train does head off, I should release the track for this one. All right, so I think what I am going to need to do, though, is put in a few more of these brass ones, just to make sure that things are only leaving and coming up here and blocking up when they can, because in theory, he should just be able to wait on the bridge instead of blocking everything. But I'm going to stand here and watch this for a little while. We'll see how our trains do, and hopefully we'll just see a bunch of trains coming in and out without any issue. But, well, we'll see. We'll have to keep an eye out for messages down the bottom as well, telling us that trains have crashed or whatever. Well, the trains looked like they were doing their thing and working marvellously. However, they were a bit slow. And, well, that's because we need to get all of these signals down along this track just to break it into chunks. I think we'll put another one here. I quite like having them near the tunnels. I think that kind of makes sense. I've now broken that 4,000 block area into about 6 or 7 different sections. That should keep the trains flowing a little bit nicer. But now we have a whole other problem, and that is this. This area looks an absolute mess. And we've got a bunch of work to do over here. I do want to have an entrance, so when we get off the train here, we can actually just go straight over to this station. But yeah, it needs a lot of work, as you can see. I also still need to push these walls back, and I need to make this whole room look a little bit nicer. Might be quite nice to get a sign up here as well, just sort of letting us know not only what resources we've got, but also when the train's due to come collect stuff. We also need to swap out the floor in here for gravel, and I mean, do I need to decide what I'm doing over here yet, or should I just gravel the whole thing? Maybe I'll do that for now, because then that's going to leave the options open when we start adding new farms. If we do need to add an additional station, it'll be nice to have not already built a massive thing there we have to tear down. And if we don't need to add another station, having the extra tracks won't be a bad thing anyway. So I've got some digging to do, a ceiling to put in, some tunnels to build, and some signs to put up. But sadly, that's gonna have to wait for the next episode, because I've just spent about 3 hours sorting out train schedules, signaling, preventing crashes, and trying to work out why certain things weren't loading when they should have been. But as you can see, the trains are working now. Oh, where's this track? Okay, that was weird. That was quite spooky. But sadly, that is all we've got time for today, because I'm about to go on holiday, and if I don't wrap this video up now, then you're not going to have a video this week at all. But we should be back to our regularly scheduled programming from next week, and everything should get a little bit more back to normal. But thank you very much for hanging out. If you have enjoyed it, then... Uh-oh. I think it's best I just went now.